Chapter 642. As the saying goes, 8 or 9 out of 10 things don't go your way in life. The few Confucian scholars at the entrance of the restaurant were feeling this way. They originally wanted to use this as a pretext to show off their feathers in front of these young ladies who they had never met before, but they didn't expect that they would be the ones to show off their cowardice. Who would have thought that the young man in front of them would be so terrifying? He took out the riddles in his hand and said the answers one by one without getting a single one correct. These Confucian scholars were shocked, angry, and ashamed. Had all their years of living been in the belly of a dog? These riddles, which were extremely difficult in their eyes, were as easy as child's play to this young man. They were pitiful. After spending so much effort, they were only able to guess 2 riddles. Compared to the 2, they were simply beaten. The Confucian scholars didn't dare to say anything more. They knew that they had lost today. The few of them looked at each other and snuck out. They squeezed into the crowd of night roamers and disappeared. Li Wanyu glanced at the Confucian scholars from the corner of his eye. He was too lazy to say anything. With his current status, he naturally wouldn't make a fuss about it with these people. His actions just now were only because these people's words were too unpleasant, so he wanted to teach them a small lesson. Li Wanyu had about a dozen riddles in his hand. He said the answers to all of them in one breath, which also frightened the doctor in the restaurant. After the main house hung up these riddles today, who knew how many literati had come to try? Those who were able to guess the riddles correctly and enter the restaurant to enjoy free food and wine were only a few dozen people. Li Wanyu was the first person to treat these riddles as a child's game. According to the rules set by the owner of the restaurant, Li Wanyu could bring a dozen people into the restaurant. No one had thought of this before, so the doctor didn't dare to act on his own. Secretly wiping the sweat from his forehead, the doctor hurriedly apologized to Li Wanyu and ran into the restaurant to find the manager to deal with it. Not long after, the manager of the restaurant, who had been informed by the doctor, hurried over. He politely welcomed Li Wanyu, Pai Lupi, and the others into the restaurant. He carefully led them to a private room on the 3rd floor. The view from the elegant room on the 3rd floor of the restaurant was quite good. Opening the window facing the street, one could see the colorful Chang and city, which was very lively. Empress Zhang's son, concubine Yang, their beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin were all very satisfied. Everyone then called for the doctor to bring over some drinks and dishes that they were good at. At this time, the shopkeeper gently knocked on the door of the elegant room and said carefully, "Sir, my master would like to invite you for a chat. Would you be willing?" Li Wanyu was a little interested in the owner of this restaurant. The owner who could come up with his riddles for free meals was also a wonderful person. He was worth getting to know. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi was also interested. He got up and walked out of the elegant room with him, intending to meet the owner of this restaurant. The shopkeeper respectfully led the 2 of them to another elegant room on the 3rd floor. When the door was pushed open, before Li Wanyu could see the scene inside the room, he heard a burst of laughter coming from inside. "Ha, this old man knew it. In this world, only you, Li Zio, can solve so many riddles in one go." Li Wanyu looked up and couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that they were all acquaintances. The one who laughed was the Imperial College's chancellor, Kong Ingda. There were a few people beside him, including the Minister of Rights, Lu Quan, Li Wanyu's old friend, Yu Shurinan, and an old man that Li Wanyu didn't recognize. Kong Ingda made fun of Li Wanyu before noticing Pai Lupi behind him. He hurriedly bowed. Pai Lupi smiled. "Sir, why are you so polite?" "Haha, I just ran into Zio downstairs. I didn't expect you to be in this restaurant." Speaking of which, they had actually just met a few hours ago in Taiji Palace. They didn't expect to run into each other again when they came out for a night tour of Chang, and Kong Ingda smiled. "I'm ashamed to say this, but this restaurant is my family's property. Therefore, I invited Sir Yu and the others to come here to admire the lanterns." Li Wanyu suddenly realized that Kong Ingda was the owner of this restaurant. No wonder he came up with the idea of guessing the lantern riddles and eating for free. As the 31st descendant of Confucius, Kong Ingda naturally had many properties in his residence. This restaurant was just one of the many small properties. Pai Lupi looked at the old man that Li Wanyu didn't recognize in surprise. He respectfully bowed to the old man. Teacher Wenji, you've finally returned to Chang'an. Shimin has been waiting for you for a long time. If we didn't run into Teacher Wenji today, I'm afraid that you wouldn't want to see Shimin, right? Is Teacher still blaming Shimin? Pai Lupi's words shocked Li Wanyu. He couldn't figure out who this skinny old man was. How could he make Pai Lupi speak to him like a disciple? Your Majesty is too serious. Haha, Olmi is already old. I'm weak and sickly. I don't deserve such treatment from your Majesty. I came back to Chang and to visit an old friend. As for the matter of becoming an official, your Majesty, please don't mention it again. I'm 82 this year. I'm really useless. The old man shook his head and smiled. Pai Lupi saw that the old man refused so firmly. He could only smile bitterly and shake his head. He planned to slowly persuade the old man. In short, since the old man had returned to Chang, and he naturally didn't plan to let him go. Yu Shernan smiled and said, Brother Wenji, you're not in good health. Haha, you haven't been in Chang'an for a long time. I'm afraid you don't know this young man. His surname is Li and his name is Wanyu. His courtesy name is Zio. His Majesty has granted him the title of County Count of the founding of the country. Li Zio was a miraculous doctor. Even the Crown Prince's intestinal abscess was cured by him, and old Taoist Sunday Master Zhao's lung disease was also cured by Zio. Your small ailments are nothing. Ha! Yu Shernan turned his head and smiled at Li Wanyu. He introduced, Zio, come and meet Master Li. Master Li's name is Gang, and his courtesy name is Wenji. He's a great Confucian scholar. Li Wangyu's eyes involuntarily lit up when he heard that. So this old man was Li Gang. No wonder Pai Lupi had such an attitude. Li Gang was a famous minister of the Sui and Tang dynasties. During the reign of Emperor I of Sui, he served as the Crown Prince's chamberlain and taught Crown Prince Yangyong. After the Sui and Tang dynasties were established, Li Gang was appointed by Li Yuan as the Crown Prince's grand guardian and taught Crown Prince Li Jianqing. After the Xuanwu Gate incident and Li Jianqing's death, Li Gang resigned and returned to his hometown. In history, Li Gang returned in the 4th year of Jingguan and was appointed by Pai Lupi as Crown Prince Li Chengqian's grand tutor. However, Li Gang was old and sickly. He passed away in the 5th year of Jingguan. As a great Confucian scholar who taught 3 crown princes, Li Gang was unparalleled. Even retired Emperor Li Yuan, out of respect for Li Gang, never called him by his name. Pai Lupi, in front of this old man, could only greet him as a disciple and call him Shimin. Li Wanyu hurriedly bowed to Li Gang. So it's Teacher Wenji. Zio has long heard of Teacher's great name, but has never seen Teacher's face. Today, I finally get to see Teacher. Li Gang twirled his beard and laughed. Haha, County Count Huxian is too polite. This old man has long heard of your great name. This old man loved your 3 kingdoms so much that I couldn't put down. As for the poems you wrote, this old man was even more amazed. With such a young man in my Tang dynasty, there is no need to worry about prosperity. Teacher Wenji is too kind. Teacher should just call me Zio. Li Gang's expression suddenly became serious, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. County Count Huxian, today you have embarrassed this old man. Tell me, how are you going to explain this to this old man? The old man's sudden change in expression stunned Li Wanyu. What was going on? Today was the first time he had seen this old man. How did he say that he had embarrassed him? Could it be that the few Confucian scholars downstairs were close to Li Gang? Chapter 643. Li Wanyu didn't know how to respond to Li Gang's words. Even Pai Lupi was confused. He didn't understand how his nephew had offended Li Gang. Even Yu Shernan, Kong Yingda, and Lu Quan were confused. They didn't understand why their old friend had suddenly turned hostile. Just as they were about to mediate, they saw Li Gang suddenly laugh like a naughty child. The mischievous expression on his face was like that of a child who had successfully pulled off a prank. Haha, Zio, don't panic. This old man was just joking with you. Today's lantern riddles in Brother Chung Yuan's restaurant were all this old man's proudest works. I didn't expect that Zio would treat it as a game. It's really annoying. Zio, tell me, how should you compensate this old man for his loss? Li Gang laughed very happily. There was no trace of embarrassment on his face. Li Wanyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this old man's words. Sure enough, old children were always like this. He didn't expect that such a great scholar like Li Gang would be so humorous. Pai Lupi also reacted. He shook his head and smiled wryly. Teacher Wenji still loves to joke. I thought this scoundrel had really done something to annoy Teacher Wenji. Li Gang clapped his hands and laughed. Zio, hurry up and tell me how you're going to compensate this old man. Otherwise, this old man will have Brother Chongyuan drive you out. Li Wanyu silently rolled his eyes. This old man was already 82 years old, but he still loved to joke around. He was really drunk. However, looking at Li Gang, who was laughing happily like a child, Li Wanyu's eyes turned and a mischievous idea popped into his head. Haha, since Teacher Wenji says so, then it's my fault. Since that's the case, how about I compensate Teacher with a few lantern riddles? Li Wanyu laughed very mischievously. Li Gang shook his head repeatedly. No, this old man has nothing to do and likes to study lantern riddles. There really isn't anything new. This compensation won't do. That's not true. Teacher Wenji must have never heard of my lantern riddles and may not be able to guess them. Li Wanyu's smile became even more brilliant. Li Gang's interest was piqued. Oh, Ziyu, why are you so sure? This old man isn't afraid to tell you that this old man has been studying lantern riddles for more than 10 years. When I have nothing better to do, I like to study them as a game. You'd better think carefully. If I can answer your riddle, it won't count. Of course. If Teacher Wenji doesn't believe me, why don't we make a bet? I will give you 10 riddles. If you can guess 3 of them correctly, then you win. I wonder if Mr. has seen the portrait in Duke Yu's mansion. If I lose, I will draw a painting for you as an apology. What do you think? Hearing this, Li Gang's old eyes lit up. He had a good relationship with Yu Shinan. During Yu Shinan's birthday banquet, Li Wanyu had given him a sketch of Yu Shinan as a congratulatory gift. Naturally, he had seen it and liked it very much. Now that he heard that Li Wanyu actually wanted to bet with him, how could the old man not agree? Haha, Ziyu, you're really willing to go all out? It seems that if this old man loses, you must have some ulterior motive. Let's hear it. What will happen if this old man loses? Li Gang was also shrewd with age. He saw through Li Wanyu's plan with a single glance. Li Wanyu smiled. If Teacher Wenji loses, I will take the liberty of asking you to teach the Crown Prince. I wonder if Teacher and His Majesty will allow this? Pai Lupi heard this and immediately nodded. Li Wanyu's words were simply spoken to the bottom of his heart. How could he have any reason to disagree? He looked at Li Wanyu with eyes full of encouragement and praise. Although Li Changxian and Li Tai had both acknowledged Li Wanyu as their master, this didn't conflict with Li Gang being one of the Crown Prince's 3 tutors. Pai Lupi had previously planned to do this. However, Li Gang had become somewhat dejected because of the matter with the Crown Prince, Li Jianqing. As a result, he wasn't willing to accept the edict. He only said that he was too old to teach the Crown Prince. Li Wanyu naturally knew what Pai Lupi was thinking. Wasn't this nonsense? In history, Pai Lupi had coaxed and pestered Li Gang to become the Crown Prince's imperial tutor in the 4th year of Jingwan's reign. Unfortunately, Li Gang was already old and passed away a year later due to illness. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu decided that if there was an opportunity, he would have Sun Simiao help Li Gang recuperate. Although he had just met the old man, Li Wanyu felt that they were very congenial. Naturally, he didn't want this humorous and witty scholar to pass away 2 years later due to illness. Li Gang's old eyes stared at Li Wanyu for a while. Then, he twirled his beard and smiled. All right, since you've said so, then it's settled. Give me your questions. I don't believe that there are any lantern riddles in this world that I can't even guess 3 questions. Kong Ningda also smiled. Zio, I'm afraid that you've miscalculated. Brother Wenji's greatest hobby, aside from poetry and essays, is to study lantern riddles. If you make this bet with Brother Wenji, I'm afraid that you'll lose 9 times out of 10. Yu Shinan and Lu Quan also looked as if they were watching a good show. However, it was clear that the 2 old men didn't think that Li Wanyu could beat Li Gang. Hearing this, Pai Lupi frowned. He was hoping that if Li Wanyu won, he would be able to trick Li Gang into becoming a teacher in Changxian. Li Wanyu smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed. If you don't believe me, why don't we make a bet as well? How about this? If I'm lucky enough to beat Teacher Wenji, each of you will write a piece of calligraphy for me. How about that? Everyone present was famous in the Tang dynasty. Li Wanyu was naturally more than happy to swindle some calligraphy from these big shots and take it back home as a family heirloom. Currently, he had built a special collection room in his castle to store these big shots calligraphy. This included Yu Shernan's Ode to the Gallant, Wang Shiji's calligraphy that he swindled from Chai Lingwu, and his disciple Yen Libin's calligraphy. Kong Yingda and Lu Quan looked at each other. They didn't understand where Li Wanyu's confidence came from. However, they also smiled. All right, since Zio wants to play a game with us, then it's settled. However, if you lose, what will you do? Will you give each of us a portrait like Brother Bashi's? Of course. Li Wanyu nodded without hesitation. Pai Lupi also became interested. If that's the case, then we will also participate. We will also bet that Teacher Wenji will be able to answer your riddle correctly. Haha. Li Wanyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. He thought, Pai Lupi, whose side are you on? I'm helping your son trick his teacher into going home. And you're actually betting that I will lose? This is truly infuriating. However, on second thought, Pai Lupi's flying white calligraphy was also famous in the future. Coupled with his imperial status, it would also be a good collector's item. If that was the case, then it wouldn't be a loss. Then it's settled. I will ask 10 riddles. If Teacher Wenji can answer 3 correctly, then it will be my loss. If Uncle and you lose, you can't go back on your word. Of course. Just give me the question. Li Gang's interest was piqued, and he urged. Li Wanyu coughed lightly and pretended to think. He paced back and forth in the room before saying, The first question, Chapter 644. Li Wanyu said, For the first question, ask. There is a word that everyone will mistake. Type it. In a private room, Pai Lupi, Li Gang, and the others lowered their heads and pondered. What word would everyone mistake? Thinking about it, it should be a very rare English character. Li Gang frowned and thought for a while. He raised his head and asked, Is it the word woman? This word is pronounced "ru" in woman returns. Gu kills the swine for his woman. Many scholars will make a mistake. Li Wanyu smiled and shook his head. No. Kong Ingdar rode in the air with his hand as he said, Brother Wenji, there are many Tongfa words, but not everyone will make a mistake. In my opinion, it should be the word Yao. There is a wrong meaning. Zio, did I get it right? Li Wanyu still shook his head. No. Pai Lupi, Yu Shernan, and Lu Quan also frowned. They pondered for a while, but could not come up with an answer. Zio, this is not right. That is not right. What word is it? Tell us. If we don't agree with the answer, it will not count. Li Gang stopped guessing and asked Li Wanyu for the answer. Li Wanyu said, Teacher Wenji, the answer is wrong. Look, isn't everyone making a mistake? His words instantly dumbfounded everyone. What? Was it this mistake? Mistake. Zio, why is it this mistake? Sure enough, everyone makes a mistake. Zio, you are really unexpected. I didn't think of such a simple answer. Li Gang slapped his head. So it was a word trap. It's my fault. I didn't think Zio would play such a trick. We lose this question. Zio, come up with another question. Li Wanyu laughed inwardly. What he thought of was the brain teaser of the future. The Tang people had never seen such a way of answering a question that required them to leave their original way of thinking and think from a different angle. A brain teaser naturally meant that the brain had to turn around to answer the question. However, this turn was not easy. In fact, this was where the fun of brain teasers lay. Every time he heard the answer, he would be enlightened, and then he would be annoyed that he couldn't think of such a simple answer. Since he dared to propose a bet with Li Gang and the others, he was naturally certain that they would not be able to guess the answer. Li Wanyu said, Okay, this is the second question. Ask, in a year, which month has 28 days? In the elegant room, everyone was very cautious. Li Gang pondered for a while before replying, February. There are only 28 days in February. Kong Ingda stopped him. Wait, Brother Wenji, that's not right. I know. This brat is digging a hole for us again. There are 29 days in February of a leap year. So the answer should be that there are 28 days in February of a normal year. Pai Lupi and the others immediately clapped their hands and cheered. Haha, Confucius is indeed wise. Otherwise, we would have been tricked by this kid again. Li Wanyu was not the least bit disheartened. He only shook his head and said, No, you are wrong again. Kong Yingda was anxious. How can you be wrong? There are 29 days in February of a leap year, and 28 days in a normal year. What's wrong with that? Li Wanyu shrugged. Confucius, there are 28 days in every month. This is really true. There are 28 days in every month. We were tricked by Zio again. So it's this 28 days. This answer is so simple. Why don't we think of it just now? Li Gang also wrung his hands and sighed, but some confidence returned to his face. Zio, I lost this question. You can continue with the questions. I already know what to do, so I definitely won't be tricked by you again. Pai Lupi and the others also nodded repeatedly. They felt that Li Wanyu's questions were not difficult. It was just a momentary surprise. Li Wanyu chuckled in his heart. This brain-twisting trick was not that simple. He coughed lightly and said, The third question is, what can Teacher Wenji do? What can I do? What can all of you do? One person can do it, but two people cannot do it together. What is this? In the private room, everyone began to think hard. They felt like they were about to catch on to something, but after some thought, they felt that something was wrong. I know, Yu Shernan suddenly said, going to the toilet is indecent. Naturally, it can't be done together. The others' eyes lit up. They felt that although this answer was indecent, it was the truth. Li Gang laughed loudly and clapped his hands. Haha, Zio's question is indeed indecent. But we should have answered it correctly, right? Of course. Zio, you have to accept your loss. Pai Lupi also laughed. Li Wanyu still shook his head. No. How is that possible? Could it be a bath? Zio, could it be that you did it on purpose? What's wrong with this answer? Li Wanyu said, Haha, I wouldn't dare to lie to Uncle and all of you. If you don't believe me, I'll tell you the answer later. You can see if it's correct. Everyone could only think again. Now, they understood that Li Wanyu's questions were all unexpected. They needed to think about it from a different perspective. However, how could it be so easy to change one's habits of thought? After thinking about it for a while, no one had a clue. They could only admit defeat. After all, this was only the third question. There were still 7 questions, so there was no need to rush. Zio, tell us the answer. I admit defeat. I can't guess the answer. Li Wanyu smiled. Teacher Wenji, Uncle, and all of you, it's a dream. Of course, everyone can have this dream, but it can't be done together. Yu Shernan was drinking from his wine cup. When he heard this answer, he couldn't help but spit out all the wine. Lu Quan, who was beside him, couldn't dodge in time and was sprayed with wine. Lu Quan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Yu Shernan. Brother Bo Sure, how much do you have against me? Sorry. I couldn't help it. Zio's answer made me laugh. Yu Shernan hurriedly helped his old friend, wiped the wine off, and explained with a laugh. Li Gang was so annoyed that he kept hitting his head with his hand. AI, why didn't I think of it? Dream, haha, isn't it just a dream? Pai Lupi was also annoyed that he didn't think of such a simple answer. Zio continued. I don't believe I can't guess the answer. Li Gang said, rubbing his hands together. Kong Yingda and the others were also waiting for Li Wanyu to come up with a question. Everyone had forgotten that Li Wanyu had promised them that he would answer the question alone. Now, it was Pai Lupi and the others who were united in their determination to compete with Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu didn't care. He shrugged. Question 4. What's the middle of Chang'an? It's Vermilion Bird Avenue. No, this kid's trap can't be so simple. I know, the middle of Chang'an is the common people. No, Uncle, everyone, the middle of Chang'an is naturally the word in. It's the middle of Chang'an? Is that even possible? Haha, this question deserves a toast. Zio, you're too evil. In the private room, everyone laughed again. Then, they couldn't help but applaud. Zio continued. I don't believe I can't get a single question wrong. Li Gang raised his head and drank a cup of wine, laughing loudly. This feeling of racking his brains and finally having the answer right in front of him was too torturous. Chapter 645. Seeing that the big shots were so excited, Li Wanyu could only shrug his shoulders and continue with the questions. Uncle, everyone, the fifth question is, iron and copper will rust if placed outside. What about gold? Everyone had become very cautious. Lu Quan asked, will this gold also rust? It shouldn't, right? When have I ever heard of gold rusting? Pai Lupi laughed. I know about this. There are many gold objects in the palace that need to be polished by craftsmen. I once asked out of curiosity and learned that gold will rust as well. Therefore, it needs to be polished frequently. Yu Shernan clapped his hands and applauded. That's true. I also know that gold will rust. Li Gang was about to answer when he lowered his head and thought for a while. He felt that Li Wanyu's questions wouldn't be so simple. But no matter how he thought about it, he still couldn't figure it out. He could only answer, Zio, gold will rust. This question can't be wrong. Li Wanyu shook his head again. No. How can it be wrong? Tell us, won't gold rust? Li Wanyu laughed mischievously. Uncle, everyone, I didn't ask you if gold will rust. The correct answer is that iron and copper will rust if placed outside, but gold will be stolen. What? Zio, didn't you ask if gold will rust? Sigh, we fell for Zio's trick again. This iron will rust is clearly a trick to mislead us into thinking if gold will rust. Isn't that right? If gold is placed outside, it will be stolen. Everyone was annoyed that they had fallen for Li Zio's trick again. How annoying. Every time they heard the answer, they felt that it was very simple. But they didn't think of it at all. Everyone felt that these questions were very simple, but when it came to the next question, they still couldn't answer it correctly. Zio, continue. I don't believe that I'll get it wrong today. At this time, Pai Lupi, Li Gang, Yu Shernan, and the others didn't care about winning or losing. The most important thing was that they had to answer a question correctly to save their face. Otherwise, if he couldn't even answer a single question out of the 10, it would be too embarrassing. Question 6. What won't get wet after falling into water? Question 7. There is an item that you can use your left hand to hold, but not your right hand. What is it? Question 8. What is it that gets bigger and bigger when you cut it with scissors? Question 9. Ask. Question 10. There were a total of 10 riddles, but none of the people present could answer a single one. Li Gang, Pai Lupi, and the others looked at each other in dismay. The emperor of the Tang dynasty and several top scholars of the Tang dynasty were really hit hard by Li Wanyu's strange questions. Kong Ningda's face was flushed red. He suddenly stood up and went to the table in the private room. He picked up a brush and wrote down the 10 questions Li Wanyu had given him, as well as the answers. Then, he called for the manager of the restaurant. Go, remove all the riddles outside and replace them with these 10 questions. Those who can answer them correctly can come in. The manager didn't understand. After looking down at the riddles and the answers on the paper, he couldn't help but have a very interesting expression. Yes, the manager didn't dare to ask more. He followed Kong Ingda's order and ordered the doctors in the restaurant. Li Gang, Yu Shernan, and Lu Quan pointed at Kong Ingda and laughed. Chong Yuan, are you not going to entertain guests today? Some people could answer those riddles, but I don't believe anyone can answer Ziyu's 10 questions correctly. Humph, what does that have to do with me? I didn't come up with these questions. Kong Ingda raised his head and drank a cup of wine gloomily. Today, he was really depressed because of those 10 damn questions. Since he was unhappy, he would make those scholars who were traveling at night feel depressed as well. If they wanted to enter the restaurant and enjoy the wine for free tonight, they had to answer those damn questions first. It had to be said that because Kong Ingda was unhappy, he threw out those 10 questions, which really tortured the scholars in Chang'an. During the 3 days of the Lantern Festival, the restaurant of the Kong family almost didn't receive any guests after the 10 questions were put up. The more difficult it was for people to answer these 10 questions, the more competitive the countless scholars in Chang'an became. During the Lantern Festival, many scholars gathered in front of the restaurant of the Kong family, wanting to guess the answers to the questions. For a time, whether or not they could answer the riddles of the lantern and get the right to enjoy the wine for free became a secret competition between the scholars in Chang'an. If others couldn't answer, it would be a great honor if they could answer correctly. But even great scholars like Li Gang, Yu Shinan, and Kong Ingda couldn't do anything about the brain teasers of the later generations, let alone these scholars. After trying various answers but being judged wrong by the restaurant, these scholars couldn't take it anymore. They surrounded the entrance of the restaurant and demanded an explanation. In their view, the restaurant was deliberately making things difficult for them. In this regard, the manager of the restaurant asked Kong Ingda for instructions and came out to appease the crowd. He said that after the Lantern Festival, the answers to the 10 riddles would be posted. If the crowd was still dissatisfied by then, the restaurant would take responsibility. Seeing the manager of the restaurant so determined, the anger in the hearts of the scholars was temporarily suppressed. The 10 questions of the Lantern Festival in the 3rd year of the Tang dynasty's Jingguan era became a nightmare for the scholars in Chang'an. Even the officials of the imperial court were interested in the 10 riddles of the Kong family restaurant. However, the officials cared about their reputation and were afraid of being embarrassed if they answered wrong. They secretly sent their servants to the restaurant with the answers they came up with, but they all returned empty-handed. After the Lantern Festival, when the 10 questions were posted, everyone was dumbfounded. The answers were actually like this? So simple. What was even more wicked was that when the answers were posted, Kong Ingda specifically said that the 10 riddles were all written by Li Zio, the county count of Huxian. This news immediately caused an uproar among the scholars in Chang'an. The scholars who were tormented by the riddles, in addition to admiration, couldn't help but gnash their teeth in hatred of Li Wangyu. How did this count of Huxian, who was famous throughout Chang, and come up with such a ridiculous question? There were even some busybodies who simply called Li Wangyu the Baize County Count. Baize was an ancient divine beast. It was said that it knew astronomy, geography, and trifles. Through it, it could see the future. Giving Li Wangyu such a nickname was not only to praise Li Wangyu's knowledge, but also to express their resentment. They also secretly cursed him for not being human and compared him to a divine beast. This elegant nickname was in line with the crowd's thoughts. It didn't take long for Li Wangyu to be called the Baize County Count, in private in Chang'an. When Li Wangyu learned of this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he wasn't angry. Baize was Baize. In any case, it was still a divine beast. Moreover, Baize had a high status and was a symbol of auspiciousness. Baize County Count sounded much better than County Count of Huxian. These were all things for later. At this time, in the elegant room of the Kong family restaurant, Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi and the other big shots very proudly. "Uncle, everyone, I've won now. If you're willing to bet, you must accept your loss. Please leave behind some calligraphy for me." He pointed at the several tables. Naturally, there were good brushes and ink in the elegant room. However, Li Gang shook his head. No. Chapter 646. Li Wangyu asked in astonishment, "Teacher Wenji, what's wrong with that? Don't tell me you intend to renege on your debt?" Li Gang twirled his beard and smiled. "Of course we won't renege on our debt, but we can't just write it casually. There has to be a method." Yu Shinan immediately understood Li Gang's meaning. He clapped his hands and smiled. "That's right, Brother Wenji is right. Since Zio wants us to write for you, we can't write for you for free. It just so happens that today is the Spring Lantern Festival. Why don't you write a poem using the Spring Lantern Festival as the theme? If you write a poem, we'll write some calligraphy for you. How about it?" Even Pai Lupi applauded Yu Shernan's suggestion. "Teacher Yu's suggestion is very good. Haha, Zio, if you want our calligraphy, then give us a poem in exchange." Kong Ingda and Lu Quan also clapped their hands and applauded, shouting that if Li Wangyu didn't write a poem, they wouldn't write one either. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. How could these scholars be so crafty? They obviously lost a bet, but they still wanted to get some interest back. Fortunately, he had some goods in his bag, so it didn't matter. He could just continue copying poems. Not to mention 5, even 50 would be fine. He picked up a cup of fine wine and walked to the window. He looked down at the thousands of lights below and pretended to be in deep thought. After a while, he began to recite. Last year on the Lantern Festival, the lights of the flower market were bright as day. The moon was high above the willow branches, people made an appointment at dusk. This year on the Lantern Festival, the moon and lights were the same. Not seeing the people of last year, tears wet the sleeves of spring. Li Gang's eyes lit up when he heard this poem that Li Wanyu copied from Ouyang Xiu's Spring Lantern Festival. Even though he was over 80 years old, his reaction was still quite fast. Before the others could react, he had already walked to the table and picked up a brush. Ah, good poem. The moon was high above the willow branches. People made an appointment at dusk. This poem belongs to this old man. This old man will write this one. Yu Shirenan and the others, who had just completed the first step, glared at Li Wanyu. Zio, if the next song isn't as good as this one, don't even think about getting away with it. Pai Lupi was even more domineering. He directly demanded, Zio, I'll write the next song. Think carefully. Li Wanyu almost fainted. Was there need to fight for this? Li Gang waved his brush and splashed the ink. Not long after, a poem, Birth Check Child, New Year's Eve, appeared on the paper. The old man wrote down his promotion and stamped it with his own seal. Only then did he blow dry the ink and hand it over to Li Wanyu. Thank you, Mr. Wenji. Li Wanyu happily put it away. The first calligraphy piece was in his hands. Pai Lupi did not hesitate. He stood beside the table and stared at Li Wanyu, waiting for him to continue composing. Being stared at by Pai Lupi like this, Li Wanyu could only rack his brains to find the most popular Shangyuan festival poem to deal with Pai Lupi. After pretending to be deep in thought for a while, Li Wanyu opened his mouth and recited, On the night of the east wind, thousands of flowers bloom, and the wind blows down, stars fall like rain. The fragrance of precious horses and carts fills the road. The sound of the phoenix flute moves, the light of the jade pot turns, fish and dragons dance in the night. Moths, snow and willows and golden strands, laughter and hidden fragrance pass away. Looking for her thousands of times in the crowd, suddenly turning back, she's still there in the waning light. Xian Chiji's Green Jade Case, New Year's Eve, was naturally one of the most widely read Shangyuan festival poems in the future. Pai Lupi recited it once and nodded his head in approval. He was very satisfied with his nephew's poem. He immediately used his famous Fei by script to write down Green Jade Case, New Year's Eve on the paper. Haha, today's Shangyuan festival was really worth it. With these two masterpieces, we should drink to our heart's content. Come, Zio, let this old man toast you. In this old man's opinion, when it comes to poetry, no one in the world can compare to you. Yu Shirenan was very excited. He actually personally poured a cup of wine for Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu hurriedly thanked him and repeatedly said that he didn't dare. Kang Yingda also stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Today is really delightful. Who knows how many young ladies in the world will fall for Zio's two poems. Haha, what a good looking for her thousands of times in the crowd. Suddenly turning back, she's still there in the waning light. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Come, Your Majesty, everyone, let's drink. Li Wanyu was puzzled. What's wrong? For what Kang Yingda and Yu Shirenan said, he didn't need to write more poems? This actually wasn't strange. In the eyes of Yu Shirenan and the others, poems weren't vegetables in the fields. How could they be wholesale? Just now, when they said that they wanted him to write 5 Shangyuan festival poems, only then would they each write one. That was just a joke. Now that Li Wanyu had written 2 masterpieces in a row, what else could they ask for? On the other hand, Li Wanyu couldn't help but feel excited after drinking a few cups of wine. Originally, in the future, when he was forced by his grandfather to memorize so many poems, he didn't feel much. But now that his soul had traveled to the Tang dynasty and personally witnessed the flourishing flowers of the Shangyuan festival, he had a deeper understanding of these masterpieces. Under the stimulation of alcohol, Li Wanyu couldn't help but want to recite the extremely beautiful poems in his mind. Fortunately, Li Wanyu didn't get too carried away and forcibly restrained his urge to recite poems. Low-key. A person must be low-key. It was enough that he had monopolized Xian Chiji and Ouyang Xiu's masterpieces. He should leave some leeway for his descendants. Otherwise, in the future Shangyuan festival, what would Su Shi, Li Shangyin, Li Qingzhao, Lu Yu, Wang Shoren, and the others, right? Seeing that Yu Shuranan and the others no longer brought up the matter of composing poems, Li Wangyu stopped while he was ahead. After pulling Yu Shuranan, Kong Ingda, and Lu Quan to leave him calligraphy, Li Wangyu finally stopped. At this time, Pai Lupi solemnly bowed to Li Gang again. Teacher Wenji, you must also accept your loss. Crown Prince Changxian will be in your care. Li Gang also helplessly shook his head. AI, this old man is already 82 years old this year. I only want to enjoy the rest of my life and have children and grandchildren. Why bother, Your Majesty? Besides, the Crown Prince has Zio to teach him. There's no need for this old man to meddle. How could Pai Lupi let him go? Li Wangyu is naturally a good teacher, but as a parent, how could he dislike having too many great teachers teaching his children? This was a common problem for parents. Teacher Wenji, although Zio's talent is unparalleled in the world, he is still young. The Crown Prince still needs a knowledgeable and highly respected scholar like Mr. to teach him how to conduct himself. I hope Mr. won't refuse. Pai Lupi's sincere attitude naturally left Li Gang with nothing to say. He could only nod in agreement. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, laughed inwardly. In history, Li Gang, this great scholar, was truly unlucky. Although he was knowledgeable and had a strong character, he was an out-and-out Crown Prince killer. He taught 3 Crown Princes in a row, and none of them had a good ending. He was simply unlucky to the bone. However, things were different now. Li Wangyu believed that, with his guidance, Crown Prince Changxian would not be as bad as he was in history. Li Gang would not continue to be unlucky. After Li Gang nodded in agreement, the elegant room became lively again. Yu Shuranan, Kong Ingda, and Lu Quan all raised their glasses to congratulate their old friend on his return to the imperial court. They drank until 5 o'clock in the morning. Before leaving, Pai Lupi did not forget to call Li Wangyu to his side and whispered to him to go watch the match the day after tomorrow. Li Wangyu was reluctant in his heart, but he could only accept it with a smile on his face. In his opinion, accompanying Pai Lupi to the Dazhao baseball stadium was not as comfortable as sitting in the box with his beautiful boss and Aphrodite. However, how could he refuse a saint's summons? Chapter 647. After parting ways with Pai Lupi, Empress Zhangsun, and the others, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss were not in a hurry to go home. Instead, they continued to tour Chang and city at night, enjoying the rare scenery of the Spring Lantern Festival. Even though it was already 3 o'clock in the morning, there were still many people on the streets, be it the east or west markets. Obviously, no one was willing to waste the once-a-year curfew by going back to sleep. On the spacious Vermilion Bird Avenue, under the huge lanterns made by the imperial family, men and women were singing and dancing tirelessly. Dancing was a kind of group dance. The dancers were in groups, holding hands and stepping on the ground with their feet, singing and dancing at the same time. It was very lively. Stepping on the ground with one's feet meant to beat the rhythm. Of course, anyone could participate in this dancing. Just like in the future, when traveling to the Tibetan area, there was no need for any skills, just enthusiasm. Li Wangyu was so excited that he simply pulled his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, and Perrin and ran into the singing group with a big laugh, cheering along with them. That night, they sang, danced, and laughed until the sky turned white and the morning drum sounded in Chang and city. The joyous feast of the Spring Lantern Festival finally came to an end. That night, countless lovers and girls secretly sent glances at each other as they walked under the moon and looked at the lanterns, making promises of marriage for that lifetime. That night, they were dressed in fine clothes, dazzling with pearls and jade, and powdered with fragrant powder. That night, the moon was above the willow tree, and they made promises after dusk. It was not until dawn that Li Wangyu, who was sore all over, hoarse, and exhausted, led the reluctant crowd back to the mansion in Kaihua Lane to sleep. After returning to the mansion at dawn, everyone went to wash up and rest. Li Wangyu even wanted to sneak into Su Changqing's room to kiss her, but he was naturally turned away. Although the two of them had broken through the last line of defense on New Year's Eve and had done something shameful in bed, things were different today, and the two of them could only do things secretly. If it was in the future, this pair of adulterous couple would definitely live together and live their lives shamelessly. But since they were in the Tang dynasty, if the two of them moved in together without any official status, who knew how big of a disturbance it would cause if this matter was spread out? Besides, Li Wanyu was still in mourning. Even if he wanted to marry his beautiful superior, he would have to wait until the 4th year of Jingguan. Before this, he still had to avoid the eyes of the people in the mansion when he was with his beautiful superior. Under such circumstances, how could Su Changqing allow Li Wanyu to sneak into her room in broad daylight? Apart from Parent, who had roughly guessed the truth, even the old housekeeper, Li Heng, didn't know what had happened between his Lang Jun and Madame Su. On the other hand, the muddle-headed Avro had no idea that her sister Changqing had already cheated on her husband. But even if Avro knew, she probably wouldn't have any thoughts about it. After all, she already knew that her sister Changqing would be the mistress of this family in the future. As a noble lady of the Byzantine Empire, Avro had long given up on the idea of returning to her hometown in this life. Now, her heart was completely tied to Li Wanyu. In the afternoon, Li Wanyu, who was sleeping soundly, was carefully woken up by the old housekeeper, Li Heng. Lang Jun, the young Duke of Duke Lu's mansion, is here. Li Wanyu struggled to open his eyes. After a long while, he shook his groggy head and asked in confusion, "Why are they not resting in the mansion? What are they doing here?" The young Duke didn't say. Last night, it was needless to say that this group of silk pants must have stayed up all night to seek pleasure. Originally, the silk pants had invited Li Wanyu to travel with them, but Li Wanyu had rejected them. "Are you kidding me? Why are you not accompanying your beautiful superiors on Valentine's Day and having fun with a bunch of men?" Now that he was no longer a single loser, he naturally didn't want to spend such a beautiful day with these playboys. Presumably, this group of playboys must have spent the night in the P-Square or the Huwine shop. Scum! Li Wanyu got up angrily and took the hot towel handed over by the maidservants in the mansion to wipe his face. After clearing his head, he got up and changed his clothes with the help of the maidservants. He hurriedly walked to the main hall and greeted the group of debauches. "Brothers, what are you doing here in my mansion instead of resting in your mansion? Haha, Zio, you weren't kind last night. You didn't even call your brothers. Do you know that today, Chang and City is restless because of you?" Fan Yai clapped his hands and laughed as soon as he saw Li Wanyu. Naturally, Li Wanyu was baffled by his nonsensical words. What was this and what was this? Last night, he had gone out with his beauties and met Pai Lupi and the others by chance. They drank and had fun in the Kong Mansion's restaurant, and then went out to sing until they returned home in the morning. What did he mean by stirring up trouble and restless Chang and City? Where did this come from? Brother Yai, why don't I understand what you're talking about? Chung Chumo patted Li Wanyu's shoulder heavily. Zio, you're still pretending. Did you make a poem last night? So what if I did? Li Wanyu asked curiously. It wasn't like he hadn't copied poems before. After transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, he had copied at least dozens of poems. Why was he making such a fuss? What he didn't expect was that when the playboys heard him admit that he did make a poem last night, their eyes lit up and they swarmed up to surround him. Zio, we've treated you well, haven't we? Hee, those poems, give us some of them. We're not greedy. We'll give each of us one. Li Wanyu was even more confused. Why did they ask him for a poem out of nowhere? Brothers, if you have something to say it slowly. What are you trying to do? You've really confused me. Li Wanyu finally understood the situation after the debauches gave a lively explanation. He felt even more speechless. It turned out that the 2 poems about the Lantern Festival that he wrote last night had begun to spread in Chang and City at a very fast speed. Unlike the poems and articles that Li Wanyu copied before, these 2 poems about the Lantern Festival were like spiritual bombs for women, especially the young ladies in Chang and City who were yearning for love. After hearing these 2 poems, they almost went crazy. After all, the poems that Li Wanyu copied before were beautiful, but they didn't necessarily resonate with women. Whether it was Ode to Chivalry or Leaving the Fortress or other poems, they were loved by the literati. As for the noble women, young ladies, and those prostitutes in Chang and City, although they liked them, they didn't necessarily love them to the core. As for the two Shangyuan festival poems that Li Wanyu plagiarized last night, they described the scene of two lovers whispering sweet nothings under the moonlight and the shadow of willow trees. It was hazy, quiet, graceful, and gentle. It simply took one's life. To use an inappropriate analogy, Li Wanyu was originally just an A-list celebrity in the eyes of the young ladies in Chang and City. But after the two poems of the Lantern Festival last night spread, Li Zio, the Count of Huxian, suddenly rose from the A-list to the level of a superstar. In short, Li Wanyu became popular. Chapter 648. The two poems that Li Wanyu plagiarized, The Green Jade Case New Year's Eve and The Birth of a Child in New Year's Eve, both had a graceful beauty. Although the emotions contained in them were different, whether it was the poignant beauty and melancholy of the birth of a child in New Year's Eve, or the desolation and loneliness of the Green Jade Case New Year's Eve, or the unexpected joy of the Green Jade Case New Year's Eve, they all made the young ladies in Chang and City cry silently, their tears falling onto their clothes. It could be said that in Chang and City, there had never been a poem that spread faster than the two poems that Li Wanyu plagiarized during the Lantern Festival. After the two poems were written last night, the manager of the restaurant, who was carefully waiting on them in the elegant room, wrote them down. He immediately copied them out and asked the restaurant's doctor to send them to the brothel in Ping Kong Lane. Of course, the manager did not have any other ideas. He just wanted to please Li Wanyu. In the Tang dynasty, it was very difficult for the poems written by literati to be passed down. It was naturally the easiest way to make a name for oneself by letting the courtesans in the brothel sing it. In the brothel in Ping Kong Lane, there were scholars who sent their poems every day, regardless of whether they were the most beautiful courtesans or courtesans. They hoped that the courtesans would like their poems and make a name for themselves by singing them. As for these brothels, they naturally did not accept anyone who came. If it was not a truly wonderful poem, they would not bother to sing it. In the Confucius family restaurant, there were many literati who would recite poems. The elegant room had paper, ink, and brushstones prepared for these literati. If the restaurant felt that the poems they wrote were good, they would also be sent to the brothel in Ping Kong Lane to make a name for their customers. Although the manager of the Confucius family restaurant was a merchant, he could still distinguish between good and bad poems. Moreover, the two poems by County Count, who were obviously not ordinary to be able to make his master and a group of scholars so excited. Therefore, after he copied the poems, he immediately asked the doctor to send them to Ping Kong Lane. When the courtesans in Ping Kong Lane heard that the poems were new poems by County Count, who for the Lantern Festival, they naturally did not dare to neglect them. After reading it, the group of young ladies immediately trembled with excitement, unable to control themselves. While Li Wanyu was still drinking with Pai Lupi, Li Gang, and Yu Shernan in the restaurant, Peace House was in an uproar. Almost all of the prostitutes, without prior agreement, began to recite these two poems over and over again with their graceful, ethereal, or lively voices. During the Shangyuan festival, P Square was also packed with people. Naturally, there were plenty of ordinary people who didn't want to admire the lanterns and only wanted to admire the beauties. The debauches had also gone to P Square early in the morning and found a large group of gorgeously dressed young ladies to accompany them. They were very happy. When they heard the young lady in the building recite Li Wanyu's two new poems, other than sighing at Li Wanyu's talent, they didn't have much of a reaction. Naturally, this was very normal. Just like the Korean dramas of the future, the steely straight men might not think much of it, but they could make the young ladies cry. This was the difference between men and women's feelings. Therefore, the debauches were depressed. The group of young ladies in the painting building, when they heard the two poems being recited over and over again, were all sobbing uncontrollably. Their tears spilled over their clothes, making people feel pity for them. What made the debauches even more dumbfounded was that this group of young ladies actually shyly stuffed a pile of sachets, handkerchiefs, and even the courtesans in the painting building. And these things were naturally not for them, but for them to pass to County Count, who, the debauches were provoked by this scene and hated that bastardly Wanyu so much that the roots of their teeth itched. He didn't even show his face, but he was able to seduce the young ladies in Peace House. He was really despicable. What made the debauches even more stunned was that when they returned home, they found that the 2 poems of the Lantern Festival had already spread throughout Chang and city. And those unmarried sisters, cousins, and cousins in their mansions simply didn't care about what the debauches were thinking. They shyly stuffed all kinds of sachets and handkerchiefs into their hands. Needless to say, they were naturally asking the debauches to pass them to Li Wanyu. In this way, how could the debauches still stay in their mansions? When a few of them met and discussed, they were shocked to find that the poems had such benefits. They didn't have time to express their envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Li Wanyu. They directly came to Li Wanyu's mansion just to ask for such a poem so that they could go to Peace House and enjoy the admiring eyes of the courtesans and young ladies in the future. After the debauches finished speaking, they each took out a pile of fragrant sachets and handkerchiefs and stuffed them into Li Wanyu's arms. Take it, take it. These are all gifts from your admirers. Take it away quickly. Don't try to show off in front of me. I'm so angry. Today, if you don't give us some poems, we won't agree. Chung Chumo was full of anger when he mentioned this matter. Looking at Li Wanyu's youthful and handsome face, he had always been deeply influenced by that old man Chung Yaojin. He, who was proud of selling his muscles, couldn't help but secretly wonder if Brother Valiant General was no longer welcome. Chung Chumo didn't know that since ancient times, this was a society that looked at the face, and with the face that he inherited from Chung Yaojin, it was estimated that even if he memorized many poems, it would be useless. Li Wanyu was also stunned by Monogatari. Holding the pile of fragrant sachets and handkerchiefs, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't expect that casually copying 2 poems would cause so much trouble. In fact, this was not strange at all. Lu Yong, Lu Sanbian, who was famous in history for writing poems by imperial decree, relied on a good poem to appear in the red light streets and willow alleys, and lived in pink tents and brocade quilts. It was very romantic and happy. The prostitutes of the Song dynasty even said, unwilling to be summoned by the king, willing to be called by Lu Qi, unwilling to be 1,000 gold, willing to be in Lu Qi's heart, unwilling to see the immortals, willing to know Lu Qi's face. In order to see Lu Sanbian, in order to ask him to write a wonderful poem, they were willing to die. Lu Sanbian was like this, not to mention Li Wanyu, who was so handsome, Xiao Langkuan. Which girl didn't love him? It had to be said that Li Wanyu's soul transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. The biggest advantage was that this body was really handsome. In the future, Li Wanyu was just a middle-aged man. But now, even if he took this body to the future, he could be hyped up to be a popular little fresh meat without any acting or singing skills. Even Li Wanyu secretly thought that his success in winning the heart of his beautiful boss might not have nothing to do with his good looks now. In short, he was handsome, and he was a member of the imperial court. Plus, he wrote good poems that women loved to the bone. How could Li Wanyu not be loved by the young ladies in Chang'an City? In this regard, Li Wanyu was 30% distressed and 70% secretly happy. While he was secretly laughing, he heard the cold voice of his beautiful boss behind him. Wanyu, what are you holding? No, nothing, haha. You see, Brother Chumo and the others are too polite. Just come, but bring so many gifts. It's really too polite. Li Wanyu casually put the pile of sachets and handkerchiefs on the table beside him and said perfunctorily. Unfortunately, his words were really not convincing. He couldn't even fool the little girl Perrin, let alone his beautiful boss. Chapter 649. How could the beautiful superior believe his words? Moreover, she had already heard the conversation between the wastrels earlier. She coldly snorted and gave Afro and Perrin a look. The 2 attendants of the beautiful superior immediately understood their older sister's meaning and immediately stepped forward. One of them coldly snorted at Li Wanyu, reached out to pick up the fragrant sachets and handkerchiefs on the table, turned around, and left. In this regard, Li Wanyu naturally broke out in a cold sweat. The beautiful superior was jealous, and the consequences were very serious. He was wrong, truly wronged. This was simply a person sitting at home, but the pot fell from the sky. He didn't take the initiative to provoke those young ladies who adored him. So how could they blame him? Snow in June. How wrong was that? However, Li Wanyu cleverly shut his mouth. It wasn't a good idea to argue with a jealous beauty. This was a bloody lesson for countless men in the future. Obviously, after the substantial change in their relationship, even a goddess like the beautiful superior couldn't help but develop in the direction of a jealous little girl. Even the group of wastrels could feel the low pressure brought by the beautiful superior. In the main room, everyone sat upright and still, and no one spoke. Only after the three women left did Fang Yai let out a long breath. Zio, you're too henpecked. You haven't even gotten married yet, but you're already like this. I'm afraid that in the future, you won't be able to uphold your wife's authority. Li Wanyu looked at him with disdain and scolded in his heart. It's fine if other people say it, but how can you have the face to say such things? The story of jealousy in the future came from your old master and madam of the Fang residence. And you, Fang Yai, were the #1 cuckold in the Tang dynasty. How can you shamelessly say things like a husband won't uphold his wife? After finding such a big trouble for yourself, you still want to write poems? Dream on. Moreover, the wastrels wanted him to write poems to seduce the young ladies of Ping Kong Lane. Li Wanyu couldn't agree to this kind of thing. Wasn't this helping the evildoers? Li Wanyu was too lazy to pay attention to these silk pants' nonsensical requests. He casually said, "Brothers, this kind of thing like writing poetry, how can it be done just because you say so? It's not like we're buying things from the shops in the East and West markets. Let's talk about this later." Everyone burst into laughter again, scolding Li Wanyu for being disloyal. Dewey suddenly thought of something, and with a furious expression, she pulled out a newspaper and handed it to Li Wanyu. "Ziyu, why did this newspaper publish this article? It's utter nonsense, it's just nonsense. Tell me, who is this Li Tianxiu? Why did you agree with Cho Cohen to publish this person's article in the global newspaper?" Dugo also stood up for his elder brother. "That's right. Zio, who is this Li Tianxiu? Why haven't we heard of this person before? There will be 5 matches tomorrow. Aside from one match where they agree with our analysis, the other 4 matches are different from ours. What are they trying to do? Do you want to fight in the ring?" Li Wanyu was stunned. Then, the expression on his face became strange. Pai Lupi had changed his name to Li Tianxiu and published an analysis of the team's strength in the global newspaper. Only he and Cho Cohen knew about this matter. They didn't expect that the Silk Pants would come over to denounce them because of this matter. This was interesting. He squinted his eyes and smiled. "This Li Tianxiu, is also someone who likes to hit the ball. I saw that this article was written quite well, so I let Cho Cohen publish it in the global newspaper. Brothers, don't be angry. Isn't this a good thing? If he guesses wrong, won't it show how strong you are?" Dewey pondered and felt that this was true. Although the article published in the global newspaper was written by Dewey, it was also the result of the Silk Pants analysis. Therefore, they were naturally very unhappy to see someone go against them in the global newspaper. "Good. After tomorrow's match, we'll let Li Tianxiu know how strong we are," Fang Yai shouted. "After tomorrow's match, Zio, point out Li Tianxiu to us brothers. We must beat him up." Li Wanyu's expression didn't change, but in fact, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "Ha! You want to beat Pai Lupi up? Brother Yai, I'm afraid you'll be beaten up by Fang Xianling. This guy was also bad." He rolled his eyes and simply dug a hole for the Silk Pants. "Brothers, tomorrow Li Tianxiu invited me to watch the match together. Do you want to go together? You can vent your anger in front of him and beat him up. I won't stop you." "Really?" When the Silk Pants heard this, they immediately rubbed their fists and looked as if they wanted to beat Li Tianxiu to death. Li Wanyu shrugged. "Of course. Why would I lie to you? That's good. Then it's settled. Tomorrow, we brothers will go with you to watch the match. We'll see if that Li Tianxiu has the guts to go against us brothers. Tomorrow, we must teach that Li Tianxiu a lesson and let him know how strong we are." The fops gathered together to discuss how to humiliate the audacious Li Tianxiu the next day. Unbeknownst to them, Li Wanyu, who was at the side, almost pinched his own thigh red in order to stop himself from laughing out loud. After agreeing to meet at the baseball field tomorrow, the Silk Pants said goodbye and went back to their respective residences. At this time, Li Wanyu finally couldn't help but laugh. He laughed so hard that even tears came out. He dug a hole for the Silk Pants. Naturally, he didn't have any bad intentions. It was purely a prank between brothers. It was better to enjoy it together than to enjoy it alone. Li Wanyu immediately trotted to his beautiful superior's boudoir and told her about it. His beautiful superior, who was still a little jealous and sulking because of the previous incident, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle after hearing his words. She rolled her eyes at Li Wanyu flirtatiously. Go ahead and make fun of them. Be careful that Shumo and the others don't come looking for you. Ha, what does it have to do with me? They were the ones who wanted to settle the score with Li Tianshou. Seeing his beautiful superior laugh, Li Wanyu hurriedly took advantage of the opportunity and reached out to grab her soft hair and gently stroke it. His beautiful superior didn't pull her hand back, but only gave him a sidelong glance. I'll get Aphrodite and Perrin to send those bags and handkerchiefs to your room later. Don't let those ladies down. Li Wanyu was about to break out in a cold sweat when he heard this. Why was she still waiting for him here? He didn't know this woman was so jealous before. Out of a strong desire to live, Li Wanyu naturally complained. He didn't do anything, and he couldn't stop someone from having a crush on him. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. Who knows what you did? Actually, Su Changqing wasn't really angry. It was just a way for women to act coquettishly with men. Anyone who took it seriously would be a fool. Li Wanyu was naturally not an idiot. He really thought that his beautiful superior was angry over such a small matter. He didn't continue the conversation and change the topic. He casually talked about something trivial, but his hand was very mischievous as it climbed up the soft part of his beautiful superior's chest. This time, the beautiful superior didn't condone this sinful hand and directly slapped it away. Behave yourself. What are you touching? What are you trying to do in broad daylight? Li Wanyu thought, don't you know what I'm trying to do? As soon as Su Changqing saw his expression, she knew that this guy was definitely up to no good. She simply pushed him out of her room and closed the door. If you have any ideas, go to Aphrodite. Li Wanyu's heart trembled when he heard his beautiful superior's words. He had naturally coveted the female version of Angelina Jolie for a long time, but he didn't dare to really have any thoughts. After all, what a woman said couldn't be taken seriously. Who knew if his beautiful superior was telling the truth or just testing him? What did his beautiful superior mean by this? Chapter 650. Li Wanyu was troubled by his beautiful superior's words for the entire night. The next day, he yawned and got out of bed with dark circles under his eyes. He rode his horse to the Tongming Gate beside Yeding Palace. The reason he came so early in the morning was naturally to wait for Pai Lupi and accompany Pai Lupi to the Dazhao baseball stadium to watch the game. Not long after, Pai Lupi, dressed in casual clothes, led Mido out of the Tongming Gate, followed by a dozen palace guards in the same casual clothes. Zio, you keep your word. Let's go. It's getting late. Let's not delay the game. Pai Lupi did not waste any time and urged his horse to go south. Mido squeezed his horse's belly and urged it to go to Li Wanyu's side. Taking advantage of the fact that Pai Lupi was not paying attention to them, he whispered to Li Wanyu, Count Huxian, there is something I don't know, if I should say. Li Wanyu was curious. Mido was Pai Lupi's chief of internal servants and the provincial supervisor of the Department of Internal Servants. Why was he hesitating? Mido, just say what you want to say. Mido lowered his voice. He doesn't know what the reaction to the article he wrote in the newspaper will be. Count Huxian, please don't let slip. Li Wanyu was surprised. What did Mido mean? He had not been paying attention to the newspaper recently and did not know what the reaction would be after it was published. After all, Li Wanyu was not the head of the Secret Service. Why would he care about such things? Mido, what do you mean? Count Huxian, you don't know? Li Wanyu was speechless. What the hell do I know? Seeing Li Wanyu's bewildered expression, Mi Tuo hurriedly told him what the 100 Cavalry Department had reported. When he heard that the people on the street had scoffed at Pai Lupi's fake name, Li Tianshou, Li Wanyu could not help but find it funny. The people of Chang and really did not give Pai Lupi any face. However, this was very normal. Who knew who this Li Tianxiu was? Compared to Du He, the young master of the Lai Duke residence, it was obvious that the people were more willing to believe the latter. Mito, it doesn't matter, right? His Majesty writes the commentary under a pseudonym. It's normal that the people don't know about it. Li Wanyu didn't understand why Mi Tuo was so nervous and even came to ask him to keep it a secret. Mi Tuo said bitterly, Count who? You don't know. Everyone is very concerned about that comment, he wrote. If he knew that the people on the street were dismissive of that comment, wouldn't it be bad for his reputation? Li Wanyu thought about it and felt that it made sense. Pai Lupi was an emperor who cared a lot about his reputation. It was best to avoid such things as much as possible. If Pai Lupi was angered because the people didn't give him face, who knew who would be the unlucky one? He nodded at Mi Ta, indicating that he understood and that he would find a way to cover it up. Thinking about it, Pai Lupi wouldn't go to the court and ask people what they thought of that comment, right? After today's game, this matter would be considered over. If Pai Lupi's guess was correct, then naturally, the people would choose to believe what Li Tianxiu said when he served the ball. If he guessed wrong, then Pai Lupi wouldn't have the face to care about the people's attitude towards his commentary. Li Wanyu and Mi Tuo's plan was pretty good, but they didn't expect that Li Er actually didn't play according to the plan, which directly exposed the matter. The group arrived at the court. Li Wanyu took out the tickets he had prepared and invited Pai Lupi to enter. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi waved his hand. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the court. Instead, he walked with his hands behind his back to the place where lottery tickets were sold outside the court. Li Wanyu and Mi Tuo looked at each other and saw that something was wrong from each other's eyes. Uncle, let's go in first. If we're late, there will be too many people. I'm afraid it's not safe. Li Wanyu quickly found an excuse to persuade him. Pai Lupi ignored him. It's bright and sunny. What's not safe about it? Zio, don't learn from me, Tuo. Li Wanyu secretly wiped the sweat from his forehead. He knew that it was useless to say more. He could only follow Pai Lupi. He only hoped that this guy wouldn't get angry out of humiliation and vent his anger on others. Pai Lupi took out a 5-tael gold ingot from his waist and bet 1 tael of gold on the lottery tickets according to the 5 teams he chose in the commentary. The Tang dynasty's Royal Batting League had only been played for 1 day. The lottery tickets for the batting competition were even more interesting. Although the Tangs liked to gamble and there were many people who bet on lottery tickets, there weren't many people like Pai Lupi who took out 5 taels of gold to bet. After all, the people didn't know much about the 22 batting teams. Naturally, they didn't choose to bet. Most people just bought lottery tickets that were worth a few coins for entertainment. Pai Lupi's big gamble also attracted the attention of the people lining up to buy lottery tickets. 5 taels of gold was equivalent to 30 strings of copper coins, which meant that Pai Lupi bet 6 strings of copper coins for every game. Fortunately, Li Wanyu had already considered this situation. Now, in the second game, in addition to the 2 taels of gold, there were also lottery tickets that represented different amounts of money for sale. Finally, someone couldn't help but bow to Pai Lupi. Lang Jun, please. May I ask why you dare to bet so much at one time to buy lottery tickets? Pai Lupi was waiting for someone to ask this question. Naturally, he twirled his beard and laughed. Why wouldn't I dare? On a certain newspaper, Li Tianxiu's article was very reasonable. Based on his analysis, I bought the lottery ticket. What? Did you all not see the newspaper? His words caused the surrounding people to be stunned. Then, they all shook their heads. Lang Jun, that's not appropriate. There were 2 articles in the newspaper that analyzed today's game. Duke Lai's Duke Du He's views are different from Li Tianxiu's. I think it's better to take Duke Du's analysis as a reference. That's right. Everyone knows that the Great Zhao Batting Field and the Royal Batting League are managed by Count Huxian. The 2 Duke Lai sons are good friends with Count Huxian. Naturally, his analysis is more trustworthy than Li Tianxiu's article. That's right. I also plan to buy lottery tickets based on Duke Du's analysis. I don't know who Li Tianxiu is, and why did the newspaper publish his article? Of all the officials and nobles of the Great Tang, who has ever heard of this Li Tianxiu? Lang Jun, I think your 5 taels of gold are going to be wasted. Who is this Li Tianxiu? No one knows. Lang Jun, are you confused? How can you listen to this person's words? Everyone's words angered Pai Lupi so much that he almost went berserk. He never thought that the work he was so proud of would be looked down upon by the common people. Pai Lupi purposely came to buy the lottery ticket to listen to the flattery of the audience. He didn't expect to be slapped in the face, making him feel very embarrassed. He turned his head and glared at Mi Tuo, whose legs were already weak. Then, he cupped his hands towards the crowd. Haha, the winner and loser will be decided after today's game. However, I still believe Li Tianshou's words. Pai Lupi didn't want to say anything more. He turned around and walked towards the field. When he passed by Mi Tuo, he said, I'll deal with you when we get back. Mi Tuo was so scared that he almost cowed out in front of everyone. Even Li Wanyu was glared at by Pai Lupi. Seeing Pai Lupi walk angrily towards the field, Li Wanyu was speechless. What the hell is this? How innocent am I? What does it have to do with me if the common people don't buy my story? Chapter 651. The last time Li Wanyu accompanied Pai Lupi to watch a polo match, he followed Pai Lupi's request and sat in the cheapest yellow section. It had to be said that nothing good came cheap. Even Li Wanyu despised himself for being a profiteer. The view in the yellow section was too bad. This time, he learned his lesson and asked someone to prepare the red section with the best view for him. Pai Lupi did not object to this. He just kept a straight face and sat in the audience with Mi Tuo's careful help. Li Wanyu also hurriedly called the Niu brothers to help prepare hot drinks and snacks. They could not just sit here for the whole day to watch the match. After the first day of the match, Li Wanyu had already realized this point. Now, in the stadium, there were stadium staff selling cooked water and food everywhere. It was a good income. He rubbed his hands and was about to comfort the depressed emperor. Before he could speak, he heard a voice behind him. Zio, your brothers are here. Why don't you sit in the box and watch the match? How can the stands be more comfortable than the box? Zio, where's Li Tianshou? Ask him to come out and talk to us. Yes, where's Li Tianshou? Zio, didn't you say that you asked him to come out and watch the match today? Ask him to come out and talk. Li Wanyu's face suddenly darkened. Damn, he forgot that he had dug a hole for the foppish playboys yesterday. Originally, he wanted to see the foppish playboys make a fool of themselves. But at that time, he did not know that Pai Lupi would be dissed by the people of Chang, and because he used the alias Li Tianshou to write an article. Now that Pai Lupi was still sulking, the foppish playboys came to find trouble with Li Tianshou. Were they not looking for trouble? He quickly turned around and winked at the foppish playboys, signaling them to shut up. Cheng Chumo did not understand his meaning. Zio, what are you doing? Are your eyes twitching? Why are you blinking? Let me ask you, where's Li Tianshou? I'm going to have a good talk with him today. Li Wanyu let out a long sigh, speechless. All right, if this guy wanted to court death, he couldn't stop him. As expected, the moment Cheng Chumo finished speaking, a very familiar voice came from behind Li Wanyu. We are Li Tianshou. Cheng Chumo, you bastard. What do you want to reason with us about? Cheng Chumo suddenly quivered, his knees giving way as he knelt down. Your Majesty, this subject does not know. The group of debauches were also dumbfounded, but their reactions were not slow. Without another word, they all followed Cheng Chumo and knelt down. Fortunately, these 500 copper coins tickets were located at the highest level of the viewing platform. In addition, the spectator stands were filled with spectators looking for their seats after entering the stadium. It was noisy everywhere. Pai Lupi and the others were surrounded by the palace guards in plain clothes, blocking the view of the surroundings. For a moment, no one noticed what was going on in the stands. Get up. Don't disturb us from watching the game. I'll deal with you bastards later. Pai Lupi's expression was very ugly. After angrily rebuking them, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the debauches. Hearing Pai Lupi's words, the debauches were about to cry. How could Li Tianshou be Pai Lupi? The debauches didn't dare to speak any more nonsense. One by one, they stammered as they stood up, looking at Li Wanyu with eyes full of hidden bitterness. Fang Yai moved to Li Wanyu's side, gritted his teeth, and asked in a low voice, Zio, you bastard, why didn't you say earlier that Li Tianshou was His Majesty's alias? Li Wanyu shrugged, an innocent expression on his face. Brother Yai, How would I know? Why are you shouting like this the moment you arrived? Your little brother was just joking with you. Can't you see the person clearly? His Majesty is sitting right here, and you can't see him. How can you blame me?" The debauches were almost choked to death by his words. They knew that they had been tricked by this brat. They wanted to get even with him, but because Pai Lupi was here, no one dared to be presumptuous. The debauches sat down in the stands with worried expressions. They were all anxious and uneasy. They didn't know how they would be punished by Pai Lupi after the game, especially Chung Chumo, who had loudly shouted that he wanted to argue with Li Tianxiu. His expression was as if he had eaten Chinese gold thread. The stadium was gradually filled with spectators, and the atmosphere in the stadium became more and more lively. Even though the two batter teams for the first game had yet to appear, the 100,000 spectators in the stadium were already shouting "Rise" in unison. After the two batter teams warmed up in the stadium, a gong sounded, and the referee blew the copper whistle to signal the start of the game. The cheers in the stadium reached a climax. As the game progressed, the debauches temporarily forgot about Pai Lupi's threat and followed the crowd in shouting. The rumbling of the horses' hooves brought about a dance of speed and passion, as well as the fearless determination of the brave. This kind of blood-pumping sport was indeed more adrenaline rush than football in the future. It was difficult for other sports to compare with its confrontational, competitive, and entertaining nature. The reason why polo was unknown in the future was because it was too expensive to develop. Few ordinary people in the future had ever ridden a horse, let alone participated in something like polo. Perhaps most people's experience of riding a horse was at tourist attractions. They would pay a few dozen yuan and ride a dirty old horse around the fence a few times. As a result, no matter how beautiful polo was, there was no land for it to develop. In the Tang dynasty, although horses were more expensive, ordinary horses that cost around 10 strings of cash were not rare in the middle-income families of the Tang dynasty. The popularity of this car was not much worse than the family cars in the cities of the future. As a result, in the Tang dynasty, there were many officials and nobles. Polo was naturally their favorite sport. Even among the commoners, there were many people who were good at batting. There was enough of a foundation. Ever since the Tang Dynasty Royal Batting League appeared, there were already some batting teams among the commoners who tried to ask Cho Kun if they could form a team and join the league. Regarding this, Li Wanyu asked Cho Kun to keep the information of those who asked. When the time was right, it was necessary to bring in more batting teams to join the league. Otherwise, just relying on the 22 Imperial Army batting teams would not be able to create a strong atmosphere like the Football League in the future. Li Wanyu even began to think about whether or not to build 2 more batting stadiums. A regular batting match would take 2 hours, which was 2 hours. There was only one Dezhou batting stadium, and at most 5 matches could be arranged on a day. That was the limit. As a result, no one would be able to watch the matches of the other batting teams, and no one would be able to sell tickets to bet. This was a huge waste for a profiteer like Li Wanyu. In Li Wanyu's opinion, if 2 more batting stadiums could be built in or outside Chong and City, it would be excellent. While he was thinking about these trivial things and absent-mindedly, he heard a tsunami of cheers coming from around him. Li Wanyu looked up and saw the cheers in the field. It was obvious that a goal had been scored on the field. After one of the teams put up a flag that represented a goal behind the goal, Li Wanyu could not help but turn his head to look at Pai Lupi. The team that scored the goal was the team that Pai Lupi predicted to win. At this moment, the emperor of the Tang dynasty was no different from an excited fanatic fan. He waved his fists and kept shouting. After Pai Lupi vented his emotions, he could not help but look at Du He and the other playboys. Du He looked carefully. The team that I predicted scored a goal. Yes, your majesty is wise. Du He's face was bitter. What else could he say at this time? He could only bow his head and admit his mistake. Even the playboys began to pray in their hearts that their predictions were wrong and that they would not win against Li Tianxiu. Chapter 652. The playboys felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles as they watched the match. Every time they wrote an article predicting the winning team's goal, not only did the playboys not stand up and cheer, but they all looked as if they had lost their parents. On the other hand, When Pai Lupi predicted that the team would score, the group of playboys waved their fists and shouted excitedly, as if they had guessed correctly. Pai Lupi naturally knew what the group of playboys were thinking, but he didn't point it out. He only cheered along with them. The good thing was that Pai Lupi was much more experienced than the playboys when it came to batting. In addition, Pai Lupi had watched the 22 Imperial Army batting teams countless times, so he was very familiar with the strength of these batting teams. Therefore, the article written by Pai Lupi using the alias Li Tianshou was naturally more accurate in predicting the results of today's 5 matches. Out of the 5 matches, there were 4 matches where the results were different from each other. And out of these 4 matches, Pai Lupi guessed 3 matches correctly, while the playboys only guessed 1 match correctly. As for the match where both sides predicted the same result, there were no surprises. They all guessed correctly. Thus, on the second day of the Royal Batting League, out of the 5 matches, Pai Lupi, using the alias Li Tianshou, predicted 4 matches correctly. The playboys, on the other hand, were a bit unsightly. They only guessed 2 matches correctly. This result made Pai Lupi very satisfied. He laughed and called me Tuo to return to the palace. All the silk pants quickly stood up and bowed their heads respectfully, preparing to send Lier off. Unexpectedly, Pai Lupi stood in front of Cheng Chumo and patted his shoulder. "You little bastard, you dared to call yourself lousy in front of me. Tell me, how should I punish you?" Cheng Chumo didn't expect Pai Lupi to still remember this. He was so scared that his knees went soft and he knelt down. "Your Majesty, I deserve to die 10,000 times. I didn't know it was your Majesty. Please forgive me, your Majesty." Pai Lupi laughed. "Haha, you little bastard. You said you deserved to die 10,000 times, but now you want me to forgive you. This makes me feel very conflicted." Cheng Chumo had a long face and didn't know what to say. Pai Lupi continued. "Okay, the ignorant are innocent. I won't bicker with you little bastards." Obviously, in the 2 articles that predicted the match, Pai Lupi, using the alias Li Tianshou, had won the final victory. This naturally put Lier in a good mood, and he couldn't be bothered to fuss over the disrespectful actions of the silk pants from before. When the playboys heard this, they all secretly let out a sigh of relief. After today, they didn't want to write any articles. Competing with the emperor was really too exciting. But what the playboys didn't expect was that Pai Lupi said to Li Wangyu, "Tomorrow, I will have me Tuo send over the next article." In addition, Dewey's article is also not bad. Let them continue to write. "Ha! I want to continue competing with these little bastards in the newspaper." His words stunned all the silk pants. What? He wants them to continue to write reviews in the newspaper? He wants them to continue to compete? Isn't he just messing with them? "Your Majesty, Dewey's face was bitter. He still wanted to argue, but he was really scared. If they had known that Lier would write an article in the global newspaper, they would not have dared to oppose him, even if they had eaten a bear's heart and leopard's gall. "Okay, no need to think too much. If I tell you to write, then write. I forgive you. Ziyu, you are not allowed to leak information to them. You are not allowed to show my articles to them. Otherwise, you will be committing the crime of deceiving the emperor. Do you understand?" Pai Lupi turned and left. He didn't give the playboys a chance to speak. At this point, what else could the silk pants say? They could only obediently agree and respectfully send off Pai Lupi. When Pai Lupi's back disappeared from everyone's sight, the playboys rubbed their hands and surrounded Li Wangyu. Cheng Chumo and Fang Yai cracked their knuckles. Their faces were ferocious. "Li Ziyu, you bastard. Today, I will let you know the fate of a traitor. Yes, teach this little bastard a lesson. We can't let him go easily today. Who told him to play with us? CK, I almost peed my pants just now." He added fuel to the fire. Li Wangyu was straightforward. He directly surrendered. He hugged his head and squatted on the ground. "Brothers, please don't hit my face. I still rely on this face to make a living." His weary appearance naturally caused the group of silk pants to burst into laughter. "Ziyu, tell us, how are you going to compensate us for our losses today?" I was wrong. Today, I will treat you to a meal. P Square is still a wine shop. Brothers, please feel free. All expenses will be covered by me. Li Wanyu knew that he had angered everyone, so his attitude was very proper. Not to mention how Li Wanyu was blackmailed by the playboys after the royal batting tournament. There was a big wave in the streets. Today was the day of the tournament. Many people believed in Du He's analysis and bought lottery tickets because of his identity as the eldest son of the Lai family. But they didn't expect that they would only win 2 out of the 5 matches. It could be said that they lost miserably. In the stadium, the torn lottery tickets were flying in the air. They were like snowflakes, chilling to the heart. The loud curses of the audience in the stadium made the playboys cover their faces and leave in shame. They didn't dare to stay in the stadium for long, afraid that they would be recognized. There were even more people who beat their chests and stomped their feet, regretting that they didn't believe in Li Tianshou's analysis and missed the chance to win money. Only one day after the tournament, the name Li Tianshou became famous in Chang and city. Everyone began to look forward to the next edition of the newspaper. They wanted to know if this Li Tianshou would continue to publish articles to predict the outcome of the tournament. The 100 Horsemen Department reported all the feedback to Pai Lupi in full detail. Pai Lupi was in a good mood. That night, he excitedly burned the midnight oil to write an analysis and prediction of the next 5 matches. At the same time, he also commented on the 5 matches that day. When Li Wanyu received the commentary from Ito and read it carefully, he couldn't help but be shocked by Pai Lupi. Could this guy also be a time traveler? Pai Lupi's second commentary made Li Wanyu feel like he was reading an article from Titan Sport in the future. Not only were his words witty, but they were also spicy. He had the style of those famous football commentators in the future. Li Wanyu was even sure that if Pai Lupi didn't become the emperor, even if he traveled to the future, he wouldn't starve to death. The playboys, on the other hand, were in pain. They didn't know how to write this commentary. If the prediction wasn't accurate, they wouldn't be able to stand it if they were scolded by the people of Chang and who lost every match. But if the prediction was accurate, where would Pai Lupi's face be? Originally, Ching Chumo wanted to secretly ask Li Wanyu how Pai Lupi predicted. They just had to follow His Majesty's judgment. However, Li Wanyu naturally couldn't agree to their little schemes. What a joke. Pai Lupi said that if they leaked his article before the newspaper was printed, they would be committing the crime of deceiving the emperor. Li Wanyu's disloyal attitude naturally angered the playboys so much that they raised their middle fingers at him to show their disdain. Du He and the others regretted it now. Why did they have to listen to this bastard Li Wanyu's persuasion and write some **T newspaper article? Trap. It was really a trap. Chapter 653. After the Spring Lantern Festival, Pai Lupi, Fong Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhang Sunwuji, and other courtiers discussed and accepted Li Wanyu's proposal. It was officially confirmed that the national games of the Tang dynasty would be held in Chang and city in March of the 4th year of Jingguan. Pai Lupi issued an imperial edict and announced it to the world. The envoys of various countries also sent messages to their respective countries, asking them to start recruiting people to participate in the games and prepare to leave for Chang. Now, more than 30 vassal countries had confirmed that they would participate in the games. In the first year of Jingguan, Pai Lupi divided the country into 10 provinces based on the geography of the mountains and rivers. They were Guanyi Province, Hunan Province, Hedong Province, Hebei Province, Shannon Province, Lanyu Province, Huainan Province, Jiangnan Province, Jinan Province, and Lingnan Province. Pai Lupi also issued an imperial edict to these 10 provinces for the games, asking them to select their participants and gather in the capital in March of next year to participate in the games. Chang'an City, Wanyan City, Chang'an City, Chang'an City, and Chang'an County formed their own teams. There were also the Imperial Army of the Southern Government and the Imperial Army of the Northern Government. A total of 14 teams would participate in the national games of the Tang dynasty. Including the vassal countries' teams, there would be 40 to 50 teams competing for the championship. The competition was quite fierce. As for the games, in addition to the 5 that Li Wanyu proposed in the imperial court that day, which were batting, long-distance running, archery, horse racing, and weightlifting, Pai Lupi and the courtiers discussed and added the games of Kuju, Jiaodong, chun, wooden archery, and tug-of-war. Li Wanyu did not expect that the Tang dynasty would have so many games. Needless to say, Kuju was the predecessor of modern football. In addition, there were many games of Kuju in the Tang dynasty, including 2 types of goals and 1 type of goal. One type of goal was a bit like volleyball in the modern era, but much more difficult. The 2 sides each stood on 2 sides of a goal. In front of the goal, they used their feet to pass the ball back and forth. The ball could not fall to the ground. If the ball passed through the round hole called the eye of the wind, hanging high above the goal, it would score a point. The 2 type of goal was not much different from modern football, similar to the popular polo of the Tang dynasty. It was just that shooting was more difficult. Similarly, one needed to shoot the ball into the eye of the wind above the opponent's goal to score. Kakujitsu was wrestling, and Japanese sumo was learned from the Tang dynasty. From Li Wanyu's point of view, Chuan was a bit like a combination of modern golf and the gate ball played by the old people. The rule was to hit the ball into the hole with a club. The wooden arrow was almost the prototype of the bowling ball of the later generations. 10 wooden pillars were written with red pen. Benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, faith, warmth, kindness, respect, thrift, yield. The other 5 wooden pillars were written with black pen: slow, arrogant, mischievous, greedy, promiscuous. During the match, the wooden ball would roll out. If it hit the red wooden pole, it would win, and if it hit the black wooden pole, it would lose. Needless to say, the tug-of-war was the same as the rules of the later generations. The only difference was that the tug-of-war in the Tang dynasty was too spectacular. The rope was more than 1,000 feet long. Thousands of strong men were involved in the tug-of-war. Tens of thousands of people were watching at the scene. A row of bare-chested warriors were beating drums to cheer them on. The scene was full of smoke and dust like a landslide. According to the records of the Feng family, this kind of scene once made the Yamen guests, scholars, and commoners at the scene, so much so that the Xiongnu people lost their tendons and bowed again, saying, "If the monarch is here, his country will perish." The tug-of-war could scare the Xiongnu envoy to pee his pants, which showed how powerful it was. The national games of the Tang dynasty naturally attracted a lot of discussion among the people in Chang'an. Games was a new term that had never been heard of before. It sounded very interesting. In this era, there was no concept of national fitness. It was a prosperous era to let the people eat and not starve, not to mention the concept of nutrition and fitness. This was the so-called the poor study and the rich practice martial arts. Without enough food, or even a large amount of meat, it was impossible to train a body of muscles. As for studying, it was relatively cheap. At least eating porridge and starving did not affect one's studies. The people wanted to have fun. After all, there were too few entertainment activities in the Tang dynasty. Although the people had never seen the national games of the Tang dynasty, it did not affect the people's yearning and expectations. Li Wanyu took this opportunity to apply to the Pai Lupi for a new baseball stadium, but he did not expect to be directly rejected. It was not that the Pai Lupi was reluctant to give the land to Li Wanyu, but that the civil and military officials in the imperial court were jealous. When Li Wanyu wanted to spend 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball stadium, he was mocked by the people of Chang, and for being a spendthrift, and the officials in the imperial court also secretly made fun of him. But when the baseball stadium, which cost 20,000 taels of gold, was completed and put into use, the profits it generated in just 2 short days shocked the officials. For 2 consecutive days, the Dazhao baseball stadium was filled to the brim. After the officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs did some calculations, they were shocked to find that the Huxian County Count Li Wanyu had earned no less than 10,000 strings of cash just from selling tickets. Needless to say, there was also the income from the lottery tickets and the cooked water and food in the stadium. The Minister of Civil Affairs, Dai Zhou, estimated that in a year, Li Wanyu relied on this baseball stadium to earn no less than 300,000 strings of cash. After seeing Dai Zhou's calculations, the officials were speechless. Who the hell said that the Huxian County Count Li Wanyu was a spendthrift? Those officials who secretly laughed at Li Wanyu's spendthrift now felt a burning pain in their faces. Their faces were slapped by the numbers given by Minister Dai. After the embarrassment, they were full of jealousy. In front of such a huge profit, how could the officials in the imperial court sit still? Naturally, they wanted a share of the profits. Building a baseball stadium only cost 20,000 taels of gold and 120,000 strings of cash. It could be earned back in half a year. Only a fool would not do such a thing. In fact, Li Wangyou's Dezhou baseball stadium did not completely belong to him. Early in the construction of the baseball stadium, Li Wangyou was very tactful. He went to Empress Zhang's son and offered 40% of the shares with both hands. He also gave 20% of the shares to Cheng Yaojin's residence. When building the baseball stadium, he borrowed a large amount of gold from Cheng Yaojin. It would be unreasonable if he did not get some of the benefits. As for the tickets to the baseball stadium, Li Wanyu did not take that many. He had already asked Pai Lupi for permission. Half of the income from the tickets would be given to the 22 Imperial Army squads. In the end, the baseball stadium would also provide a large sum of money as a reward for the champion of the league tournament. However, Daizhou's prediction was not wrong. According to the calculations of Li Wanyu and his beautiful boss, even if half of the income from the tickets and the operating costs of the baseball stadium were deducted, the annual income would not be less than 200,000 strings of cash. In other words, every year, Pai Lupi and Li Wanyu, the uncle and nephew, would each receive no less than 80,000 strings of cash from the baseball stadium. Cheng Yaojin would also receive 40,000 strings of cash as a bonus. Although Pai Lupi could earn a lot of money from it, he could not use this as a reason to stop Daizhou and the other suggestion. After all, he was first and foremost the emperor of the Tang dynasty. He had to consider the imperial court and not just the income from the palace treasury. Therefore, Pai Lupi rejected Li Wangyou's suggestion to build another baseball stadium. Instead, the Ministry of Civil Affairs and the Ministry of Works began to look for a suitable square in Chang and city to build a new baseball stadium. In this regard, Li Wanyu could only shrug his shoulders helplessly and express his regret. He did not particularly care about this matter. There were many ways to make money. It was also a good thing that the imperial court was willing to fund the construction of a baseball stadium. He was even a little happy. At least the officials of the Tang dynasty could finally see the rich returns brought by the sports industry. Thinking about it, with this kind of stimulation, the development of sports in the Tang dynasty might have a different trajectory. Li Wanyu was very happy to see such a change. Chapter 654. In the sound of the morning drum, the city gate of Chang and slowly opened. Bai Macho looked up at the dark city wall in front of him and exhaled a long breath. He had finally arrived at Chang'an. Bai Macho was a merchant from the Qiuzi kingdom. Every year, he would travel between Qiuzi and Chang and to sell various goods. It was 748 kilometers east of Chang and from the Qiuzi king's Yin city. It would take them nearly 3 months to reach their faraway destination. The caravan led by Bai Macho came in spring and went in summer. They would go back and forth once a year to sell goods. In this era, the long journey was definitely an unimaginably arduous journey. If it were not for the high profits that this Silk Road could bring him, he would not have been able to persist. Bai Macho was almost 30 years old. He had been running this trade route from Qiuzi to Chang, and for many years. The constant traveling made him look like he was in his 40s or 50s. His face was blown by the wind and sand, showing the vicissitudes of time. In fact, Bai Macho did not have to work so hard. In Qiuzi, Bai was a national surname, just like Li in the Tang dynasty. In the Qiuzi language, Bai was the transliteration of the Sanskrit Puspa, which meant flower for Buddha. Unfortunately, the Qiuzi king was addicted to beauty and singing and ignored the state affairs. As a result, the Qiuzi government had already fallen into the hands of Neli, the prime minister of Qiuzi. Bai Macho and the other members of the royal family were suppressed by Prime Minister Neli, so their lives became difficult. As a last resort, Bai Macho, who was only 18 years old, was forced to follow a caravan from the western region and began to learn how to do business to support his family. The walnut powder, benzoin, and fine horses produced by Qiuzi could be sold at a high price after being shipped to Chang. The silk and porcelain sold from Chang and were even more precious than gold. In the blink of an eye, Bai Macho had been running on this Silk Road for nearly 10 years. After many years of arduous business journey, he had accumulated a lot of property. Even in the Chotzi Kingdom, Bai Macho was one of the top merchants. Originally, Bai Macho wanted to reach Chang, and before the Lantern Festival this year. He had spent several spring lantern festivals in Chang and City, and he was fascinated by the bright night lights of tens of thousands of homes. It was a pity that a dozen of the camels in the caravan had some problems, which delayed the journey for a few days. They missed the chance to celebrate the Spring Lantern Festival in Chang and again. Right now, Bai Mohu only wanted to enter the city as soon as possible. After unloading the goods at the warehouse in the Western Market, he would go to the Hu People's Tavern and have a good drink to relieve the pain of the 3 months of traveling. There were a lot of caravans waiting to enter the city. At the city gate, there were soldiers guarding the city to check the entry documents and conduct public inspection. The officials of various cities in Chang and were checking and registering the caravan's goods. Therefore, the speed at which they were allowed to enter the city could not be considered too fast. Bai Mohu's caravan was not small. There were nearly 100 people and more than 300 camels. They carried goods worth no less than tens of thousands of strings of coins. He estimated that the caravan would not be able to enter Chang and City without 2 to 4 hours. Thinking of this, Bai Mohu felt a little irritated. He really wanted to go to the Hu's Tavern and drink a cup of good wine. Just as he was feeling annoyed, he saw a team of nearly 100 carriages coming from afar. They did not even line up and directly entered the city through the illustrious Virtue Gate. The soldiers guarding the gate did not stop them at all, as if they did not see them at all. What made Bai Mohu feel even more strange was that these carriages had 4 wheels. The size of the carriages was also much larger. There were also different colored handles on the carriages. He simply jumped off his horse and walked in front of a soldier guarding the gate. He placed his hand on his chest and saluted. "This soldier, may I ask why these carriages do not need to be inspected and can directly enter the city?" The soldier guarding the gate was an old soldier. He was quite polite to the caravan from the western regions. Hearing his question, he could not help but smile. "Manager, have you not been to Chang'an for a long time?" "Yes, I left Chang, and in the 4th month of the 2nd year Jingguan. I am a merchant from the Chotzi Kingdom. It is not easy for me to go back and forth." By Mohu's side, the old soldier nodded. "No wonder you don't know. These carriages are not for transporting goods. They are public carriages in Chang and City. Therefore, there is no need to inspect them. May I ask, what is the meaning of public carriages?" Bai Mohu asked hurriedly. The old soldier explained, "Haha, I think you also know that Chang and City is big and it is not easy to live there. In such a big city like Chang, and it is not easy to travel without a horse. These public carriages are the new toys created by County Earl Huxian. Everyone can take these public carriages. It costs 2 coins to send you to your destination. It is very convenient." Bai Mohu had heard of the County Earl Huxian mentioned by the old soldier. After all, when he left Chang and City last year, Li Wanyu had just been conferred the title of County Earl Huxian by Pai Lupi. Bai Mohu thought that this County Earl Huxian should be a noble in Chang and City. It had nothing to do with him, so he did not care about it. Is there such a good thing? Then may I ask, what is the meaning of the different colored pickles on these carriages? Those are the public carriages routes. Public carriages of different colors take different routes in Chang and City. Manager, you're going to the Western Market, right? Do you see the carriage with the green handles? Take the carriage, and it will send you directly to the Western Market. After Bai Mohu thanked the old soldier, he thought for a while and simply greeted the manager of the caravan. He was going to enter the city first and rest in the Western Market's Hu Tavern. After leading the caravan into the city, he would go to the warehouse to meet the caravan. After telling the manager of the caravan, Bai Mohu took a servant and stopped the carriage with the green handles in front of the Mingda gate, according to the old soldier's instructions. "Hello, Lang Jun. I'm going to the Western Market. Can I take your carriage?" Bai Mohu politely greeted the coachman of the carriage. "Yes, come on up. 2 coins per person and put it directly into the box." Seeing his dressing, the coachman knew that it was his first time in a carriage. He smiled and introduced, "Lang Jun, please take care of your monkey. Don't let it disturb the other guests later." The monkey that the coachman mentioned was the one that Bai Mohu kept. At this moment, it was squatting on his shoulder, squeaking and looking around. This monkey was not a pet that he kept. It was a guard in the caravan that was used as a lookout and a warning. The Silk Road from Tang into the western region was not smooth sailing. In addition to the desert, mountains, grasslands, and wilderness, these harsh tests of nature, the biggest enemy of the caravan was the bandits. The merchants on the Silk Road mostly carried silk, pearls, gems, and gold coins. They were precious and relatively light, which made them easy to transfer and sell. They were the most attractive fat meat in the eyes of the bandits. In order to protect themselves, the caravan traveling to the western region was not small and had a certain amount of armed forces. Monkeys were smart and alert, and they had a lot of energy. Most of the caravan in the western region would keep monkeys as a lookout at night to prevent wild beasts or bandits from attacking the caravan. Later archaeologists had unearthed many figurines with monkeys and camels on the Silk Road in the western region for this reason. In The Journey to the West, written by Wu Qinjin, the monkey that Sun Wukong was based on originated from the monkeys kept by the caravan on the Silk Road. Of course, Bai Mohu kept monkeys in his caravan. Because this monkey was quite clever, Bai Mohu liked it very much. Therefore, no matter where he went, he liked to bring this monkey with him. Haha, don't worry. This monkey is very obedient. It won't cause any trouble. That's good. The coachman nodded and did not say more. He waved the whip and the carriage moved forward slowly. Bai Mohu and the servant sat in the carriage and looked around curiously. They felt that everything was very novel. He did not expect that in just half a year away from Chang, and there would be such a novel thing as a public carriage. The carriage moved forward. Soon, Bai Mohu found something new. Chapter 655. There was also a pile of paper printed with ink on the public carriage, but Bai Muchuan did not know what it was for. While Bai Mohu was puzzled, he saw the carriage slowly stop, and a passenger got on the carriage. The passenger was a young man dressed like a scholar. When he saw Bai Mohu, a barbarian merchant in the carriage, he bowed to him politely as a greeting. "Coachman, today's newspaper is out? Great, I'll buy one. Including the fare, it's 3 coins. I put into the money box." The scholar threw out a copper coin and grabbed a newspaper. He sat down and began to read it with great interest, ignoring the bumpy carriage. Bai Mohu could not hold back his curiosity. He hesitated for a while, but still could not help asking, "Sir, may I know what you're buying?" The scholar smiled and said, "This is a newspaper." "Oh, it's a report and analysis about the batting matches." Batting matches? Bai Mohu was a little confused. He certainly knew about batting matches. Polo was the favorite sport of the western region, but it was hard for him to understand why there was a newspaper analysis about the batting matches. Seeing his confusion, the scholar explained, "It's the Royal Batting League of the Tang dynasty. It was created by the Earl of Hu County. There are 22 imperial batting teams in total. Every rest day, they will catch and kill each other. It's very exciting, and this newspaper is to report about these matches." The Earl of Hu County again? This was the second time Bai Mohu heard the Earl's name today. He made a mental note of the Earl's name. It seemed that the Earl of Hu County was also a great nobleman in Chang'an. After Bai Mohu thanked the scholar, he also put in a coin and bought a newspaper from the coachman. As a member of the royal family of Cheesy Country, he certainly knew Chinese characters. This was also a compulsory course for the nobles in the vassal states around the Tang dynasty. Many vassal states that did not have a native language even directly used the Central Plains language as their own language. This was not unusual. Bai Mohu flipped through the newspaper with great interest. He was very interested in the contents of the newspaper. "Excuse me, may I know where the Great Zhao batting field is?" Bai Mohu looked at the information about the batting match in the newspaper and asked the scholar curiously. "Haha, speaking of this Great Zhao baseball field, it's really amazing. This was a baseball field that Count Huxian had spent 20,000 taels of gold to build. It could hold 100,000 people at the same time. It was a spectacular sight and could be called a miracle. When Lang Jun is free, he must go and take a look. This the Zhao baseball field is where the Square and Zhaoxing Square were originally located." Speaking of the Great Zhao baseball field, The scholar's face was full of pride. When Bai Macho heard that, the shock and astonishment in his heart could not be expressed in words. Was it that county count who again? 20,000 taels of gold to build a baseball field? TSK, TSK. Even a wealthy merchant like Bai Mohu was speechless upon hearing this number. What kind of person was this count? He was so inconceivable. And a batter's field that could hold 100,000 people was beyond Bai Mafo's imagination. The total population of Chiotzi country was less than 100,000 people. How magnificent would this building be? Bai Mohu made a mental note of this baseball league and the great Zhao baseball field. He planned to go and see for himself what kind of grand occasion the next day of the game would be. While he was talking with the scholar, passengers kept getting into the carriage. Soon, not only was the carriage full of people, but there were also many passengers standing in the middle of the carriage. After many passengers got into the carriage, those who were literate would happily buy a copy of the newspaper like the scholar and read it with great interest. Those who were illiterate would beg for someone to explain the content of today's newspaper to them. Bai Mohu looked at the people in the carriage who were talking about the game. It was very lively. Everyone. That Li Tianxiu published another article. Have you read it? Of course. On the next day of the game, I might buy a lottery ticket according to Li Tianxiu's analysis. Alas, it's a pity that I didn't believe Li Tianxiu in the last round. Who would have thought that the young Duke of Lai Manor could only guess the results of 2 games correctly? I've lost too many times. Isn't that right? Who would have thought that? I wonder who this Li Tianxiu is. He actually got 4 out of 5 correct. That's amazing. TSK, TSK. In the last round of the game, I saw someone take 5 taels of gold and buy a lottery ticket according to Li Tianxiu's analysis. At that time, I persuaded him to come. Now it seems that he is a smart person. 5 taels of gold became 8 taels of gold. That's really amazing. Alas, why didn't I bet with that person that day? There was a sigh in the carriage. In the last round of the game, most people bought a lottery ticket after reading Du He's prediction. Unexpectedly, they lost so badly. Because of that, Du He and the other fops were almost cursed by the people of Chang and City. No one expected that the little-known Li Tianxiu, who was laughed at before, would write an analysis and prediction article in the newspaper so accurately. Out of the 5 games, he guessed 4 right. How amazing was that? Some of the commoners who had lost the match even guessed that County Count, who and Li Tianxiu had colluded to cheat. However, there was no market for such speculations. After all, the newspaper had clearly published the results of Li Tianxiu's predictions. If they had listened to Li Tianxiu and bought a lottery ticket, they would have won money. Who would beat drums and gongs to tell others that they were cheating? Therefore, this could only be the work of the little-known Li Tianxiu. He had an extremely high level of analysis and unique insight. For a moment, Chang and City was filled with the flavor of Luoyang's paper. The new issue of the newspaper was quickly sold out. Everyone was talking about Li Tianxiu and the newspaper, his prediction of the next game, and how to buy a lottery ticket. Who was Li Tianxiu? No one in Chang and City knew. Even the officials of the imperial court were guessing and asking around. There were also people who guessed that this Li Tianxiu might be the alias of County Count Hu Li Wanyu. Those who knew who Li Tianxiu was all kept quiet. Even the foppish rich didn't dare to wantonly spread the news that Pai Lupi was Li Tianxiu. In Noda's Chang and City, Li Tianxiu had become a mysterious figure whose whereabouts were rarely seen. After the narcissistic Pai Lupi received the news from the 100 Cavalry Department, he was naturally very pleased. In particular, Mi Tuo's report on the public opinion gathered by the 100 Cavalry Department spies in Chang and was even more tiresome. For 10,000 years, the 2 counties of Chang and City have been discussing a person named Li Tianxiu. This person published an article in a newspaper run by the county count, who, predicting the outcome of a game. Li Tianxiu's article is incisive and his insight is unique. He accurately predicted 4 out of the 5 games, moving the public. The 100 Cavalry Department doesn't know this person's background and hasn't verified it yet. Pai Lupi looked at the report from the 100 Cavalry Department in his hand and then looked at Mi Tuo beside him. He picked up his teacup and said, Mi Tuo, tell the 100 Cavalry Department not to meddle in other people's business. Me Too naturally understood Pai Lupi's meaning and hurriedly bowed. Yes, everyone, I will go and warn them. Don't meddle. Wasn't this nonsense? Li Tianshou was Pai Lupi. If the 100 Cavalry Department wanted to find out who Li Tianshou was, wouldn't they have nothing better to do? Mi Ta, who knew the inside story, naturally wouldn't let the 100 Cavalry Department do such a stupid thing. Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction and looked at the report from the 100 Cavalry Department again. Then he picked up the newspaper beside him and carefully read it. What happened in Taiji Palace naturally had nothing to do with the public. In the public carriage, Bai Mohu was listening to the conversation with great interest. After leaving Chang and city for half a year, he felt that the world's #1 city had suddenly become somewhat unfamiliar to him. Chapter 656. Fortunately, Bai Mohu had never read Dream of the Red Chamber. Otherwise, he would feel that he was like Granny Lu, who had just entered the Grandview Garden and was curious about everything. Bai Mohu found it very interesting as he listened to the people in the carriage talking about the batting match 2 days ago and discussing how to buy lottery tickets on the next day. When the public carriage arrived at Shi City, he was fascinated by the vending machines in front of the shops selling cooked water. In Bai Mohu's eyes, this machine was like a fairy weapon. Once you put in a copper coin, the machine could automatically pour out warm, cooked water. It was incredible. Bai Mohu even suspected that there was a waiter hiding in the wooden cabinet that sold cooked water. Otherwise, how could this inanimate object tell how many copper coins he put in? He could not understand why these shops would put such a precious treasure in front of their shops. Were they not afraid that it would be stolen? Bai Mohu even wanted to buy one of these vending machines and transport it back to the Chotzi country. He thought that it would cause a sensation. He asked the shopkeeper of the shop and found out that these magical mechanisms were made by the Earl of Huxian. This was the 3rd time he heard the name of this Earl today. Bai Mohu held the bamboo tube full of cooked water and thanked the shopkeeper. Then he strolled in Shi City with his monkey sitting on his shoulder and the servant following behind him. He had just taken a few steps when he saw someone playing gongs and drums in front of him. It was very lively. Bai Mohu squeezed into the crowd curiously and found that it was a shop with a sign saying Tang Dynasty Lottery. Many people had gathered in front of it. He took a closer look, but he did not find any goods in the shop. As for what lottery tickets were, Bai Mohu was even more confused. Could it be something like colorful brocade? Excuse me, may I know what this shop sells? Bai Mohu asked the passerby curiously. This is a shop selling lottery tickets. Of course, it sells lottery tickets. The passerby looked at him in confusion and then looked at his clothes. He suddenly realized something. You just arrived in Chang and Langjun? Hee, this lottery ticket is also a kind of gambling. One bet only costs 2 copper coins. If you bet on a set of numbers, you can win 200 taels of gold at most. If you're interested, you could try your luck by buying a few lottery tickets. Hearing that he could win 200 taels of gold by spending only 2 coins, even a great merchant like Bai Mohu's heart skipped a beat. How could there be such a good thing in the world? While he was feeling suspicious, he saw an official in the Tang Dynasty uniform standing in front of the lottery shop, shouting to the surrounding people, "The 15th round of the Tang Dynasty lottery has been opened. There will be 2 special prize winners in this round, and each of them will win 200 taels of gold." This official was the one in charge of supervising the issuance of lottery tickets in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another round of envious discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, just as County Count who said, you can buy as much or as little as you want in the lottery. You have to buy as much as you want in the lottery. Early, middle, late, and early you have to win. The 16th lottery of the Tang Dynasty is now on sale. You can come in and buy it now. With a living example of a lottery winner, it naturally attracted the common people and merchants in Shi City to rush into the lottery shop and take out a few copper coins to buy lottery tickets. After Bai Mohu asked the passers-by, he naturally followed the crowd into the lottery shop. After waiting in line for a long time, he took out 10 copper coins to buy 5 lottery tickets. Walking out of the lottery shop, Bai Mohu looked at the beautifully printed lottery ticket in his hand and could not help shaking his head. The Tangs were really extravagant. They printed such beautiful paper just for gambling. And this lottery ticket was created by the Count of Hu County. This was the fourth time he had heard this name today. After watching the fun and trying to buy the lottery ticket, Bai Mohu continued to stroll in Shi City to see if there were any fresh goods worth selling to the Chiotzi country. After drinking the boiled water in the bamboo tube, he could not help but feel a little urgent to pee. So he turned around and walked to an alley in Shi City to find a corner to relieve himself. Unexpectedly, before Bai Mohu untied the belt on his robe, he was caught red-handed by Wu Ho, who was patrolling the street. "Hey, that barbarian merchant, you are so strict that you drown wherever you go. Otherwise, you will be punished with 20 canes. Don't blame me for not informing you in advance." Wu Ho's words stunned Bai Mohu. It was not like he had never stayed in Chang and City. Every year, he would stay in Chang and City for 2 or 3 months. Since when did Chang and City have such a rule? But with Wu Ho's reminder, Bai Mohu suddenly realized that since he entered the city today, he did not see those yellow and white things on the street. He did not dare to argue, but just quickly saluted with his hands folded. "Wu Ho officials, I haven't been to Chang and City for a long time. I just entered the city today. I really did not know. Please forgive me. But this person has 3 needs. I don't know." Bai Mohu was also a little depressed. If he was not allowed to relieve himself, wherever he went, would he have to hold it in? Wu Ho looked at each other and laughed out loud. "Do you see that house? That is the toilet. It is funded by the county count of Huxian and built for the people. It is to prevent the city from hiding dirty things everywhere. If you need to relieve yourself, you can go directly to the toilet. Remember, you're not allowed to relieve yourself wherever you go in Chang and City. Otherwise, you will be caned. In Chang and City, there are toilets everywhere. If you need one, you can ask around." Yes, I will keep it in mind." Bai Mohu quickly bowed and led the servant to the toilet. After being relieved, Bai Mohu could not help shaking his head again. He almost lost his face today. If he was caught and caned because of relieving himself wherever he went, he would lose all his face. It was that count of Huxian again. Bai Mohu really did not know how to evaluate this count. He only felt that after entering Chang and City today, all the things he heard seemed to be related to this count. And he had lived in Chang and City for a long time, but he had never heard of this mysterious count before. He could not help but be curious about this count of Huxian. If Bai Mohu did not know that his identity was different from that count, he would like to pay a visit to this mysterious noble of the Tang dynasty. Although he was also a member of the royal family of the Chiotzi country, in front of the powerful Tang dynasty, even an 8th or 9th level official in Chang and City would not look him in the eye. Bai Mohu already knew this from his many years of experience in business. The Tang dynasty was such a huge empire that it was impossible for people not to be in awe of it. Thinking of this, Bai Mohu could not help shaking his head with a wry smile. Then, he walked into a bookstore. Every time he came to Chang and City, he would come to these bookstores to see if there were any new books for sale. Bai Mohu felt that all kinds of books from the Central Plains must be worshipped. The culture of the Central Plains was too attractive to him. He even often thought that after he no longer needed to run around doing business, he would live in Chang and City and spend the rest of his life studying those poems, policies, decrees, scriptures, and moi. That was the life he wanted most. Walking into the bookstore, Bai Mohu couldn't help but exclaim softly, "Why were those copied books for sale in the bookstore all gone?" Instead, they were replaced by stacks of square-shaped, bound books. "Shopkeeper, why don't I see any books for sale?" Bai Mohu asked curiously. "Haha, sir, have you just come to Chang City? You don't know that the bookstores in Chang and City now no longer sell those hand-copied books." The shopkeeper laughed. "Oh, why is that? Haha, it's all thanks to Count of Huxian. He came up with the craft of engraving printing. Now these books are all printed by engraving and then bound into books. It's not only convenient, but also much cheaper. Sir, look at the Analects of Confucius. It used to cost 2 copper coins, but now it only costs 500 coins. Bai Mohu was stunned. Is there such a good thing? But before he could answer, someone beside him said, "Haha, Count of Huxian was just lucky." Chapter 657. In this bookstore in the West City, besides Bai Mohu and the shopkeeper, there were also several scholars who were buying books. When the crowd heard that someone was shamelessly boasting that the county count was just lucky, they couldn't help but become angry. They turned their heads to look at the source of the voice, wanting to see just what kind of arrogant person could say such a thing. The person who spoke was a young man in white, who was followed by a stunning beauty and a blonde lady with blue eyes. Although Bai Macho did not know the Earl of Huxian, what he saw and heard after entering Chang, and today made him yearn for the Earl and admire him greatly. Bai Mohu could not help but show a displeased expression when he heard someone belittling the magical count. However, he was only a businessman from cheesy country, so it was not convenient for him to speak now. However, the shopkeeper and the scholars in the bookstore did not have such scruples, and they all refuted. "Young man, how can you be so ungrateful? The county earl, who is a genius. How can you belittle him like this? How can you have a nerve to say the word lucky? That's right. Young man, you seem to be a scholar. Didn't your teacher teach you what it means to give me a peach and give me a fine jade in return? Now you can buy books at such a low price because of the county earl who. How can you say it's lucky? Young and frivolous and arrogant." After being reprimanded by the shopkeeper and the scholars, the young man did not feel ashamed or annoyed. Instead, he looked embarrassed and touched his nose as if he did not know what to say. However, the stunning beauty beside him covered her mouth and chuckled when she heard what he said. The Hu lady widened her eyes and looked like she could not believe it. Everyone is right. It was a slip of the tongue. That county earl who, well, he is definitely a peerless genius. He is blessed by God and is a distinguished person." The young man in white realized what he said had angered the crowd, so he quickly corrected himself. His words didn't make much of a difference to the shopkeeper and the scholars, but it made the exceptional beauty and Hu Ji by the young man's side laugh out loud. Everyone glared at each other angrily. If it weren't for the fact that they were two women, they would have already cursed out loud. The white-robed youth was naturally Li Wanyu, while the stunning beauty and Hu Ji beside him were his beautiful boss, Su Changqing and Aphrodite. Since he had nothing to do today, he invited beauties out for a stroll in Shi City. As for that girl, Perrin, because of a few pimples on her face, she was unwilling to go out and stayed in the manor. In this regard, Li Wanyu also shook his head. Even Perrin, this lass, had started to show off. As expected, there was no difference between a girl and a woman. Thinking about those young ladies in the future, if they didn't turn on the beauty filter when taking photos, it would be like taking their lives. Thinking about it, it was the same principle. Li Wanyu entered the bookstore not to buy books, but to see how the sales of his three kingdoms were doing. Deep down, this man was actually similar to Pai Lupi in that they both liked to secretly peep at others praising them. After entering the bookstore, Li Wanyu was strolling around when he heard the shopkeeper and the Hu merchant talking about him. He couldn't help but feel smug and couldn't help but pretend to be modest. He didn't expect that his casual remark would attract the ridicule of the crowd. He couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and even made his beautiful boss laugh secretly. On the other hand, after Li Wanyu shamelessly praised himself, how could his beautiful boss and Aphrodite hold it in any longer? Naturally, they burst into laughter, seeing that everyone in the bookstore was glaring at them. Their beautiful boss and Aphrodite hurriedly stopped laughing and pretended as if nothing had happened. They casually grabbed a book and started reading. The shopkeeper frowned but couldn't say anything more. He could only ignore the young man and his group and continue to say to Bai Macho, "Sir, do you want to buy a book? There's a set of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, which is definitely a good book that you can't miss. This book was written by the Count of Hu County, and it talks about the struggle for hegemony in the Wei, Shu, and Wu kingdoms at the end of the Han Dynasty. This book is the most amazing book in the world." Bai Macho was naturally interested to hear that it was written by the Count of Hu County. Since it was written by the Count of Hu County, I must read it. "Shopkeeper, please give me a copy." "Haha, sir, the Three Kingdoms is a set of 24 books. Do you want to buy a set or a book first? If you buy a set, it will be 12 strings of copper coins." Bai Macho was stunned when he heard that. He really didn't expect that there would be so many books in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. However, 12 strings of copper coins wasn't a problem for him. Since he was going to buy a set, he naturally had to buy a set. Hearing that he wanted to buy a full set of the Three Kingdoms, the shopkeeper smiled even more brightly and hurriedly called the shop assistants to pack up the books for Bai Macho. Li Wanyu couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw that the Hum merchant actually bought a full set of the Three Kingdoms without hesitation. This Hum merchant from the western region was actually literate? That was quite refreshing. Nowadays, illiterates were everywhere in the Tang dynasty. It was rare to meet a Hum merchant from the western region who was literate. Li Wanyu was curious, so he went up to the Hum merchant and cupped his hands. Langjun, may I ask which country in the western region you are from? Although Bai Macho didn't like what the young man said before, he still cupped his hands politely and replied, Mr. Xiaolang, I am from the Chotzi country in the western region. Oh, Chotzi country? Langjun, you can also read the language of the Tang dynasty? That's not easy. I have loved the culture of the Central Plains since I was young, so I have learned some rough knowledge. I can barely read and write, Bai Macho replied politely. In fact, learning the language and culture of the Central Plains was a compulsory course for the Chotzi royal family. However, Bai Macho did have the talent. Although the other Chotzi royal family also had the basic knowledge of the royal family, it was just so. There were very few who were as proficient as him. In fact, this situation was not rare in the countries around the Tang dynasty. Almost all the aristocrats in the countries had to learn the language of the Tang dynasty. If they didn't, they would be laughed at. Li Wanyu saw that the Chotzi merchant had an extraordinary way of talking, so he wanted to make friends with him. He was also interested in the Chotzi culture. After all, in the future, the Chotzi civilization had disappeared in the long river of history. It was one of the 22 ancient countries that disappeared in the history of Huaxia. Today, he met a Chotzi merchant who was ready to read the Three Kingdoms. It was worth chatting with him. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu cupped his hand again and said to Bai Macho, Langjun, if you are free, how about I treat you to a drink? I'm interested in the Chotzi culture, so I would like to ask for your advice. Well, Bai Macho was a little hesitant about Li Wanyu's invitation. After all, he didn't have a good first impression of this young man. He felt that this young man was young and frivolous, so he didn't want to get close to him. While Bai Macho was thinking about how to decline, he heard a noise outside the bookstore. He and the others couldn't help but look to the side to find the source of the noise. Chapter 658. The street outside the bookstore was in an uproar at the moment. The matter was not complicated. It was just a dispute caused by a few well-dressed young men on horseback who knocked over the wicker basket of a roadside peddler. However, the well-dressed young men who were obviously in the wrong did not apologize. Instead, they signaled the troops behind them to beat up the peddler. The peddler was badly battered and his goods were all overturned and trampled. You blind thing, you broke my precious horse. Even if I beat you to death, you won't be able to compensate me. Bah! Continue to beat him. The arrogant attitude of this group of people annoyed the onlookers in the West Market. However, looking at the well-dressed young men and the deterrence of the strong troops, no one dared to speak up for the peddler who was beaten. Everyone was angry but did not dare to speak up. The shopkeeper of the bookstore and the group of scholars who had reprimanded Li Wanyu with righteous indignation were all speechless at the moment. The crowd just shook their heads silently, but no one intended to stop them. After all, anyone with discerning eyes could see that this group of well-dressed young men were obviously the sons of the nobles in Chang'an City. Otherwise, they would not be followed by such a large group of troops. Some sharp-eyed people even saw the patrolling marquis of the West Market behind the crowd. However, they immediately pretended not to see them and turned to walk away. Even the Marquis of the West Market did not dare to control this group of people, let alone this group of weak scholars. Bai Mohu also shook his head. Such cases of the nobles bullying the common people were indeed everywhere. Even a powerful empire like the Tang dynasty was no exception. Li Wanyu and his beautiful boss changed their expressions when they saw this scene outside the bookstore. Haha! I didn't expect that this group of bastards would dare to come back to Chang'an City so soon. Chongqing, you and Avro wait in the bookstore for a moment. I'll go find them. After Li Wanyu finished speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and was about to walk out of the bookstore. However, His beautiful boss stopped him. Wang Yu, let's forget it. It's been so long. The beautiful boss looked slightly worried. Li Wanyu spat on the ground and said, Bah, these bastards, I wanted to teach them a lesson for a long time. Back then, this group of bastards ran away quickly and didn't manage to catch them. It's only been half a year since they dared to come back to Chang, and I have to play with them. The reason Li Wanyu was so angry was naturally because of the group of violently dressed youths. These people were Wang Ziqiao, Zheng Kongbua, and the others, who had been sent out of Chang and by the aristocratic families after they had offended Li Wanyu and returned to their families to lie low. Li Wanyu hated Zheng Kongbua so much that the roots of his teeth itched. This bastard actually wanted to kidnap his beautiful superior for him to abuse. If it wasn't for the fact that his beautiful superior coincidentally met Empress Zhang's son, she might have forced Li Wanyu, who was still a virgin at that time, to use explosives to open a path and risk his life against Xingyang's Zheng. At that time, he was just a commoner. Although he had used Empress Zhangsuan's power to force Xingyang's Zheng to lower her head and admit her mistakes, he hadn't hurt her at all. To the Zheng family of Xingyang, the gold was not even worth mentioning. If Zheng Yuanshou hadn't been wrestling with Pai Lupi at that time and wanted to force Pai Lupi to confess his crimes, even Zheng Kongbua might not have been sent back to Xingyang. As for Wang Ziqiao and the others, they were sent back to Taiyuan and other places by their respective families because they had sent their subordinates to Sun's bookstore in the East City to commit murder and arson. However, it was obvious that this group of fops wasn't someone who could hold back. How could places like Xingyang and Taiyuan compare to the prosperity of Chang'an? Therefore, after half a year, this group of legitimate sons of aristocratic families rushed back to Chang and before New Year's Eve. Li Wanyu didn't know anything about this at first, but he didn't expect to run into this group of fops bullying the common people when he was out strolling today. Seeing Li Wanyu's resolute attitude, his beautiful superior naturally couldn't say anything more. She could only silently tell him to be more careful before pulling Afro to the side. Since they were out strolling today, the Niu brothers and the troops naturally followed them. However, Li Wanyu disliked them for being too bright and only ordered them to follow him from a distance and not disturb his date with the two girls. Seeing Li Wanyu come out of the bookstore, Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others hurriedly followed him. The Niu brothers naturally recognized Zheng Kongbua, Wang Ziqiao, and the others. When they saw these fops taking advantage of their power to bully others, they were so angry that they couldn't wait to beat them up. However, since Li Wanyu didn't say anything, they naturally couldn't be nosy and cause trouble for Li Wanyu. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, it shouldn't be a problem to take care of those bastards, right? Li Wanyu waved at them and called the troops to his side. Don't worry, Langjun. My brother and I are enough to beat those bastards up. Niu Wu cracked his knuckles as he replied fiercely. That's good. You guys go and beat those bastards up. Li Wanyu pointed at Zheng Kongbua and the others. Niu Wu responded excitedly. Just as he was about to step forward, Niu Yong pulled him back. Langjun, what about the sons of the Zheng family, the Wang family, the Lu family, and the Cui family? Isn't that a little inappropriate? After all, Niu Yong was more mature and prudent. He was worried that he and the others would cause trouble for his Langjun by beating up those bastards. Li Wanyu looked around and picked up a brick from the corner of the street. He weighed it in his hand and said, You guys go and beat up all their lackeys. I'll take care of those good-for-nothings myself. He knew that Niu Yong was right. Zheng Kongbua and the others had different statuses. If his troops beat them up, it would be troublesome. Since that was the case, he would do it himself. At most, he would go to the Taiji Palace to fight a lawsuit with those aristocratic families. There was nothing for him to be afraid of. When Niu Yong saw this, he could only smile bitterly. He ordered the troops behind him, You guys protect Langjun. Don't let him get hurt. The troops of the Li family were all old soldiers recruited from the Jinwu Guards. Although they didn't know what conflict their Langjun had with those bastards, they weren't afraid. Anyway, they just needed to listen to their Longjuan's orders. With their Longjuan's close relationship with the sage, beating up those bastards wasn't a big deal to them. Just like what Li Wanyu said when he recruited them, his uncle is a sage. In this world, Other than those princes, was there anyone who was more dandy than their Lang Jun? Even the crown prince and the king of Yu had to respectfully greet their Lang Jun as teacher when they saw him. Therefore, this group of troops did not feel that there was anything wrong at all. They all let out a strange cry and rushed out with Niu Wu. They directly surrounded Zheng Kongbua and Wang Ziqiao's troops and gave them a round of beating. The troops of the Zheng and Wang families didn't expect that there would be someone in Chang and who dared to meddle in their business. Originally, their strength was not as good as the Niu brothers and the old soldiers recruited by Li Wangyu. In addition, they were caught off guard. This group of troops of the Zheng and Wang families who were brazenly beating up the peddlers were immediately beaten to the ground by the Niu brothers and the others. They were all beaten up until they cried out in pain. Zheng Kongbua, Wang Ziqiao, and the others were also stunned. Then, they flew into a rage and said, "Who are you? How dare you beat up the troops of the Zheng and Wang families? Do you want to die?" Before they finished their words, they saw Li Wangyu holding a brick. He separated the crowd and walked over. "Child Zheng, Child Wang, Child Liu, Child Shui, long time no see. I miss you very much." Chapter 659. Li Wangyu's appearance caused Wang Ziqiao, Chui Daogu, Lu Xiang, and Shui Hong to stare blankly for a moment before quickly reacting. "Li Wangyu, did you order the prefectural troops to commit murder? What do you want to do? Do you want to become enemies with the 5 families and 7 hopes? Surnamed Li, you've got guts. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want just because you're a county earl? Hurry up and tell your prefectural troops to stop. Do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with us?" Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh at the clamoring of the nobles. "You bastards, why didn't you say that you were condoning murder when you ordered your troops to bully others?" "That's right. I was the one who ordered the beating. Not only do I want to beat up your lackeys, but I also want to beat up all of you bastards." Li Wangyu's words caused Wang Ziqiao to involuntarily take a few steps back. He forced himself to remain calm and shouted sternly, "Li Wangyu, what do you want to do? Could it be that you're condoning your subordinates to attack us in broad daylight? Do you really think that the 5 families and 7 hopes are made of mud?" Chui Daogu was much calmer than Wang Ziqiao. He said with disdain, "What's there to be afraid of? Could it be that he dares to order the prefectural troops to beat us up? I like to see who dares. That's how it is. County Earl, who is so mighty, but I'd like to see which blind person dares to touch us." Shui Hong also hooted. Lu Xiang and the others also reacted at this time. That's right. What was there to be afraid of? Even if their own troops were beaten up, so what? Could it be that the Li family's troops dare to touch them? The nobles? As long as Li Wangyu didn't lose his mind, he wouldn't order his troops to attack. Otherwise, if this matter got out of hand, even if Pai Lupi could protect Li Wangyu, his troops would still be in trouble. If the Lai Hat's troops didn't make a move, how could they be afraid of Li Wangyu? Now it was 5 against 1. Not only did they have more people, but they were also older than Li Wangyu. Why should they be afraid of this young man? Wang Ziqiao and the others' words made Zheng Kongbua glare fiercely at Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu recognized Zheng Kongbua, but it was Zheng Kongbua's first time seeing Li Wangyu. Back then, Li Wangyu only hid in the dark and dug a hole for Zheng Kongbua. The two of them didn't meet face to face. However, Zheng Kongbua was not a stranger to Li Wangyu, who had cheated the Zheng family of Xingyang several times. Hearing this person's name, Zheng Kongbua was almost sick of it. "This bastard Tian Shenu is Li Wangyu?" Zheng Kongbua pointed at Li Wangyu and asked the young masters beside him. Wang Ziqiao and the others immediately nodded and didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. "Yes, it's him. Brother Kongbua, I'm afraid you don't know that you were forced to leave Chang, and because of this person. The young lady in the carriage is one of Lai Hat's people." Hearing this, Zheng Kongbua's eyes suddenly turned red. "So your Tian Shenu is Li Wangyu? That stinky woman that day is one of your people? Was the gambling house of the Zheng family cheated by your Tian Shenu? I'll kill you today." After he finished speaking, he ignored everything else and pounced on Li Wangyu. He raised his fist and punched Li Wangyu's face. Zheng Kongbua was originally a reckless person, and he had always been unscrupulous. He didn't care whether Li Wangyu had a noble title or whether he was Pai Lupi's nephew or the crown prince's teacher. Right now, all he could think of was how to beat Li Wanyu up to vent his anger. This guy had a good idea, but he neglected two things. First, Zheng Kanghua's body had been hollowed out by wine and women. Although he was much older than Li Wanyu, he was very weak. That seemingly ferocious fist appeared to be weak and powerless in the eyes of the bystanders. Second, he completely ignored the deterrent power of the brick in Li Wanyu's hand. Therefore, Zheng Kanghu suffered a tragedy. Li Wanyu leaned to one side to avoid Zheng Kanghu's fist. Then, without hesitation, he raised the brick in his hand and slammed it on Zheng Kanghu's face. If I don't beat his face until it blossoms, he won't know why the flowers are so red. Li Wanyu succeeded in one hit, and he was very happy. He couldn't help but think of the classic line of Sun Wukong in the Lotus Lamp. When Wang Ziqiao and the rest saw that Li Wanyu really dared to hit Zheng Kanghu, and with one hit, he made Zheng Kanghu's nose and mouth spurt out blood, they were scared out of their wits and screamed. Zheng Kanghu was hit by Li Wanyu's brick and almost fainted. He only felt his vision go black, and then came the sharp pain. His head was buzzing, and he saw stars. His body went soft and fell to the ground. He was stunned for a while, and then he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Li Wanyu still felt that it wasn't enough. When he thought that his beautiful boss was almost harmed by this scum in front of him, his heart was burning with anger. Li Wanyu didn't care about Zheng Kanghu's continuous screams and directly raised his leg to kick him, making him roll on the ground like a rubber ball. Wang Ziqiao and the others were all intimidated by Li Wanyu's ferocious and fierce actions. Not only did they not dare to stop him, but they also retreated. Their bodies were shaking like sieves, and they covered their mouths with their hands. They didn't even dare to breathe. The two brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, were afraid that Li Wanyu would kick Zheng Kanghu to death and cause a lot of trouble, so they hurried over to hold the furious Li Wanyu. Lang Jun, don't hit him, don't hit him, Niu Yong whispered in Li Wanyu's ear. Li Wanyu was happy to hit him, and he also vented the anger in his heart. When he heard Niu Yong's words, he calmed down. He spat at Zheng Kanghu, who was howling on the ground, and then turned his head to glare at Wang Ziqiao and the rest. Count, who? What do you want to do? This is Chong and City, there are laws. Don't mess around. Wang Ziqiao was so scared that he couldn't speak clearly. Zheng Kanghu, the eldest son of the Zheng family in Xinjiang, and the son of Zheng Yuanshou, was beaten by Li Wanyu until his face was covered in blood and he couldn't get up. How could they not be afraid? Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, and the rest didn't expect that Li Wanyu, this young man, would be so fierce and so ruthless. Even though they used a fight with Cheng Chumo and his group of playboys, they had never seen someone like Li Wanyu, who directly hit his face with a brick. Li Wanyu threw the brick in his hand to the ground and patted the dust off his hands. Pay up. Pay what money? Wang Ziqiao and the rest were dumbfounded. Li Wanyu beat up his own troops, beat Zheng Kanghu until his face was covered in blood, and still asked them to pay up. Was there any law? Li Wanyu pointed at the peddler who was being helped up by his troops. You beat him up and kicked over his goods, so you naturally have to pay up. What? But if you don't want to pay up, do you want me to argue with you? Seeing that he was about to pick up the brick on the ground, which was still covered in Zheng Kanghu's blood, Wang Ziqiao and the rest immediately screamed, Pay. We will pay. After saying that, Wang Ziqiao hurriedly took out 5 taels of gold from his waist and signaled his troops who had struggled to get up to give it to the beaten peddler. The peddler was a little submissive. He waved his hands and didn't dare to accept. I don't want so much. I don't want it. These things are not worth so much money. Li Wanyu glared at him. I told you to take it, so take it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? I'll take the extra money for your medicine. Hearing Li Wanyu's words, the merchant who was beaten received the gold ingot gratefully and bowed to Li Wanyu. He didn't even bother to pick up the goods on the ground. Instead, he turned around and dived into the crowd of onlookers, disappearing without a trace. Li Wanyu wasn't angry. This kind of commoner didn't dare to cause trouble. They were afraid of the revenge of the noble families. This was common sense. He didn't bother to pay attention to Wang Ziqiao and the rest. He patted the dust off his clothes and walked back to the bookstore. He smiled at the barbarian merchant. "This gentleman, how about it? Do you have time to let me treat you to a drink?" The bookstore was deathly silent. They had all seen the scene just now. No one would have thought that this white-clothed youth was the Who County Count that everyone had been talking about. Chapter 660. The shopkeeper of the bookstore and the few scholars all had awkward expressions on their faces. They were actually reprimanding County Count Hua and asking him to admit that he was a genius. It was simply comical no matter how one thought about it. Amidst his shock, Bai Macho bowed deeply to Li Wanyu. "I wouldn't dare to disobey a noble's invitation." Li Wanyu smiled. "In that case, please. I know of a Hu tavern in Shi City that's rather peaceful." Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. He seemed to have said something wrong. Sure enough, the look from his beautiful boss made him feel uneasy. Li Wanyu hurriedly turned to explain to his beautiful boss. Actually, I've only been there once. It was Chung Chumo and the other bastards who insisted on dragging me there. You can ask Afro if you don't believe me. I only went to the Hu Tavern that time to save her." As he spoke, he kept shooting glances at Afro, hoping that she would defend him. However, Afro covered her mouth and snickered. "Sister Chanqing, Langjun did save me from that Hu Tavern, but I don't know if he went there again after that." Li Wanyu almost vomited blood and died after hearing Afro's words. This last was really going to get beaten up. He glared hatefully at Afro's round buttocks. If it weren't for the time and place, Li Wanyu would definitely let her know the consequences of slandering Langjun. His beautiful boss cast him aside. "All right, I didn't say anything. What are you feeling guilty about? I've never been to a Hu tavern before. You don't mind Afro and I taking a look, do you?" "Haha, of course not, of course not." Li Wanyu chuckled awkwardly while cursing himself for being such a busybody. Why did he have to bring up some Hu tavern of all places? He really had nothing better to do. Outside the bookstore, Wang Ziqiao and the others were long gone. Li Wanyu couldn't be bothered with them either. He gestured to Bai Macho and led the way to the Hu tavern not far away. They were headed to the Hu tavern where they had rescued Afro. The Hu tavern owner naturally remembered Li Wanyu, and Afro, who was behind him, was still fresh in his mind. Although the Hu shopkeeper did not know Li Wanyu's true identity, he knew that he was a noble and quickly came out to welcome him. "Noble lady, please come in. Are you not traveling with the young duke and the others today? Prepare an elegant room for me. Pick some good wine and dishes and send them up. Also, arrange for a few Hu girls to sing and dance to liven things up." Li Wanyu nodded slightly and instructed the Hu shopkeeper, "Prepare a table of wine for my subordinates." The Hu shopkeeper acknowledged and personally led Li Wanyu's group of 4 into an elegant room. Then, he immediately went to arrange for a banquet and Hu concubines to serve them. This was the first time Su Chanqing had come to a Hu wine shop. He didn't find this place repulsive, only curious. Aphrodite, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel a little dejected. After all, she hadn't had a great time in this Hu wine shop back then. If Li Wanyu hadn't rescued her from the Sea of Fire, she really couldn't imagine what would have happened to her. This was especially so when the Hu girls appeared. Even in such a cold season, they were still wearing revealing clothes and twisting their bodies to the music to entertain the guests. This made Aphrodite even more upset. Su Chanqing, on the other hand, could tell what was on Aphrodite's mind. He instinctively took pity on her and hugged her affectionately, consoling this pitiful girl. She then glared at Li Wanyu as if blaming him for bringing Aphrodite to this Hu wine shop. Li Wanyu only smiled and didn't explain anything. In fact, it wasn't a slip of the tongue when he said that this was a Hu wine shop. Deep down, Li Wanyu also wanted his beautiful boss to know more about Aphrodite's past life and see how pitiful the Hu girls in this Hu wine shop were. After all, he could tell that even though his beautiful boss was nice to Aphrodite on the surface, she was much more distant and not as close to parent as she was to her. Of course, this wasn't Su Chanqing's fault. After all, no woman would be too close to a mistress. It was only because they were now in the Tang dynasty that his beautiful boss was so tolerant of Li Wanyu and acquiesced to Aphrodite's existence. On the other hand, the scumbag was thinking about how to have 2 women on each side, so he naturally had to put in a lot of effort to build a good relationship with the women in his residence. The reason he brought the two girls to the Hu wine shop was naturally to prove to his beautiful boss that he really wanted to save the poor girl Aphrodite from the sea of fire, and that he wasn't impulsive when he saw the young version of Angelina Jolie. Li Wanyu didn't care what his beautiful boss was whispering to Aphrodite and Aphrodite. He simply smiled at Bai Macho and said, "May I know your name, Lang Jun? My surname is Bai, and my name is Bai Macho. You can just call me by my name." Bai Macho hurriedly bowed. "Bai? Hee, you're much older than me. Why don't I just call you Old Bai?" Li Wanyu couldn't help but grin, but he was thinking about Old Bai by Jean Tang, who was good at the sunflower acupuncture technique in the TV series Wuling Chronicles. Old Bai? Bai Macho was a little stunned. What kind of dress was that? Neither the Tangs nor the Cusis had the habit of addressing people like that. However, since this honorable count was willing to call him Old Bai, then so be it. Bai Macho didn't have any objections. After all, it was just a form of address. Li Wanyu said, "Old Bai, as far as I know, the king of your Chotzi kingdom is also surnamed Bai, right? The surname Bai is the national surname in your Chotzi kingdom. Old Bai, are you also a member of the Chotzi kingdom's royal family?" He had heard about this by chance when someone talked about the Chotzi kingdom, so he had some impression of it. Bai Macho looked bitter. "You're right, Count Huxian. I'm a member of the Chotzi kingdom's royal family. However, the Chotzi kingdom's politics are now controlled by Minister Naley. My royal family's lives are also difficult, so I can only go to Chang and to make a living as a traveling merchant." Li Wanyu was a little stunned. There was such a thing in the Chotzi kingdom. It seemed that the Chotzi king was really a good-for-nothing. He was actually usurped by the minister, and even the royal family's lives were difficult. It was really hard to understand. "Old Bai, you speak the Han language so well. Do you come to Chang often?" "Yes. Every year, I lead the caravan on this Silk Road and return from spring to summer. It has been more than 10 years since then," Bai Macho replied respectfully. Li Wanyu picked a topic that interested him and asked Bai Macho about the Chotzi kingdom's customs and people. It was an eye-opener for him. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "All right, Old Bai, what kind of goods do your caravan mainly sell from Chang and back to Chotzi?" "Mainly silk, brocade, porcelain, and bronzeware." Hearing this, Li Wanyu couldn't help but smile. "I have something good to recommend to you. If you sell it to the western regions, you'll definitely make a lot of money. Old Bai, are you interested?" Naturally, Bai Macho nodded repeatedly. "Please enlighten me, Count Huxian. Do you have any burning knives in the tavern?" Li Wanyu asked Hu Ji, who was serving him in the elegant room. Hu Ji nodded quickly. "Of course, we have a distinguished guest. Then bring me a jar," Li Wanyu ordered. Hu Ji immediately trotted to fetch a jar of burning knives wine. What Li Wanyu wanted to introduce to Bai Macho was this highly concentrated liquor. Since the burning knives wine was listed on the market, it had always been in short supply. There was no need to worry about selling it. However, the wineries in the Qinling Mountains were getting bigger and bigger. Li Wanyu thought that with the harvest at the end of autumn this year, the output of the wine would definitely reach a higher level. With so much wine, it was natural that they should export it to the western regions through the Silk Road and earn more gold for the Tang dynasty. After Hu Ji brought the wine, Bai Macho quickly got up and took the jar. He respectfully poured wine for Li Wanyu and filled a bowl for himself. "Count Huxian, what kind of wine is this? I've never smelled such a strong wine aroma." "It's good wine." Bai Macho sniffed the wine in the bowl and praised. "Old Bai, come, have a taste." Li Wanyu smiled mischievously and looked at Bai Macho expectantly. Chapter 661. It was also one of Li Wanyu's vile interests to see people who had never drunk hard liquor before in their first attempt at drinking hard liquor, and Bai Mohu satisfied his vile interests very well. He habitually raised his head and poured the whole bowl of wine into his mouth. Then he coughed violently and uncontrollably. Bai Mohu's face turned red and he kept coughing. Apparently, it was his first time tasting such a strong wine. He was caught off guard and almost spat out the wine in his mouth. After a long while, Bai Mohu exhaled a breath that smelled of wine. "What a strong wine, good wine. It's my first time tasting such a strong wine. May I ask you, what's the name of this wine? Why haven't I tasted it since I came to Chang'an?" Haha, the name of this wine is Burning Knife. It means that when you drink it, it feels like a hot knife scraping through your throat. It's the strongest wine. Oh, bye. It's normal that you haven't tasted it. It's only been half a year since this wine was sold in Chang'an. How about it? Do you think it'll be popular if it's sold in the Western region? Li Wanyu clapped his hands and laughed. Bai Mohu's eyes lit up. Of course. You don't know that the Western region's winter is the coldest. If there's such a strong wine, it'll be crazily fought over. If it's sold to the Western region, it'll be at least 100 times more profitable. But where can I buy this wine, and how much is it? Li Wanyu smiled and pointed at himself. In the whole Tang dynasty, I'm the only one who has Burning Knife wine. This is the wine I made. Oh, bye. If you want to sell this wine, you'll have to come to me. Haha. In fact, since the Burning Knife wine was sold in Chang, and there were already some insightful merchants who started to sell it to the Western region. It was just that they didn't sell it in large quantities. If the production of this wine didn't increase, it would be difficult to satisfy the drunkards in Chang and, let alone export it to the outside world. Li Wanyu was preparing for a rainy day. Considering that the production of Burning Knife wine would increase greatly, he naturally had to find a market in advance. Moreover, he did not intend to simply sell these drinks to the merchants in Chang'an. That kind of profit would not satisfy Li Wanyu. Today, he met Bai Mohu by chance and invited him to drink. Firstly, he felt that this person was interesting and had an affinity with him. Secondly, he wanted to see if his new idea was feasible. Can I count who? I would like to buy some Xiaodao wine and sell it to the Western region. Is that possible? Bai Mohu asked. There's no rush. Let me ask you something first. Li Wanyu dipped his finger into the wine and drew a diagram on the table. Lao Bai, look, if this place is Chang'an, then from here to the west, all the way to Dunhuang County, Shazhou of the Tang Dynasty's Longyou Circuit, there are official roads passing through, right? Bai Mohu didn't quite understand what Li Wanyu meant. He just nodded to show his approval. Your caravans from the western regions usually rest and reorganize in Dunhuang County before entering the desert. Then, they are divided into 3 directions, the North Road, the Middle Road, and the South Road, respectively, heading to different countries in the western regions. Is that right? Exactly. Bai Mohu continued to nod. Li Wanyu smiled and said, It's a long journey from Chang and to Dunhuang County. It's about 4,000 miles. Lao Bai, let me ask you, if you can buy enough goods in Dunhuang County, but the price is 5 or 6 times higher than in Chang, and would you be willing? Of course, you can also sell the goods from the western regions in Dunhuang County. The price will satisfy you. His words immediately made Bai Mohu so excited that his eyes widened. Can I count who? How is that possible? Is this true? If so, of course we're willing. Even if the profits will be a little lower if we trade in Dunhuang County, the journey will be shortened by half. If so, we can only go back and forth once a year, but we can go back and forth twice from Dunhuang County. The profit will be increased a lot. Li Wanyu nodded. I think so too. I still need to report to the sage to see if this is feasible. But in my opinion, this is beneficial to the imperial court and the merchants. It can also promote trade. Why not? County count who? If this can be done, we merchants will be very grateful. Bai Mohu stood up and bowed to Li Wanyu respectfully. Li Wanyu just smiled and waved his hand. This was just his idea. Whether it could be implemented or not depended on how Pai Lupi and the big shots in the imperial court saw it. What he said to Bai Mohu was not on a whim. He had thought about it for a long time. Now that the Tang dynasty had the 4-wheeled horse carriage, it was not difficult to transport goods from Chang and to Dunhuang County. There were official roads all the way. The 4-wheeled horse carriage was after all the camel caravans and horse caravans of the western regions. Its transportation ability was incomparable. The 4-wheeled horse carriage could carry 2,000 pounds and could easily travel 200 miles in a day. A camel could only carry 400 pounds of goods and could travel less than 100 miles in a day. Of course, camels had their uses. From Dunhuang County to the west, it was all desert. The 4-wheeled horse carriage was completely useless. That was why Li Wanyu suggested to transport the goods to Dunhuang County for trade. The benefits of moving the foreign trade centers in Chang and Luoyang to Dunhuang County were self-evident. First, the imperial court could make a lot of money. The four-wheeled horse carriage was cheap to transport goods. Based on the calculation of copper coins per horse carriage, a round trip to Dunhuang County would take 40 to 50 days. That was only 40 to 50 strings of copper coins. Even with the high number of Shadaozi as an example, the price of a bucket of wine in Chang and was 10 strings of copper coins, which was 10 strings of copper coins. If it was transported to Dunhuang County, it would be 50 strings of copper coins, which was a difference of 40 strings of copper coins. A four-wheeled horse carriage could transport close to 100 buckets of wine in a single trip. The benefits could be imagined. Moreover, the horse carriage could also transport goods on the return trip. There's a lot of profit to be made. As long as the imperial court monopolized the four-wheeled horse carriage, the profits they could make every year were so huge that Li Wanyu could not calculate it clearly. Another benefit was that the foreign trade center would be moved from Chang into Dunhuang County. Through the huge benefits, Pai Lupi and the imperial court officials could focus their attention and power on it. Once Dunhuang County prospered because of trade, the Tang dynasty would have to invest a huge amount of military power to control the western regions and continue to expand the development of the Silk Road. Li Wanyu felt that the Tang dynasty should not be as closed off as the Ming and Qing dynasties. They should communicate with the western regions and even the European countries. Only then could the Chinese civilization absorb more nutrients and grow stronger. With the current technology, it was not realistic to trade through the sea. Therefore, the Silk Road on the road had to be used and developed. Li Wanyu did not notice that the longer he stayed in the Tang dynasty, the more his thoughts were subtly changing. Originally, he only wanted to be a small landlord with beautiful wives and concubines, thousands of acres of fertile land, countless cows, horses, pigs, and sheep, and servants. Now, he began to unconsciously think about how to benefit the Tang dynasty and the people. After asking Bai Moha's attitude on this matter, Li Wanyu was more confident that he could persuade Pai Lupi. He and Bai Moha drank and chatted happily until the evening drum sounded. Li Wanyu left Bai Moha's contact information and then went their separate ways. It was late. Li Wanyu and his beautiful boss were too lazy to go back to Zhou village. They still stayed in the mansion in Huifang. However, early the next morning, there was a knock on the door of Lai Hat's mansion. The eunuch from the palace came to inform him that the sage summoned the county count to the Taiji palace. He was impeached again. Chapter 662. Li Wanyu was not surprised that he would be impeached. After all, in Shi City yesterday, he had given Zheng Kambua a good beating, and it had been quite a miserable beating. It would be strange if the Zheng family of Xingyang did not retaliate against him. If the Zheng family of Xingyang wanted to retaliate against him, what else could they do except impeach him in the imperial court and complain to Pai Lupi? Could they let their own troops kill him? As for the censorate's censorate to impeach him, it was a reasonable thing. In this regard, Li Wanyu was not worried at all. Since he dared to fight yesterday, he naturally knew what the result would be. At most, Pai Lupi would reprimand him and then fine him with copper coins. Spending some copper coins to beat up Zheng Kambua, Li Wanyu naturally felt that it was quite worth it. Following the eunuch, Li Wanyu entered Taiji Palace and respectfully bowed to Pai Lupi. However, the way the officials looked at him in the hall was clearly different. Cheng Yaojin and the other old men all had smiles in their eyes. Obviously, they did not think that it was a big deal that Li Wanyu beat up Zheng Kambua. Instead, they all gloated and looked at him as if they were watching a good show. Fang Xianling and the others also had smiles in their eyes. It seemed that they did not think it was troublesome. Young men were full of youthful vigor. Fighting with others was no big deal. If it were not for the Zheng family of Xingyang and the 5 families, this kind of thing would be very shameful in Taiji Palace. As for the officials from the aristocratic families, they naturally looked at Li Wanyu with extreme displeasure. Especially the Zheng family of Xingyang. They stared at Li Wanyu with eyes that could not wait to immediately crush his bones and scatter his ashes to relieve the hatred in their hearts. It should be known that for the aristocratic families in Shi City yesterday, Li Wanyu did not beat up Zheng Kambua, the legitimate son of the Zheng family, but the face of the aristocratic families. It could be said that from the founding of the Great Tang until the third year of Jingguan, only Li Wangyu had dared to viciously slap the faces of the great clans. Li Wangyu, yesterday in Shi City, did you have a conflict with Zheng Kongbua, the legitimate son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang? Pai Lupi directly asked, but his words made Zheng Yuanshou and the others frown. What did he mean by a conflict? Didn't that mean that both sides were responsible? The one who was beaten yesterday was his eldest son, and he was beaten quite miserably. Because of this matter, Zheng Yuanshou's wife, Zheng Lushi, who was from the Lu family of Fanyang, when she saw her son, whose face was covered in blood. Had it not been for Zheng Yuanshou's intervention, Madame Zhenglishi, who loved her son dearly, would have led the Zheng estate's troops to fight Li Wangyu to the death. Although Zheng Yuanshou was not as impulsive as his wife, he naturally could not tolerate this. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to impeach Li Wangyu today. Of course, this matter could not be hidden from Pai Lupi. Yesterday, after Li Wangyu beat up Zheng Kongbua in Shi City, a secret agent of the 100 Cavalry Department reported this matter to the palace. Pai Lupi's attitude towards this matter was only to laugh and scold, and then he ignored it. It was not a big deal anyway. Even if he handled it impartially, at most he would be fined a certain amount of copper coins, which was not painful at all. Hearing Pai Lupi's question, Li Wangyu only shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, yesterday I did not have a conflict with Zheng Kongbua. I just saw injustice on the road and pulled out my sword to help." "Oh, what happened? Tell me in detail." Pai Lupi seriously played along with him. Li Wangyu narrated what happened in Shi City yesterday, and then he shrugged his shoulders and said, "Your Majesty, yesterday I only asked the troops to intervene and stop those people who beat up the peddlers. As for that young Master Zheng, yes, he made the first move and tried to beat me, so I was forced to fight back. I was just defending myself." His words made Cheng Yao Jin and the others roll their eyes. Although they did not understand what Li Wangyu was talking about, they roughly understood what he meant. You beat up Zheng Kongbua so miserably, and you still have a nerve to say that you are innocent? Do you have any shame? Moreover, the Tang dynasty had detailed rules for fighting between two parties. The Tang dynasty law had a rule. If a fake person beats a person and does not injure him, he will be flogged 40 times. If a person does not offend a person and is beaten innocently, he will be flogged 20 times. In other words, even if Li Wangyu did not make the first move and resisted the beating, according to the Tang dynasty law, he would still be flogged 20 times. Of course, he had a noble title, so he only needed to pay a fine of copper coins. In the eyes of Pai Lupi and the officials, this matter was over. Li Wangyu only needed to pay a fine of copper coins. As for Zheng Kongbua, according to the Tang dynasty law, he would be flogged 40 times, but obviously no one would interfere. Pai Lupi was too lazy to continue arguing about this matter, so he casually reprimanded Li Wangyu and told him not to be frivolous and impudent in the future. He also punished him with 10 caddies of copper coins as a warning to others. Zheng Yuanshou did not object to this, but his face was ashen and he did not say a word. Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu, and the officials all thought that Zheng Yuanshou had tacitly agreed with Pai Lupi's punishment. When the matter was over, someone stood up. "Your Majesty, I have something to report." The person who spoke was the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong. He was the second in command of the Ministry of Justice and also a member of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Pai Lupi looked at the shocked Li Daozong in the hall. Obviously, his cousin did not know why Assistant Minister Wang had stood up. Report. Pai Lupi's face darkened, and he felt that something was wrong, but he still let Wang Shizhong continue. "Your Majesty, last night, the bad people of the Ministry of Justice arrested a Hun merchant in a hostel in Likenfang. From his luggage, they found a map of Chang and City, as well as the maps of the defense forces of Dunhuang County, Jiuquan County, Zhongye County, Wuwei County, and other counties. I think that this person must be a spy of the Turks who spied on the military intelligence of the Tang dynasty in the name of business. The bad people Wang Shizhong mentioned were the officers in charge of investigating and arresting in the Tang dynasty. Their leader was the bad marshal. Pai Lupi and the officials could not help but frown when they heard Assistant Minister Wang Shizhong's words. If what Wang Shizhong said was true, this Hu merchant must be a spy. But would it be so simple? What did Assistant Minister Wang Shizhong mean by mentioning this at this time? After all, even if they caught a spy who spied for the Turks, it was not worth mentioning in Taiji Palace. Moreover, it was obvious that even Li Daozong, the Minister of Justice, did not know about this. Li Wangyo's brows furrowed. He had a bad feeling about this. Barbarian merchants? His heart skipped a beat. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes could not be so crazy, right? The Assistant Minister of Justice's next words made Li Wangyo's heart sink to the bottom. Your Majesty, there is no need to trouble your Majesty with this matter. But after the bad marshal interrogated the Hu merchant, he learned that this matter seems to have something to do with the Count of Huxian. I do not dare to act on my own, so today I report this matter to your Majesty and ask for your Majesty's decision. Wang Shizhong's words caused an uproar among the officials. Chapter 663. Even if Li Wangyu used his knees to think, he knew that the spy of the barbarian merchant mentioned by the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice must be the merchant from the Cheesy Kingdom who drank and chatted with him yesterday, Lao Bai Macho. As for Bai Macho being a Turkic spy, Li Wangyu didn't believe it. Although the two met for the first time yesterday, Li Wangyu didn't know why he trusted this person. Moreover, why would a wealthy merchant of the Chotzi royal clan take such a risk to help the Turks gather intelligence? Also, how could there be such a coincidence? Yesterday, he had beaten Zheng Kambwa half to death, and today, he was impeached. When he entered the main hall, he immediately revealed that he had caught a Hu merchant spy last night. Li Wangyu didn't believe that this was a coincidence at all. Moreover, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice said that this matter had something to do with him. This was clearly a conspiracy of the aristocratic families. Li Wangyu raised his eyebrows. May I ask what this matter has to do with me, Assistant Minister Wang? Please speak frankly, Assistant Minister Wang. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong, looked at Li Wangyu with a fake smile and said, Don't be anxious, County Count Hu. Perhaps that Hu merchant couldn't endure the punishment and made false accusations. It might not have anything to do with County Count Hu. He then bowed to Pai Lupi, Your Majesty. According to the interrogation of that Hu merchant, the map of Chong and city was given to him by County Count Hu yesterday. There was also a secret letter to the Turkic people that was found by the underlings. According to that Hu merchant, it was also given to him by County Count Hu. Also, according to the investigation of the underlings, County Count Hu and this person drank and talked for a long time in a wine shop in Shi City. The shopkeeper of the wine shop and a group of Hu concubines can testify to this. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong's words made Pai Lupi frown. He definitely didn't believe that his nephew was in cahoots with the Turkic people. As the founding county count of the Tang dynasty, why would Li Wangyu need to be in cahoots with the Turkic people? What benefits would there be? He wasn't the only one who didn't believe it. None of the other officials in the hall believed it either. Cheng Yaojin immediately stood up and said, Your Majesty, this matter cannot be trusted. Although Zio often causes trouble, I definitely do not believe that he is in cahoots with the Turks. This matter must be made up by that barbarian merchant. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others looked at each other and expressed their doubts. Yu Shernan, Kong Ingda, and the others also chimed in. Because of the Assistant Minister of Justice's words, the hall became as noisy as a market. Where's the secret letter? Pai Lupi didn't believe it, but he could only ask Wang Shizhong. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong, took out a letter from his waist pouch and handed it to me for Pai Lupi to read. Pai Lupi opened the letter, and the content made him frown even more. On the paper was Li Wangyu's unique, thin, and muscular body. It was undoubtedly his nephew's handwriting, and the content clearly stated that Li Wangyu had expressed his loyalty to Xieli Khan of the Turkic people and asked the barbarian merchant to pass on a message for him. He was a spy of Xieli Khan in the Tang dynasty and hoped that Xieli Khan would go down south and capture Chong, and as soon as possible. The more Pai Lupi read, the more livid his face became. He read the letter over and over again. It It was undoubtedly Li Wanyo's handwriting. Li Wanyu, how do you explain this secret letter? Pai Lupi's voice also became cold. The truth was right in front of him. Although he doubted it, he had to believe it. Your Majesty, I don't know what the secret letter is, and it is impossible for me to be in cahoots with the Turkic people. Of course, Li Wanyu would not admit it. This was clearly a so-called secret letter forged by the aristocratic families to take revenge on him. Mi Tuo, show this letter to Li Wanyu and the other officials. Let him see if he wrote it himself. Pai Lupi directly threw the letter to Mi Tuo. Mi Tuo also had a bitter face. He bent down to pick up the letter from the ground, trotted down the royal stairs, and handed it to Li Wanyu. Mi Tuo would not believe that Li Wanyu was a spy of the Turkic people, even if he was beaten to death. Moreover, there was obviously something fishy about this matter. The barbarian merchant was a spy, and Li Wanyu was colluding with the Turkic people. Even the 100 Cavalry Department did not find any clues about this matter. How could he be caught by the Ministry of Justice? In the hall, Mi Tuo did not dare to say anything. He could only give Li Wanyu a be careful look when he handed the letter to him. Mi Tuo was grateful to Li Wanyu. In the Taiji Palace, if Li Wanyu had not discovered the truth and pride opened the palace maids' mouths. If something had happened to Princely Zhizhen, Mi Tuo, as the provincial supervisor of the Internal Servants Department, would not have had enough heads to chop off by Pai Lupi. Moreover, he had known Li Wanyu for a long time. This young noble did not treat him like a eunuch and treat him with special eyes. Therefore, Mi Tuo was naturally willing to get close to Li Wanyu. Just now, he had been serving Pai Lupi. Naturally, Mi Tuo had seen the contents of the letter. He could not help but feel frightened. Even in Mi Tuo's eyes, this letter was undoubtedly written by Li Wanyu. After all, Li Wanyu's thin and muscular body was famous in Chang'an. There were many people who learned from him. However, the handwriting was definitely Li Wanyu's. Taking the letter from Mi Tuo with both hands, Li Wanyu skimmed through it. His heart could not help but skip a beat. Could it be that in just one night, Zheng Yuanshou and the other aristocratic families had prepared so thoroughly? Not only did they capture Bai Macho, the Hu merchant, and force him to confess, they even forged such a flawless secret letter. If Li Wanyu was not sure that he had never written this, he would have thought that the secret letter in front of him was real. This handwriting was as if he had written it himself. Your Majesty, this letter is forged. It is not written by me. Li Wanyu shook his head and denied. Pai Lupi stared at him for a while with a straight face. Then he said, Mi Tuo, pass the letter to everyone to see if it was really written by Li Wanyu. Although Pai Lupi did not believe that Li Wanyu would collude with the Turks, there was a reason written in the letter. It made Pai Lupi wonder if Li Wanyu was really one person in front of others and another behind their backs. The secret letter written to Shieli Khan clearly pointed out the reason why Li Wanyu wanted to seek refuge with Shieli Khan. That was to avenge his father's death. Although Li Zhou had died of illness, the reason was that after the Xuanwu Gate, he had a conflict with Pai Lupi. As a result, he was demoted. This made Li Zhou anxious, angry, ashamed, and annoyed. He fell ill and passed away. In the secret letter, Li Wanyu attributed his father's death to Pai Lupi killing his brother and imprisoning his father. He was rebellious and scolded and chased away loyal people. This led to his father's death. Therefore, he and Pai Lupi were enemies who killed his father. Now, he was willing to serve his enemy in order to take revenge one day. He wanted to lead Shieli Khan into Chang, in city, to avenge his father. These words could not help but make Pai Lupi suspicious. He suspected that Li Wanyu was really like what the letter said. Because of Li Zhou's death, he hated him and had bad intentions. After the secret letter was passed to Feng Xianling, Duru Hui, Zhang Sun Wuji, Yu Shernan, Kong Yingda, and other big shots to read, everyone was silent. They did not know what to say. This letter, this handwriting, it really was Li Wanyu's. Chapter 664. The so-called secret letter was passed around in everyone's hands, and the hall quieted down. Even Cheng Yaojin and the other generals and dukes who had always supported Li Wanyu looked at each other after reading the secret letter, not knowing how to defend themselves. Pai Lupi even ordered me to go to the legislative hall and bring out the poems and essays that Li Wanyu had written so that the officials could compare the handwriting. With this comparison, the officials were even more speechless. Even Ma Zhou and Yin Libin had to admit that the handwriting on this so-called secret letter was truly that of their teacher, Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu could only silently shake his head and sigh. It seemed that the great clans had truly gone to great lengths to deal with him. It was clear that only an expert could create a handwriting imitation that not even he could recognize, and it was certainly not something that could be done in a short amount of time. And it had only been half a day since he had beaten up Zheng Konghua in Shi City. It was clear that the great clans could not have prepared such a flawless letter in such a short amount of time. When he thought of this, Li Wanyu felt a chill run down his spine. He had been too careless, believing that with the protection of Pai Lupi, he could look down on the great clans. He had not expected that the other party had already begun to plan how to deal with him. This meticulously prepared secret letter was proof of this. Although the officials from the great clan said nothing, they couldn't help but rejoice. It was clear that these officials from the great clans wanted to see Li Wanyu run out of luck. As for the previously ashen-faced Zheng Yuanshou, who had not said a word, he finally spoke. Your Majesty, regardless of whether or not this secret letter was written by County Count Hu, we should investigate it thoroughly and give the court and County Count Hu an explanation. His words seemed to be speaking from a fair and just standpoint, but they were actually filled with evil intentions. Investigate? How would they investigate? They naturally had to take Li Wanyu to prison and have the 3 bureaus interrogate him. But now, regardless of the witnesses and material evidence, the aristocratic families had already prepared everything. As long as Li Wanyu was imprisoned, they wouldn't need to worry about not getting the results they wanted. Pai Lupi's expression was also very conflicted. On one hand, he did not want and did not believe that his outstanding nephew would hate him for Li Zhou's death and collude with the Turks. But on the other hand, as an emperor, his paranoia made him wonder if Li Wanyu really didn't hate him because of Li Zhou's death. He had asked Li Wanyu this question when they were in the Li family's old mansion. At that time, he was very satisfied with Li Wanyu's answer. But what if it was Li Wanyu acting? For a moment, Pai Lupi was at a loss. In the main hall, Li Wanyu was still quite calm at this moment. After seeing this forged so-called secret letter, he immediately began to think about how he could break out of this situation and clear his name. He could naturally tell that this letter was forged by someone else. But the key was how he could prove to Pai Lupi that the letter was forged. Although there were records in ancient books, as early as the Three Kingdoms period, the governor Gui Yuan used handwriting comparison to find the person who anonymously slandered Cao Cao. But that was only a comparison of similar handwriting, and thus recognized that it was written by the same person, not that the handwriting was forged. And in the water margin, the literature star, sacred-handed scholar Xiao Rang even forged the Grand Tutor Kai Jing's handwriting to write a letter to his son Kai Jiao. At that time, even Kai Jing's own son could not tell whether it was real or fake. From the Three Kingdoms to the Qing dynasty, Huaxia's ancient handwriting investigation and identification basically relied on the hazy senses to judge. In the case of a secret letter like this one, where the fake could be passed off as genuine and the forger flatly denied it, usually the officials would be helpless and the case would drag on for a long time. Or they could only use torture to force the forger to admit it, thus hastily closing the case. In short, if he wanted to use handwriting identification to prove that he was framed by the aristocratic families, it would be quite difficult. Li Wanyu was pondering how to prove his innocence and escape the death trap set up by the aristocratic families, when he heard Zheng Yuanshou speaking to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I don't really believe it. This letter was personally written by County Count Hu, but as for the handwriting, I really can't tell. Perhaps someone could really imitate County Count Hu's handwriting so perfectly, but there's no telling. Dare I ask, Secret Supervisor Yu, Ouyang Gong, the two of you are famous calligraphers in the Tang dynasty. Dare I ask if the two of you can imitate someone else's handwriting so perfectly? Zheng Yuanshou continued to criticize Li Wanyu. In response to his question, Yu Shirenan and Ouyang Sun glanced at each other. Although they felt extremely helpless in their hearts, they could only helplessly shake their heads. Although the two of them were famous calligraphers and were experts in copying famous calligraphy, they only copied the spirit and not the form. If they wanted to imitate someone else's handwriting, they really couldn't do it. Even if they wanted to protect Li Wanyu, in front of Pai Lupi and the other officials, they couldn't lie. Yu Shernan gave Li Wanyu an apologetic and worried look. In response, Li Wanyu only cupped his hands towards Yu Shernan, indicating that he understood Yu Shernan's intentions. Haha, Your Majesty, if Secret Supervisor Yu and Ouyang Gong can't imitate someone else's handwriting exactly, then I don't know how to judge. Your Majesty, please make a decision. Zheng Yuanshou lightly stabbed Li Wanyu with a knife and left, leaving the problem to Pai Lupi. On the royal stairs, Pai Lupi hesitated for a while before finally standing up. He prepared to order people to take Li Wanyu to the prison and let Wei Zheng, Li Daozong, and Fang Xianling try this case together. Li Wanyu hurriedly bowed towards Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I want to prove myself. Reported. Your Majesty, this so-called secret letter wasn't written by me. It was forged by someone. Of course, the person who forged the letter was very clever. Even I can't tell if this handwriting is real or fake. But Li Wanyu paused for a moment and looked at Pai Lupi. But if I wanted to write a secret letter, why would I use such a childish and ridiculous method? Could it be that I've lost my mind? Why would I write a secret letter so openly and hand it over to a merchant without any disguise? He looked around at the officials in the hall, glancing at Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Rinyu, and the others before continuing, Your Majesty, to put it bluntly, if I wanted to write a secret letter, even if I placed it in front of everyone, they wouldn't be able to tell what I wrote. Li Wangyou's words naturally caused the officials in the hall to begin discussing in low voices. Pai Lupi couldn't help but frown as he pondered Li Wangyou's words. If one were to speak of his nephew's talent, then he would naturally be unparalleled. But a secret letter was a secret letter. Even if Li Wanyu wrote a secret letter, no one would be able to tell what was written even if it was placed in front of everyone's eyes. Pai Lupi didn't believe this either. Zheng Yuanshou and Wang Rinyu looked at each other and couldn't help but sneer. Count who? Do you think this old man and the others are idiots? Ask all the officials in the court who would dare to believe you. At this moment, Li Wanyu had also thought of a countermeasure. He shrugged his shoulders and said in a relaxed tone, If Your Majesty and everyone else doesn't believe me, why don't we conduct an experiment in this hall? Chapter 665. Li Wangyou's words made Pai Lupi hesitate for a moment, but he still nodded in agreement. No matter what, Pai Lupi was still suspicious of the secret letter that the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong, had suddenly thrown out. It was a letter that the so-called bad people had found in the hands of a merchant. Since Li Wanyu said that if he wrote a secret letter, no one would be able to see through it, then it was better to try. Pai Lupi stood up and stared at Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu, how are you going to prove this to me and the other officials? Your Majesty, it's very simple. Taiji Palace has 2 side halls. I can enter one side and write a secret letter for Your Majesty and the other officials to examine. Then I can send this secret letter to the other side, and Your Majesty will appoint someone to receive the letter. If I can deceive Your Majesty and the other officials and deliver the message to the person in the other side hall, then Your Majesty will naturally know whether or not I am lying. Pai Lupi nodded. All right, Mito, go to the other side hall and prepare to receive Li Wangyou's secret letter. Li Er had absolute trust in this imperial chamberlain by his side. After all, Mito was not only responsible for the internal and external communications of the Hunter Horseman Department, but he was also the person closest to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I need to first explain to Provincial Supervisor Mito how to receive the secret letter. Is that all right? Li Wanyu bowed again. All right. Pai Lupi nodded again, indicating for Mito to listen to what Li Wanyu had to say. Mito quickly walked to Li Wangyou's side. Under the gaze of Pai Lupi and the other officials, the two of them whispered a few words in each other's ears. The more Mito listened, the more suspicious he became. His expression was one of bewilderment. In the end, he nodded seriously, indicating that he understood. In the main hall, the officials were also whispering to each other, discussing in low voices. Wang Rinyu suddenly stepped forward and clasped his hands toward Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, if Count Hu and Provincial Supervisor Mido are in cahoots and have already agreed on what to write, then wouldn't it be meaningless? When the officials heard this, they all nodded. That's right. If Li Wanyu told Mi Tao what he was going to write, and Mi Tua knew what Li Wanyu was going to write on the letter, it wouldn't prove anything. Li Wanyu smiled when he heard this. Your Majesty, this matter is simple. After Provincial Supervisor Mido and I enter the left and right side halls, I ask Your Majesty to write the letter. Then I will send it to Provincial Supervisor Mido in the other side hall. If I can deceive Your Majesty and the other officials and pass the information to the Provincial Supervisor, it will be enough to prove the truth of what I said just now. Pai Lupi thought about it for a moment, and it made sense. If Li Wanyu really was a spy, then he naturally had to choose the most secretive way to send the message. If he could really pass the message to Mi Tua without him and the civil and military officials, then this so-called secret letter was worth discussing. Seeing Li Wanyu so certain, Wang Rinyu and Zheng Yuanshou looked at each other. They all saw a trace of worry in each other's eyes. But now that things had gotten to this point, there was no point in saying anything more. They could only wait and see. Moreover, Wang Rinyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others didn't believe Li Wanyu's words at all. To be able to send a message in front of all the officials without anyone knowing, this matter was too legendary. After Li Wanyu and Mido finished talking, they had the eunuchs in the hall prepare some things for the two of them and put them in the side hall. Everything was ready. Your Majesty, I and Mido are ready. We can start. Li Wanyu said. Pai Lupi nodded. Good. Li Wanyu, you go to the left side hall. Mido, you go to the right side hall. Li Wanyu and Mido immediately nodded and went to the left and right side halls. After the two of them entered, the doors of the two side halls were tightly shut. At the same time, there were palace guards arranged by Pai Lupi to guard in front of the hall to prevent someone from secretly sending messages for them. After everything was ready, Pai Lupi picked up a pen and paper. After thinking for a while, he wrote a paragraph. After folding the paper, he signaled the eunuchs to send it to Li Wanyu in the left side hall. After a short while, the door of the left side hall opened. The eunuchs sent a letter and handed it to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi curiously opened the letter, but couldn't help but be stunned. He was holding a piece of white paper in his hand. There was no writing on it. Did you take out the wrong letter? Why is a piece of white paper? Pai Lupi glared at the eunuch in charge of delivering the letter. In Pai Lupi's opinion, the eunuchs must have made a mistake and accidentally sent out a piece of white paper. The eunuch quickly knelt. In reply to everyone, I definitely did not make a mistake. This letter was personally given to me by County Count Hu to be delivered to the Mido Provincial Supervisor. Hearing this, Pai Lupi became even more curious. He repeatedly read the letter in his hand and carefully examined it against the light. In the end, he could only confirm that it was a normal piece of white paper. Seeing that he couldn't see any problems, he could only signal for the eunuchs to take this secret letter to the officials in the hall. Wang Rinyu, Zheng Yuanshou, and the others rushed to take the secret letter. They also repeatedly read it, but they couldn't see any problems. A piece of white paper without any writing was passed around in the hands of everyone. No one could see anything wrong with it. Haha. Your Majesty, it can't be a piece of white paper, right? That county count whose so-called secret letter is just purposely mystifying. Zheng Yuanshou laughed coldly. Wang Rinyu also twirled his beard and smiled. I think that County Count Hu and the Mido Provincial Supervisor didn't use this piece of white paper to send messages, right? Your Majesty, please search the eunuch just now. I think that the real secret letter should be hidden on him. This piece of white paper is just a smokescreen. Pai Lupi felt that Wang Rinyu's words made sense. He immediately waved his hand at the palace guards, indicating for them to search the eunuch in charge of delivering the message. The eunuch didn't dare to argue. With a long face, he was searched from head to toe by the palace guards. Even his hair wasn't spared. However, It was clear that they didn't find anything hidden. Zheng Yuanshou was still worried and said to Pai Lupi, "Your Majesty, why don't you give this paper to me and let me personally deliver it to the Mido provincial supervisor?" "Okay." Pai Lupi naturally nodded his head in agreement. Under the gaze of Pai Lupi and the officials, Zheng Yuanshou took the piece of white paper and walked to the right side hall. He knocked on the tightly shut door and handed the piece of white paper to Mido. The door of the hall closed and opened again very quickly. Mituo walked out from the middle and walked to the front of the imperial stairs with a sad face. He knelt down in front of Lier and said, "Everyone, this servant is not a spy." When Pai Lupi heard this, he suddenly stood up from the throne. "Mido, what did you say? What was the content of my handwritten letter? Did Li Wanyu really write a secret letter to you?" Mido nodded. "The secret letter that County Count who wrote to me was, 'There is a spy in the palace, and it has been found to be Mido.' Everyone, I'm not a spy." When Pai Lupi heard this, he became a Spartan. What Mido said was the words that he had casually written on the paper and sent to the left side hall. But how did these words get to me, Tua? Chapter 666. This result was not only unexpected by Pai Lupi, but also by all the civil and military officials in the hall. Li Wanyu walked out of the side hall and took out the piece of paper that Pai Lupi had personally written. He displayed it for everyone to see, and it was exactly as Mitua had said. How is this possible? Could it be that the Count of Huxian really has such supernatural abilities? Yes, this old man looked at the paper that was sent to the side hall very carefully. It was a blank piece of paper. There is no mistake about this. But it was a blank piece of paper. This old man even used light to look at it, but I did not see any trace of it. But how did Provincial Supervisor Mi know the contents of Her Majesty's letter? Could it be that someone sent him a secret message? There is definitely something fishy about this. In this old man's view, someone must have done something in secret. If you say that the blank piece of paper was a secret letter, this old man would definitely not believe it. The hundreds of officials discussed among themselves, whispering into each other's ears. The originally solemn and serene Taiji Palace was now buzzing with noise. It was extremely noisy. Li Wanyu bowed once more to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, does Your Majesty believe what this subject said just now?" Just as this subject said, if this subject wanted to write some secret letter to that dog fart Shelly Khan, how could it be so childish? This so-called secret letter is just too much of a humiliation to this subject's intelligence. Pai Lupi silently nodded. If this nephew of his really had a way to secretly send a message, he naturally wouldn't have so openly handed over such an important secret letter to Shelly Khan, to a Hu merchant. However, Pai Lupi needed to understand whether Li Wanyu really had a way to send a secret letter through a blank piece of paper or if he had some other trick up his sleeve. "Li Wanyu, tell me, how did you send a message to me Tua through a blank piece of paper?" Pai Lupi asked. Li Wanyu smiled and said, "Your Majesty, this matter is extremely simple. This subject." Before he could finish speaking, he heard someone shout, "Wait, Your Majesty, this matter cannot be announced to the public." Everyone looked over and saw that it was Li Jing, the Minister of War. Pai Lupi frowned. "Duke Wei, what do you mean?" "Your Majesty, if County Count who truly has such a method of transmitting secret messages, your subject believes that it should not be announced to the public. Such a method of transmitting secret letters should be taught to the military and used for spies to transmit information," Li Jing immediately replied. With his explanation, Li Er immediately reacted. That was indeed the case. If there was such a secret method of transmitting information, it had to be kept a secret. It couldn't be made public in the main hall so that everyone would know about it. Cheng Yaojin and the other generals also nodded their heads in agreement. Li Wanyu laughed. "Reporting to Your Majesty, Duke Wei, what I used just now was just a small trick. If you really want to use it to transmit information, I have other methods." Li Jing glared. "That won't do. This matter has to be kept a secret." "That's right. That should be the case. Zio, it's enough to let us know about this matter." Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Yuqi Jingda, and the other dukes gathered around. Pai Lupi also walked down the royal stairs. "Zio, Tell us about the method of writing the secret letter. At this moment, Pai Lupi already believed that there was a problem with the secret letter. He even affectionately called Li Wanyu by his courtesy name. Li Wanyu shrugged helplessly and softly explained the method he used to transmit the secret letter. It was actually very simple. It was just the method that the monk used to trick the elders of the Li clan back in Hu County. He used alkaline water to write on a piece of paper. After drying the paper, it would disappear without a trace. However, after applying some turmeric water, the original writing would appear. Other than alkaline water, you can also use rice vinegar to write a message on a piece of white paper. After drying it, it still won't show a trace. However, if you put it over a fire, the writing will appear, Li Wanyu added. This was just common knowledge of chemistry in the future. It was just a small trick. However, in the ears of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the others, it was like thunder. It shocked them so much that they all looked at each other in dismay. Kid, don't joke around. It's so simple, yet you can transmit a secret letter? Cheng Yaojin grinned with an expression of disbelief. Huh, how could this little nephew dare to deceive you all? If Uncle Cheng doesn't believe me, you can try it yourself, Li Wanyu said with a smile. Okay, I'll give it a try. Second brother, go to the side hall over there. I'll write a secret letter for you. Let's see if it's as magical as this kid says, Cheng Yaojin shouted towards Qin Xiong. Qin Xiong nodded and cooperated with him towards the side hall. Cheng Yaojin, Pai Lupi, and the others went straight to the side hall where Li Wanyu had been. There was alkaline water and other things prepared here. They were all prepared by Li Wanyu before. Cheng Yaojin followed Li Wanyu's instructions. He dipped the brush in alkaline water and started to write on the paper. After he finished writing, he dried the paper. The paper was just like before. There was not a single trace on it. It was like a piece of white paper. Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others looked at it for a long time before passing the paper to the palace guards and telling them to send it to Qin Xiong. However, at this time, Qin Xiong walked out of the side hall. He pointed at Cheng Yaojin and scolded with a smile. Cheng Yaojin, it's fine if you say bad things about me, but you actually drew a face. Pai Lupi, Li Jing, and the others looked at each other and laughed. Wasn't what Cheng Yaojin wrote on the paper just now a joke about Qin Xiong? Moreover, Cheng Yaojin, this old fellow, drew a face on the paper. Pai Lupi no longer had any doubts. He smiled and patted Li Wanyu's shoulder. He walked back to the throne and slapped the armrest. He shouted at the dumbfounded assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong, tell me honestly, where did this secret letter come from? What is the matter with the barbarian merchant? Cold sweat dripped down Wang Shizhong's back. This secret letter to falsely accuse Li Wanyu was naturally prepared by an aristocratic family. To be more precise, it was prepared by the Zheng family of Xingyang. Yesterday, after Zheng Kongbo was beaten up by Li Wanyu, Zheng Yuanshou immediately found the heads of the aristocratic families. After some discussion, they decided on today's matter. The Zheng family of Xingyang had actually prepared the secret letter to slander Li Wanyu for colluding with the Turks for a period of time. They were waiting for the right time to throw it out and sow discord between Li Wanyu and Pai Lupi. After all, Li Wanyu had made the aristocratic families of the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs suffer and ruined their plans several times. This included the aristocratic family's careful planning. They spent a lot of energy to create the replacement of the crown prince with a leopard cat. It was also because of Li Wanyu's interference that their plans failed. How could the aristocratic families not be afraid of Li Wanyu? They all want to get rid of him quickly. According to the original plan, this secret letter would be brought to the border by someone, and then accidentally discovered it and sent to Li Er's imperial desk in Chang'an. But yesterday, his eldest son was beaten up so miserably by Li Wanyu. This made Zheng Yuanshou, the old fox, angry and planned to use this secret letter. The person who imitated Li Wanyu's handwriting was a scholar raised by the Zheng family in Xingyang. This person was especially good at imitating people's handwriting and had the ability to pass off the fake as the real one. The Zheng family of Xingyang collected all kinds of Li Wanyu's handwriting in Chang, and then sent it to Xingyang for people to imitate. It took more than a month to create such a secret letter that was almost impossible to distinguish between the real one and the fake one. In the eyes of Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Rinyu, and other heads of aristocratic families, even if Li Wangyu had a lot of mouths, he would not be able to explain clearly what was going on with this secret letter. Even if Pai Lupi had doubts, he had to believe it in the face of the ironclad facts. Even if Li Wangyu would not be punished, he would at least have to suffer a little, and Pai Lupi would have a thorn in his heart. But neither Zheng Yuanshou nor Wang Rinyu had expected Li Wangyu to use this method to clear himself of suspicion. In the face of Pai Lupi's criticism, Wang Shizhong opened his mouth and could only push the blame to the bad person. Your Majesty, I was probably deceived by that bad commander. I was guilty. I was careless and was deceived by that bad commander. I almost hurt County Count Hu. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. Pai Lupi naturally did not believe Wang Shizhong's explanation. What a good excuse of being deceived. Men, go and summon that bad marshal to the palace. Today we want to know who instigated this matter. Who dares to frame a trusted official like County Count Hu? Pai Lupi's words made Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Rinyu, and Assistant Minister of Justice Wang Shizhong's faces turned even paler. Chapter 667. Pai Lupi was furious. Naturally, a palace eunuch trotted out of the hall, ready to summon the bad commander to the hall and face Pai Lupi's interrogation. No one noticed that Zheng Yuanshou's eyes inadvertently looked at a small eunuch standing in the corner of Taiji Palace. After the two of them made eye contact, Zheng Yuanshou's fingers moved silently a few times. The young eunuch nodded his head imperceptibly. Soon, his figure disappeared from the hall. Wang Rinyu and Zheng Yuanshou looked at each other again and nodded slightly. Then they stopped talking and waited calmly. Li Wangyu thought of Bai Macho at this time and said to Pai Lupi quickly, Your Majesty, that barbarian merchant did drink with me in the barbarian wine shop in the West Market yesterday, but I believe that he is not a spy of the Turks. His surname is Bai, and his name is Macho. He is a member of the royal family of Qiuzi country and runs a caravan between Chang and in Qiuzi all year round. Bai Macho just entered Chang and yesterday and met me in the West Market. I thought he was interesting, so I invited him to the wine shop to drink. I thought that Bai Macho must have been tortured and forced to confess. Your Majesty, please summon him to the hall and interrogate him face to face. Pai Lupi nodded. Okay. Wang Shizhong, where is that barbarian merchant now? Wang Shizhong hesitated for a moment and answered honestly, Your Majesty, he should be locked up in the prison of the Ministry of Justice. Immediately send that barbarian merchant to Taiji Palace. I want to interrogate him personally. Yes. Wang Shizhong naturally did not dare to say no. He could only nod and turn around to send the order. It was already past the usual hour of the morning court, but none of the officials in Taiji Palace was in a hurry. It was rare to see such a lively day. How could these top gossipers of the Tang dynasty be willing to miss the following exciting events? Many people had already guessed some of the inside story. They looked at Wang Shizhong, Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Rinyu, and the others with a playful look. If one were to say that there was nothing fishy about today's matter and that it was just the doing of some bad person or bad commander, then that would be an insult to the intelligence of the officials. Let's not talk about whether the bad guys had the guts to frame Li Wangyu, the county magistrate who founded the country. The almost flawless secret letter was not something that a bad guy could come up with. Many of the officials felt that the aristocratic families were going to be in trouble today. At the very least, this assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice would definitely not be able to escape. As long as delinquent Marshal confronted His Highness, the truth would naturally come to light. Even if Wang Rinyu and Zheng Yuanshou were spared, it was hard to say what would happen to Wang Shizhong, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. As a level 4 big shot of Taiyuan Wang clan in the imperial court, if he were to fail like this, then Taiyuan Wang clan would really suffer a great loss. Many of the officials who came from aristocratic families also had worried looks on their faces. They clearly felt that their aristocratic families were going to suffer a great loss after today's matter. While everyone was waiting for the successor of the Chamberlain, Li Jing turned to Li Wangyu and asked, County Magistrate, who, just now, you said that the previous method was not suitable for delivering a secret letter. Why is that? Does County Magistrate, who have any other methods? Li Jing brought up this matter again, attracting the attention of Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, and the others. They all turned to look at Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu nodded and said, Your Majesty, Duke Wei, it's not certain that no one knows about the two methods just now. They aren't safe. At the very least, this subject has seen a monk use this method to cheat people in Hu County, so it's not suitable for delivering messages in the military. Oh, there's such a thing? Then tell us, what other methods can we use to deliver a secret letter? Pai Lupi asked curiously. The method is very simple. Why don't this subject demonstrate it to your majesty and everyone else? Cheng Yaojin laughed loudly and patted Li Wanyu's shoulder. Wahaha, this elder knows that you have a lot of ideas. Hurry up and give it a try. This elder wants to see if your secret letter can fool this elder's eyes. Uncle Cheng, if you can guess this kind of secret letter, this nephew is willing to give you a share of the great Zhao baseball field. Uncle Cheng, are you willing to make a bet with this nephew? Li Wanyu had just finished speaking when Cheng Yaojin slapped him hard on the back of his head. Bastard brat, you dare to trick this elder? What bet? You mother of asterisk cur. Do you think this elder doesn't know that I can only lose in a bet with you? Hurry up and write the secret letter. If the result isn't good, do you believe that this elder won't beat you up? Facing this unreasonable old man, Li Wanyu wanted to cry, but had no tears. What kind of person was this? Li Wanyu called Mi Ta over and whispered a few words in his ear. Mi Ta nodded repeatedly, indicating that he understood. After Mi Ta went back to the side chamber, Cheng Yaojin pulled Li Wanyu over. Write in the secret letter. On the 23rd day of the first month, open the illustrious Virtue Gate. Raise the fire as the signal. 3,000 soldiers of the left Golden Guards will enter the city. Understood? Li Wanyu nodded. He knew that Cheng Yaojin wanted to test whether his secret letter could deliver military intelligence. After returning to the side chamber, a secret letter was sent out not long after. This time, it wasn't a wordless heavenly book. Instead, it was filled with all kinds of numbers. Cheng Yaojin snatched the secret letter and looked at it carefully. Li Jing, Qin Xiong, and the others also came over. Mother of asterisk cur, what kind of nonsense is this? 37, 5, 14. What do these numbers mean? Cheng Yaojin looked at it for a long time and didn't understand. He looked at Li Jing and the others in confusion. The group of high dukes shook their heads. No one understood what it meant. Pai Lupi also took the secret letter and looked at it for a long time. He also didn't have any clue. Ziyu, are you going to use those two methods again? Pai Lupi asked. Li Wanyu shook his head. No, Your Majesty. The contents of the secret letter are directly written on this paper. It is the content that you see. If you don't believe me, Your Majesty doesn't need to give this letter to the provincial supervisor me. You could just read it to him through the door. There is such a thing? I don't believe that these inexplicable numbers are the same as what I just said to you. Give me the letter. I will read it to Mi Ta. Cheng Yaojin took the secret letter and walked to the side chamber. He loudly read the numbers to Mi Ta. Not long after he finished reading, Michigan Ta opened the door and walked out. He smiled at Cheng Yaojin and said, Lu Buigong, your secret letter almost gave me a fright. The contents of the secret letter said, on the 23rd of the first month, open the illustrious Virtue Gate. Raise the fire as the signal. 3,000 soldiers of the left Golden Guards will enter the city. Am I right? Cheng Yaojin heard this and looked as if he had seen a ghost. Ow, how is this possible? Mitual, how did you know? Could it be that those damn numbers were really the contents of the secret letter? Mitual smiled and nodded. High Duke Lu, that is right. Pai Lupi reached out and called Mitual to his side. He asked about the secret letter. Mitual naturally told him everything he knew. He honestly told Pai Lupi how to decipher the secret letter. Pai Lupi raised his eyebrows. Is it really that simple? Yes, everyone, that is it. If County Count Huxian doesn't explain it clearly, I won't be able to figure it out, even if I crack my head. Pai Lupi stood up. I will try it myself. Pai Lupi followed Mitual into the side chamber. Not long after, Mitual came out with a piece of paper and handed it to Li Wanyu. County Count Huxian, His Majesty has ordered you to decipher this secret letter. Li Wanyu smiled and nodded. He took the secret letter and returned to the side chamber. When he reappeared, Li Wanyu first bowed to Pai Lupi. This subject thanks His Majesty for the reward. This secret letter is indeed very interesting. Not bad, Zio. I'm very satisfied. Pai Lupi laughed. The secret letter he had written to Li Wanyu was deciphered to say, I reward you with 1,000 taels of gold. Chapter 668. Actually, Li Wanyu's secret letter wasn't worth a single cent, if you put it bluntly. It was a set of codes that couldn't be any simpler. He and Mito had agreed to use a certain book as the code. The numbers on the paper represented the number of pages, lines, and words of the book. When deciphering the code, all they had to do was follow the order of the numbers and find the words from the book that they had agreed on. This could be said to be the most basic code, but it was also extremely secretive. If one didn't know which book the two sides agreed on, even if they knew the trick, it would be useless and they wouldn't be able to decipher the contents of the code. It was such a simple code, but in the eyes of Pai Lupi, Cheng Yao Jin, Li Jing, and the others, it was an incredible invention. This was very normal. In the history of Huaxia, the first set of military communication codes in the true sense only appeared hundreds of years later in the Northern Song dynasty. Even the military codes that appeared in the Northern Song dynasty were much simpler and cruder than Li Wangyu's code. The Northern Song dynasty's military code had a total of 40 phrases that were commonly used in the military. Then, the 40 phrases were numbered. Then, they would agree on a 5-character poem as the key to decipher the code. When it was necessary to use the secret letter, he would write the poem, how many secret words needed to be expressed, and which character in the poem would be stamped with a seal, using that as a mark. The military codes of the Northern Song dynasty hundreds of years later were still this crude. In comparison, the emperor and officials of the Tang dynasty, who didn't have the concept of military codes, were shocked after seeing Li Wangyu's code. After Li Jing figured out the meaning of the numbers, he couldn't help but excitedly rub his hands. Good. Your Majesty, County Count Huxian will record this as a great merit. I've been in the military for my entire life, but I've never heard of such a way of dealing with secret letters. This way, there won't be any leakage of information during a war or any falsification by the enemy. Good, this is really good. Li Wanyu was a bit embarrassed by the praise. He rubbed his nose and lowered his voice. Your Majesty, according to this method, we can also make a special code book. In other words, the commonly used Chinese characters were summarized, and each character was represented by a number. These numbers could be unrelated. In this way, unless someone has the same code book, no one will be able to decipher the contents of these numbers. His words made the eyes of Pai Lupi, Li Jing, Cheng Yao Jin, and the others even brighter. Everyone, including Pai Lupi, knew how important it was for the military to be able to transmit information in complete secrecy. Pai Lupi was so excited that he slapped Li Wangyu's head. Zio, you bastard! If it weren't for this matter today, would you still be hiding it and not be willing to hand it over? Cheng Yaojin also grinned and said, Your Majesty, if I had known earlier, I would have framed this kid a few times earlier. Let's see if he still dares to hide anything. Li Wanyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at these two people. What the hell was this? Why did it seem like he was the one in the wrong? Hee, Uncle, I just didn't think of it for a moment, Li Wanyu said with an embarrassed smile. He was just a white-collar worker in the future. How could he have thought a code book? If he hadn't been framed by an aristocratic family and wanted to prove his innocence, he really wouldn't have thought of this method. Whether it was Pai Lupi or the officials, no one believed that the bullshit secret letter was written by Li Wanyu to Shelly Khan. With these various secret methods to transmit information without anyone knowing, who would be stupid enough to write a so-called secret letter? Wouldn't their brains be flooded with water? Pai Lupi was excitedly discussing with Li Jing, Cheng Yao Jin, and the other military leaders how to use the codebook Li Wanyu had taught them today. A chamberlain came to report that the Whom merchant had been sent from the Ministry of Justice's prison to Taiji Palace. Summon him to the palace for questioning. Pai Lupi sat back on the throne. The Whom merchant caught by the hoodlums was indeed by Ma Chao. However, he didn't walk to the palace. Instead, he was carried up by the palace guards. When Li Wanyu saw the appearance of the Chotzi merchant he had met yesterday, his eyes immediately became bloodshot. He turned his head and glared at the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong. Bai Macho's appearance could only be described with one word: miserable. It was quite miserable. He didn't know how many punishments Bai Macho had suffered since he was caught by the hoodlums last night. Li Wanyu looked at him. There was almost no intact piece of flesh on this merchant's body. His body was covered with bloody wounds. Many of the wounds were like the lips of a baby. They were so deep that his bones could be seen. Not only was Bai Macho covered with bloody wounds, but he had also been unconscious for a long time. If it weren't for the rise and fall of his chest, Li Wanyu would have thought that this Chotzi merchant had been beaten to death. Pai Lupi also frowned and was very dissatisfied. Wang Shizhong, why did you beat him up like this? Wang Shizhong hurriedly stood out to shift the blame. Your Majesty, I didn't intervene in this matter. Everything was handled by the hoodlum. I only received the hoodlum's report this morning. Because I felt that this matter was very important, I went to the palace to report it to your Majesty. I didn't have time to ask the hoodlum about the specific details. The injuries on this merchant should be caused by the hoodlum's interrogation last night. I'm responsible for my negligence. Please forgive me, your Majesty. He shirked his responsibility completely and pushed all the blame to the hoodlum. At most, he didn't supervise strictly. It wasn't a big deal. Pai Lupi was naturally very dissatisfied with this answer. However, he couldn't blame the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice in front of him. After all, as Wang Shizhong explained, as the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, he only had the duty of supervising. Arresting and interrogating were not the duties of the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. As for the hoodlum who was in charge of arresting, Pai Lupi thought that he would know who ordered him to frame his nephew when he was brought to the main hall later. Pai Lupi didn't believe that an insignificant hoodlum would dare to lie in Taiji Palace. Li Wanyu's face was anxious. Your Majesty, Bai Macho is now seriously injured. Please summon Lu Fengyu of the Shangyao Bureau to treat him first. With Bai Macho's current condition, I can't ask him anything. Pai Lupi nodded in agreement. He signaled the chamberlain to lift the merchant again and send him to the Shangyao Bureau to be treated by Lu Shenwei. After he woke up, he could ask him again. Looking at Bai Macho being carried away by the chamberlain, Li Wanyu gritted his teeth. Based on his judgment, Lao Bai was purely implicated by him. If he didn't beat up Zheng Kongwei yesterday, the aristocratic families wouldn't be so ruthless as to take revenge on him. They directly captured Bai Macho and forced him to confess, accusing him of being a Turkic spy. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be worthy of being a transmigrator. Li Wanyu was already secretly planning how he should take revenge on these aristocratic families. Originally, he thought that the aristocratic families were just like flies. They were annoying but couldn't hurt him. However, today's incident made Li Wanyu realize that the aristocratic families were not only annoying flies, but also vicious dogs that would bite people. Even if a person didn't want to hurt a tiger, the tiger wanted to hurt a person. Although Li Wanyu was just a harmless white-collar worker in his previous life, if he was forced into a corner, he also had the power to fight back. Just as he was thinking about how to take revenge, he saw another chamberlain rushing into the main hall. He whispered a few words into Mi Tuo's ear. When Mi Tuo heard this, his expression changed drastically. Pai Lupi naturally saw it too. He couldn't help but frown and ask, Mi Tuo, what happened? Mi Tuo hesitated for a moment and knelt down to answer. Just now, the chamberlain who went to Chang'an City to inform the hoodlum couldn't find him. Then, he went to his house to deliver the order, but when the chamberlain rushed there, the hoodlum's house was already on fire. Chapter 669. Mi Tuo paused and continued. Everyone, the Wu Marquis of the Vice-Marshal's inner square found 13 corpses in his mansion after putting out the fire. After a rough identification, we can confirm that the Vice-Marshal and his 7 or 8 subordinates were all killed. The rest of the corpses belong to the Vice-Marshal's family. Right now, the Chang'an County bailiffs, the Ministry of Justice, and the 100 Cavalry Department have all rushed over and are investigating the murder scene. Me Too's words made Pai Lupi's face turn ugly. Of course, he understood what this meant. Not only did Pai Lupi understand, but all the officials, including Li Wanyu, also understood. Killing to silence. Li Wanyu could not help but look at Zheng Yuanshou, Wang Rinyu, and the other big shots of the aristocratic families. What a ruthless method. As soon as they saw that things were not going well, they immediately cut off all possible connections with them. As expected, the aristocratic families were quite vicious. But the key point was that it was almost noon. It had not even been 2 hours since Pai Lupi ordered people to summon the vice-marshal. In such a short time, not only did the aristocratic families spread the news from the Taiji Palace, they were also able to kill people in broad daylight. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu felt a chill run down his spine. These aristocratic families were like icebergs hidden under the surface of the sea. It was unknown how terrifying and huge they were. Lier, who was sitting on the throne, also thought of this point. That was why his expression became so ugly. Pai Lupi did not care about the death of the vice-marshal and the vice-marshal. What he cared about was the power hidden in the dark by the aristocratic families. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi would never allow such a thing to happen under his watch. After the vice-marshal was killed, today's matter could only come to an end. Even if everyone in the palace knew the whole story, there was no evidence. Pai Lupi could not even arrest the vice-marshal of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong. This made the emperor of the Tang dynasty very angry. As for digging out the mastermind, Pai Lupi did not have any hope at all. Since the aristocratic families dared to kill people, they would definitely clean up the mess. Even in the Taiji Palace, when Prince Li Ji had been replaced, the 100 Cavalry Department had not found any clues that pointed to the aristocratic families, let alone silencing an insignificant and unremarkable vice-marshal. Pai Lupi's face was livid. He snorted coldly. Today's matter ends here. The vice-marshal of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong, was negligent in supervision. Li Daozong, Chui, the Ministry of Justice in Chang and County. I want an explanation for this matter. Li Daozong and Chang, and County's Chui, but they could only to receive the order. Even Chui knew that tracking down the culprit was a hot potato. Court is dismissed. After Lier finished speaking, he ignored the courtier's greetings and turned to leave. Wang Li, Hun, Wang, he Li, he. County Count who? His Majesty summons you to the Yin and Yang Palace. Inside the Yin and Yang Palace, not only Li Wanyu, but also Pai Lupi's trusted aides, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Zhangsun Wuji, were summoned. Pai Lupi fiercely pulled out his sword and slashed the table in front of him in half. Tian Shiling dared to bully His Majesty. I hate that I cannot immediately order people to behead those old dogs with my sword. Li Wanyu and the other big shots exchanged glances. Naturally, they all knew who the old dog Li Er was talking about was. They also understood where Li Er's anger came from. Uncle, calm down. It's not worth it to hurt your body because of these people. Although Li Wanyu also hated the aristocratic families, he could only comfort the furious Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi slashed a good table into pieces and vented his anger. He then ordered me to let the 100 Cavalry Department investigate. I don't believe that so many people were killed in broad daylight without any clues. Also, investigate how the news got out in the Yin and Yang Palace. Yes, His Majesty. Mituwa didn't dare to say more. He lowered his head and left the Yin and Yang Palace. Li Wanyu also felt that the Ministry of Justice, Chang, and County, and the 100 Cavalry Department would investigate together. It was impossible that there wouldn't be any clues. After all, the aristocratic families had planned to frame him. They definitely didn't expect to be turned around. If they ordered people to kill the delinquent and the delinquent commander in a hurry, they would definitely be exposed. Now, it was up to the aristocratic families to see if this fire could spread to them. However, even if the aristocratic families hid it well, it didn't matter. Li Wanyu now had a plan in mind. He planned to go back and discuss it with his beautiful boss. This time, he was really angry. He was ready to take the initiative to attack and teach the aristocratic families a lesson. General Fang, General Du, Wuji, what do you think? The aristocratic families are so unscrupulous. Is there any way to stop them? Pai Lupi slightly suppressed his anger. He put his sword back into the scabbard and asked his confidants. Fang Xianling and the others were also very angry about this. However, the aristocratic families were now very powerful. It was not easy to stop them. Your Majesty, the aristocratic families can only be dealt with slowly. The foundation of the aristocratic families lies in the scholarly circles. Now, in the Tang dynasty, the engraving printing technology developed by Zio has greatly reduced the price of books. There will be more and more scholars in the world. It will not be so easy for the aristocratic families to continue to control the scholarly circles. In addition, the imperial examinations will select talents for your Majesty. The decline of the aristocratic families is inevitable. However, this will take time. Your Majesty, you don't need to be too anxious. Now the aristocratic families can't make waves. They're just struggling at death's door. Fang Xianling comforted. Fang Xianling was also telling the truth. Li Wanyu knew that in history, the aristocratic families have been getting weaker and weaker since they entered the Tang dynasty. However, they did not disappear. It was not until the chaos at the end of the Tang dynasty that the aristocratic families and the Tang dynasty disappeared in the long river of history. Pai Lupi was naturally aware of this, but he was still dissatisfied. Humph! Now the imperial examinations are popular. In the long run, the imperial examination candidates only know about the emperor and don't know about the court. It will be a big disaster. I want to continue to improve the imperial examinations, but I don't know where to start. Do you have any good suggestions? Pai Lupi was very proud of the imperial examination system of the Tang dynasty. He even said that all the heroes in the world are in my hands. However, as time went by, Pai Lupi was surprised to find that the aristocratic families benefited from the imperial examinations. After all, the aristocratic families had an incomparable influence among the scholars and the common people. Even the descendants of Pai Lupi wanted to marry the daughters of the 5 surnames, let alone the nobles and common people. Submitting and recommending the imperial examinations to the aristocratic families was popular for a time. The phenomenon of taking the back door and relying on power to enter the imperial examinations was popular in the Tang dynasty. This naturally caused Pai Lupi to be very dissatisfied, but he did not know how to change it. In fact, even so, the imperial examination system was quite harmful to the interests of the aristocratic families. The imperial examination system of the Tang dynasty made a great contribution to breaking the monopoly of the aristocratic families on official career, selecting talents, clarifying politics, easing social contradictions, and so on. The imperial examination system played a crucial role in the extinction of the aristocratic families at the end of the Tang dynasty. There were 2 opinions about the origin of the imperial examination system. One was that it began in the Sui dynasty, and the other was that it began in the Tang dynasty. But in any case, the imperial examination system was really formed in the Tang dynasty. Until the 31st year of the Qing dynasty, when the last imperial examination was held, the imperial examination system was the longest continuous method of selecting talents in the world. However, the imperial examination system of the Tang dynasty was indeed much rougher than that of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Although the imperial examination system was good, the officials in charge of the examination were mostly selfish and many of them practiced favoritism. Therefore, Pai Lupi sighed. How could Fang Xianling and the others not know about Pai Lupi's problem? However, they had no good ideas to improve the imperial examination system. Naturally, they were speechless. Li Wanyu's eyes lit up and he said, "Uncle, what's the problem?" Chapter 670. Uncle, what's so difficult about this? I have a few ideas that can prevent the aristocratic families from interfering with the spring imperial examination. Li Wanyu's words naturally made Pai Lupi and Fang Xuanling's spirits rise. Everyone knew that Li Wanyu was intelligent. Since he said he had a way, they naturally had to listen carefully. Ziyu, what good idea do you have? Let's hear it. Li Wanyu smiled and said, You only need to paste the names and transcribe the exam papers so that the judges won't know who wrote a certain paper. Then, there's no need to worry about the aristocratic families interfering. Pai Lupi and Fong Xianling were stunned when they heard his words. After thinking about it, they immediately became happy. Wonderful. Your Majesty, Ziyu's idea is very good. Why didn't I think of it before? Paste the names and transcribe the exam papers. Naturally, the judges and the examinees can be separated. Even if the examinees submit their papers to the aristocratic families, it won't help. Fong Xianling pondered over Li Wangyou's words and immediately clapped his hands and laughed. Du Ruhui also nodded repeatedly. Yes, Ziyu's idea is very good. It won't take much effort. After the spring imperial examination, paste all the examinees' papers and then have the scribes transcribe them. In this way, the judges won't be able to know who the examinees are from handwriting, markings, and so on. Even if the aristocratic families want to interfere, they won't be able to do so. Pai Lupi naturally understood Li Wangyou's meaning. He excitedly stood up and paced in the hall. Good, this idea is feasible. There's still a month before this year's spring imperial examination. Master Fong, Master Du, I'll have to trouble you two to perfect Ziyu's idea. This year's spring imperial examination will be done accordingly. Yes. Fong Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other and nodded with a smile. Pai Lupi turned his head and looked at Li Wangyu. Ziyu, I really want to see how many good things you're hiding in your stomach. What other suggestions do you have for the spring imperial examination? Don't hide it anymore. Tell me everything. Li Wangyu was a little embarrassed and touched his nose out of habit. Actually, Li Wangyu was just copying someone else's idea. This fake name was actually made by Empress Wu Zetian. In Li Wangyou's opinion, although the imperial examination system of the Tang dynasty still had many shortcomings, it was still much better than the Ming and Qing dynasties. The most important thing was the content of the exam. The imperial examinations of the Ming and Qing dynasties mainly focused on the eight-legged essay. Later on, it could be said that the content was empty. It focused on the form and became a word game. In the Ming and Qing dynasties, there were many people who objected to this. On the other hand, in the Tang dynasty, although the imperial examination system was not perfect, the content of the examination was quite rich. Every year in the spring imperial examinations, there were more than 50 subjects for the Xiu Cai, Ming Jing, Jinshi, Ming Fa, Ming calligraphy, Ming calculation, etc. Those who passed these subjects would be given official positions. Of course, most of them were low-level positions. It could be said that the imperial examination of the Tang dynasty was more like the civil service examination of the later generations, broad and open, begging others for help and selecting talents. However, in the Ming and Qing dynasties, it was artificially altered and changed completely. However, the rigor of the imperial examination system of the Ming and Qing dynasties was worthy of Li Wangyu, bringing it to the Tang dynasty. The combination of the two was not bad. Li Wangyu recalled what he knew about the imperial examination system of the Ming and Qing dynasties. He picked out the useful content and explained it to Pai Lupi, Fong Xianling, and the other big shots. He was getting more and more thick-skinned now. He did not feel guilty at all for copying these. Pai Lupi, Fong Xianling, and the others applauded and cheered. Li Wangyu was slightly embarrassed. After hearing Li Wangyou's words, Pai Lupi could not help but look at him. Zio, you're now 17 years old. Why don't you become an official? Why don't you be in charge of this year's imperial examination? When Li Wangyu heard this, he immediately felt a headache coming on. Had he gone overboard in showing off? Why did he suddenly mention the matter of becoming an official? As a loser who was determined to live a carefree life, Li Wangyu was quite satisfied with his current life. He did not want to become an official even if he was beaten to death. He had a noble title and was extremely wealthy. Who would want to be an official? What's more, he was 17 years old this year. If he really was in charge of the imperial examination, he did not know how much criticism he would cause. For a lazy person like Li Wangyu, how could he jump into such a fire pit? He quickly used the all-purpose excuse to brush off Pai Lupi. Uncle, I am still in mourning. The matter of becoming an official can be delayed for another 2 years. Pai Lupi glared at him with dissatisfaction. You lazy boy, what morning? I think it's just an excuse. Well, in that case, I'll see what you say next year. Pai Lupi also knew that although Li Wanyo's words were an excuse, it was a very good excuse. Even if he was the emperor, he could not stop his nephew from mourning for his father. Li Wanyu smiled bitterly. This matter was really troublesome. Sai, being too outstanding, was also a shortcoming. At this time, Mi Tuo walked in from outside the hall. He bowed to Pai Lupi and said, Everyone, this servant has found out that it was one of the eunuchs on duty in Taiji Palace who spread the news outside the palace. That eunuchs knew that he had committed a grave sin. When he was found out, he ran into the wall and killed himself. Pai Lupi coldly snorted. The claws of these aristocratic families are really long. Mi Tuo, clean up all the palace maids and eunuchs. I don't want to see this kind of thing happen again. Yes, Mi Tuo accepted the order. Li Wanyu knew that with Pai Lupi's order, no one knew how many people would die in Taiji Palace in Noda. But he could not stop it. There was an irreconcilable contradiction between the aristocratic families and the imperial power. In fact, strictly speaking, it was not a bad thing for the aristocratic families to restrict the emperor. After all, as a modern person, he knew this truth. Absolute power was equal to absolute corruption. At the beginning of the Tang dynasty, there was some mutual restraint between the aristocratic families and the imperial power. Even the emperor could not act wantonly. But Li Wanyu was now one of the members of the imperial family. It was said that the position determined the head. That was the truth. What's more, the aristocratic families had done all kinds of dirty things with him again and again. Today, they even slandered him as a traitor who colluded with the Turks. In this case, Li Wanyu did not care about the aristocratic families or the imperial power. In short, in the eyes of the cynical man, those who offended him should be beaten to death. In the Yin and Yang Palace, Li Wanyu chatted with Pai Lupi and a group of big shots for a long time. Then he left and prepared to go to the Shangyao Bureau to see Bai Mohu's injury. Speaking of which, this time Bai Mohu was implicated by Li Wanyu. For this, Li Wanyu naturally felt very guilty. Everything was going well, but just because he had a drink with her yesterday, he was captured by the bad people of the aristocratic family. He was even tortured to the point of being on the verge of death. He was truly wronged to the extreme. Li Wanyu naturally wanted to visit Bai Mohu. He asked Lu Shanwei to try his best to save this businessman from cheesy country. Otherwise, if something bad happened to Bai Mohu, Li Wanyu would feel uneasy. When he arrived at the Shangyao Bureau, Li Wanyu found Lu Shanwei and asked him about Bai Mohu's injury. However, Lu Shanwei's words almost caused Li Wanyu to go berserk once again. Chapter 671. When Bai Mohu slowly woke up, he did not expect that he could still survive. When he was being tortured by those vicious and evil people, he knew that he would not be able to survive. He never expected that he would suffer such a disaster when he came to Chang in this time. Those villains broke the door of the hostel in the middle of the night and put him in jail. Bai Mohu thought there must be some misunderstanding, so he kept complaining that he was wronged. But he did not expect that those villains would punish him severely without saying anything. Only when that baddie commander opened his mouth did he realize that these baddies weren't here for him, but to scheme against that very interesting young count they had met by chance during the day. After he figured it out, Bai Mohu could not help but feel a chill down his spine. He knew the Tang dynasty very well. Compared with that earl, those villains, even the bad commander, were just as useless as mud. How dare they do that? The Tang dynasty recruited those who had done evil deeds to be low-ranking officers for investigation and arrest. They were called villains. Those villains did not even have a rank. How dare they frame a earl? Obviously, there was someone behind the scenes. And he, a Chotzi merchant, was just a bait. If he did as the bad commander asked and accuse him, he was afraid that no matter whether those people behind the scenes could succeed or not, he would not survive. After he figured it out, Bai Mohu naturally gritted his teeth and refused to admit his guilt, let alone accuse Li Wanyu. But Bai Mohu was a member of the royal family of Chotzi. He had earned a lot of money by doing business for many years. Although he had to travel a long distance every year, he could be considered as a rich family. Being tortured by those villains, of course, he could not bear it. Since he could not bear the torture of those villains, Bai Mohu only wanted to be spared from torture and die. Bai Mohu, who was on the verge of death, followed those bad people's instructions and gave some random instructions, then signed and stamped his name. But even so, those villains did not intend to let him go. They beat him until he fainted. When he woke up again and struggled to open his eyes, he saw Li Wangyo's worried face. At this moment, Bai Mohu almost burst into tears. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but only a hissing sound came out of his throat. Li Wangyu saw that Bai Mohu had woken up and was struggling to speak. He quickly stopped him. Lao Bai, don't talk. Have a good rest. This is the Shangyao Bureau. The saint already knew that you were wrongly accused and specially ordered the Shangyao Bureau to treat you. If you have anything to say it after you've recovered. Don't worry, I won't let you down. After hearing Li Wangyo's words, Bai Mohu slowly nodded as he looked at Li Wangyu with gratitude. He knew that it must have been this young count who had saved him. Otherwise, he would have already died in the prison. It was all thanks to the count that he was able to escape from prison and even be sent to the Shangyao Bureau for treatment. Looking at Bai Mohu's grateful eyes, Li Wangyu felt a little sad. Now that this merchant had been implicated by him, he had no idea if he could recover. After Li Wangyu arrived at the Shangyao Bureau, Lu Shenwei's words immediately made his eyes turn red. Zio, this merchant's injuries are a small matter. Although he has a few broken ribs, it's not a big deal. He will recover after a few months of rest. However, those unscrupulous people actually fed this merchant medicine and burned his throat, making him mute. Lu Shenwei shook his head and sighed. Li Wangyu was furious. He immediately understood why those unscrupulous people wanted to poison Bai Mohu. Naturally, they were afraid that he would retract his confession and cry out his injustice. If they poisoned him until he could not speak, naturally, he would not be able to cry out even if he was wronged. Aristocratic families, what a vicious method. Brother Shenwei, can this merchant's throat be cured? Will he be able to speak in the future? Lu Shenwei shook his head. The probability is not high. My medical skills are not good, so I can't do anything. I can only see if the teacher has a good plan. Li Wangyu said, then I will ask old immortal son to treat this merchant. This person was also implicated by me. If I don't treat him, my conscience will not be at ease. Please, Brother Shenwei, you must treat him. I will do my best. Don't worry, Zio. After arranging Bai Mohu's matter, Li Wangyu returned to Kaihua workshop and found his beautiful superior. After telling her everything that happened today, she was so angry that her eyebrows were raised and her almond-shaped eyes were wide open. Those aristocratic families, how dare they? Is there no law in this Tang dynasty? Wangyu, what did Li Shimin say about this? Li Wangyu shook his head. What can Li Shimin do? He can only let me Tuo and the Ministry of Justice investigate. Those old bastards are also vicious. They directly ordered people to kill the bad commander. Who knows if they can find any useful clues? It is not realistic to want to overthrow those aristocratic families because of this. At most, they will throw out a few scapegoats. Are we just going to let it go? How can they do this? The beautiful superior had never encountered such a situation in the future. Although she was a business elite, she did not know what to do. Li Wangyu showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Let go? Isn't that letting them off easy? Chongqing, I've thought of an idea. Can you give me some advice? Although there were only him and his beautiful superior in the room, Li Wangyu still subconsciously lowered his voice and told his beautiful superior his idea. The beautiful superior's beautiful eyes flashed, and she also lowered her voice. The two of them whispered in the room. After a long time, Li Wangyu stretched and said, Hee, I don't believe that those aristocratic families won't jump into the fire pit. This time, we must cut off a layer of their skin. The beautiful superior rolled her eyes at him flirtatiously. It is a good idea, but who do you want to send to do it? Li Wangyu was also stunned. Yes, he and his beautiful superior had been planning for a long time. Who was going to execute it? It seemed that he did not have such a talent under his command. The Nyo brothers and the group of troops were good at fighting and killing, but this kind of thing was really impossible. That fatty Cho Kun could actually do it, but everyone knew his relationship with him. He could not fool the aristocratic families. Li Wanyu was a little dumbfounded. He had planned for a long time, but he did not know how to execute it. Wasn't this funny? The beautiful superior sighed and said, "Forget it. This matter is not urgent. Let's plan slowly. If you really can't swallow this, then go and discuss it with Li Shimin. I think there should be someone useful among his subordinates." Li Wanyu thought for a long time and could only nod helplessly. Sure enough, whether it was in the Tang dynasty or the 21st century, talents were extremely scarce and precious. Li Wanyu did not think about revenge for the aristocratic families for the time being. He ran back to Dingzhou village and had a few comfortable days. No one expected that something would happen in Chang'an City, and it involved Pai Lupi. Li Wanyu did not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 672. Li Wanyu went back to Dingzhou village to live a carefree life. He didn't even go to the third game of the Royal Batting League. After all, it was too inconvenient for him to live in the small house of Kaihua Square. He had to sneak around like a thief if he wanted to be intimate with his beautiful boss. How could it compare to his carefree life in the manor of Dingzhou village? However, his comfortable life didn't last long before it was interrupted by Cho Kun, who rushed over from Chang'an City, panting. "Lang Jun, hurry back to Chang'an City. Something is going to happen." It was still winter, but the fatty was sweating all over from running. Before he could catch his breath, he hurriedly shouted as soon as he saw Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu asked curiously, "Cho Kun, what happened that made you so anxious? Tell me slowly." The fatty grabbed the tea on the table and drank it all in one gulp. He took a breath and said, "The batting field was surrounded by thousands of people. It was very scary. I didn't dare to show up, so I quickly rode a horse to find you." Li Wanyu was also very surprised to hear that the batting field was surrounded by people. Why are they attacking the basketball court all of a sudden? What happened? Did those people cause trouble because they lost the lottery? This was the only reason Li Wanyu could think of. The fatty shook his head. "Wrong. It's those people who won the lottery who surrounded the baseball field." Li Wanyu became more and more puzzled. What was going on? Why did they cause trouble when they won the money? The fatty Cho Kun didn't dare to keep him in suspense. He immediately told the story, but Li Wanyu was speechless. What the hell was going on? The story started from 3 days ago, the third round of the Royal Batting League. Pai Lupi, under the alias of Li Tianshou, published comments and predictions on the newspaper. After the results of the second round came out, many spectators regretted that they didn't listen to the analysis of Li Tianshou and lost copper coins for nothing. Therefore, on the third day of the competition, most of the audience bought lottery tickets according to Pai Lupi's analysis, intending to try their luck. It was unknown whether it was Pai Lupi's luck or his analysis, but the results of the 5 matches on the third day were exactly the same as what he had analyzed in the news. He had even predicted 2 draws accurately. Countless people tried to buy lottery tickets according to Li Tianshou's analysis, but they all regretted it. Why didn't they buy more? They had missed a good opportunity to make a fortune. As for those who didn't believe Li Tianshou's analysis and bought the lottery ticket, they were even more upset. Others had already placed the opportunity to win money in front of him, but he actually turned a blind eye to it. It was really annoying. As for the foppish playboys, they were beaten up as expected. For a time, they were cursed by many Chang'an citizens. It was an unexpected disaster. In short, the Ball News and Li Tianshou became popular. Those who had bought the lottery immediately put the name Li Tianshou on the altar. To be able to analyze the strength of 10 teams so thoroughly, it was simply amazing. Therefore, on the day that the new issue of the Ball News went on the market, countless citizens rushed to the streets as soon as the doors opened, waiting for the public carriages that sold the Ball News. "Driver, give me a copy of the Ball News." "I want one too." Don't fight, give me one." "Tian Shilang, can you read?" "Why are you fighting?" "Driver, give me a copy of the Ball News." The Ball News on the hundreds of public carriages had just entered Chang'an City, and in less than an hour, they were all snatched up by everyone. Even if most people were illiterate, it didn't stop them from snatching a copy of the Ball News, as if they could win money by doing so. The reason why they were scrambling for the Ball News was naturally to see Li Tianshou's commentary and analysis. Just like in the future, when the stock market had just started, countless shareholders had the same blind faith in the stock analysts on TV. And Li Tianshou had the results of 2 consecutive matches as proof, so naturally, everyone had to believe in him. Many people were already rubbing their hands and preparing for the next match. They might have to invest a lot of money to buy lottery tickets, according to Li Tianshou's analysis. The ball news was priced at 1 coin, which was extremely cheap. Li Wanyu was naturally losing money by selling the ball news at this price. However, his purpose was not to make a profit with the ball news, but to attract more spectators to the stadium to watch the match through the ball news. At such a low price, it was naturally only a thin piece of paper. It mainly recorded the names of the 5 teams in the next match, as well as a few articles of analysis and prediction. The scholar who had snatched the ball news couldn't wait to unfold the paper and read it carefully. What he did was spoiled. Why was there no article by Li Tianshou on the ball news today? The scholar thought that he had missed something, so he carefully read the articles on the ball news from beginning to end. However, he still couldn't find the article by Li Tianshou that he was looking for. After reading it a few more times, the scholar finally confirmed that there was indeed no article by Li Tianshou in the ball news today. He couldn't help but curse. Why is there no commentary by Li Tianshou in this ball news? There was a group of people around him, eagerly waiting for the scholar to read Li Tianshou's article to them. When they heard him shout, they were all dumbfounded. What? There was no article by Li Tianshou? How could this be? Without Li Tianshou's article, how could they buy lottery tickets? Countless people were still counting on Li Tianshou's commentary to make a small fortune. How could he not have it? It wasn't easy for Tang and to have such an interesting event like the baseball league. Everyone was talking about these matches in their free time. However, they didn't know much about the 22 Imperial Army batting teams. Naturally, they needed a god like Li Tianshou to guide them. The Tangs loved to gamble. This baseball lottery was an interesting gambling event. Although it had only been 3 days, there were already a large number of fans buying lottery tickets. In the hearts of these people, Li Tianshou's name was now shining brightly. Countless people were staring at his article. However, it was gone just like that. How could they endure this? Lang Jun, did you see it clearly? Is there really no article by Li Tianshou? Why is that? Why does the ball news dare not publish Mr. Li's article? There must be something fishy about it. Aren't you talking nonsense? It must be that Mr. Li's prediction was so accurate that the ball news didn't dare to publish it. Everyone, think about it. In the second round, Mr. Li predicted 4 matches correctly. In the third round, he predicted all 5 matches correctly. It must be that the Dazhao batting field was afraid of Mr. Li's article. Otherwise, everyone would buy lottery tickets with Mr. Li. The batting field would definitely lose money. Someone analyzed. Everyone nodded. That's right. It must be so. The ball news is so despicable. They actually used such a despicable method. Suddenly, someone raised his arm and shouted, "No, I'll go to the Dazhao batting field and ask for an explanation. I want to see Li Tianshou's article. Let's go together. Let the Dazhao batting field give us an explanation." Similar scenes could be seen everywhere in Chang. The people who had read the latest issue of the ball news were all furious. They made a fuss and rushed to the Dazhao batting field to ask for an explanation. Chapter 673. Leaving aside how speechlessly Wang Yu was after he figured out the whole story, Chang and County Magistrate Shui Zhuo broke out in a cold sweat after he received the report from the bailiff. Under the feet of the emperor, the world was clear and bright. Thousands of commoners had gathered to cause trouble at the baseball field. Shui Zhuo couldn't help but shudder. He didn't dare to delay and immediately ordered all the bailiffs to maintain order in the baseball field. Then he hurriedly mounted his horse and rushed to the imperial city to report to Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui. With so many people gathered, what if a fight broke out? Wouldn't it be a big problem? Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were dumbfounded after receiving Shui Zhuo's report. It was ridiculous that such a thing could happen just because of a small piece of news. Naturally, these 2 big shots were also baseball enthusiasts. They were also very fond of the Royal Baseball League. Thus, the 2 of them were also readers of that newspaper. The two big shots were naturally aware of the article signed by Li Tianshou in the newspaper, and they admired this person's commentary and analysis. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui guessed who this Li Tianshou was. To be able to know so much about the 22 Imperial Army baseball teams, he should be an official. However, no one had heard of Li Tianshou. He was very mysterious. Fang Xianling even asked his son, Fang Yai, but he didn't get an answer. This was natural. The playboys had been warned by Pai Lupi and didn't dare to reveal his identity. Of course, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui didn't think that the mysterious Li Tianshou was Pai Lupi himself. Fang Xianling thought for a while and said to Du Ruhui, Old Du, let's go see His Majesty. I'm afraid we have to send the Jinwu guards. Thousands of people gathered. We can't be careless. Of course. Let's go to the palace. Du Ruhui nodded. To mobilize the Imperial Army, they needed Pai Lupi's order. The two didn't dare to delay and hurried to Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi was currently in the administrative hall, listening to Mi Tuo's report. Replying to everyone, the 100 Horsemen Department has been investigating the matter of the vice commander being silenced for several days. That day, there was a department head from the Ministry of Justice who went to the delinquent commander's mansion before the incident. After the incident, the head of the Bai division had disappeared without a trace. As for the vice marshal's residence, the 100 Horsemen Division found traces of climbing on the courtyard walls. Mido looked at Pai Lupi carefully and continued, According to the analysis of the 100 Horsemen Division, it should be that head officer Bai, after entering his mansion, gathered the bad guys and bad guys. Afterwards, the assassins sneaked into the mansion through the courtyard walls, and under the cover of the division head, they ambushed and killed the vice commander and his subordinates, and then killed all the women and children in the mansion. After that, they poured kerosene and set the scene on fire. Pai Lupi frowned and interrupted, I don't want to hear this. Mido, tell me, what useful clues have you found? Mituo crawled on the floor, not daring to raise his head. Reporting to everyone, the 100 Horsemen Division is still investigating the whereabouts of Division Leader Bai. As for those assassins, we have yet to find any clues. Pai Lupi slammed the table. What is the 100 Horsemen Division doing? After so many days, we still haven't found any clues. Could it be that those aristocratic families acted in a hurry and cleaned up the mess so cleanly? Mido didn't dare to reply and could only silently endure Pai Lupi's anger. Just as Pai Lupi was getting angry, he heard a servant report that Prime Minister Fang and Prime Minister Du had requested an audience. Prime Minister Fang, Prime Minister Du, is there something wrong? Your Majesty, there are thousands of citizens in Chang and who have surrounded the Dezhou baseball field. The citizens are agitated and we are afraid of causing trouble. Therefore, we request Your Majesty to send out the left and right Golden Guards to prevent any accidents. Pai Lupi frowned again. Why would the citizens be agitated and surround the Dezhou baseball field? Thousands of citizens was indeed not a small matter. If someone fanned the flames and caused a civil unrest, it would be difficult to deal with. Prime Minister Fang, Prime Minister Du, why are the citizens surrounding the baseball field? Fang Xianling said, Your Majesty, it is because today's newspaper did not publish an article by a person named Li Tianshou. The citizens think that the baseball field did it on purpose, so they were agitated and went to surround the baseball field, demanding an explanation from the baseball field. Du Ruhui also stroked his beard and sighed. Your Majesty, we still don't know who this Li Tianshou is, but Zio must know. Why don't we summon Zio and ask if we can print another issue of the newspaper to publish this person's article? Otherwise, if the citizens of Chang and are angry, it will be difficult to deal with. Pai Lupi couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he received the report from the two prime ministers. F***CK, just because the newspaper didn't publish his article, thousands of citizens in Chang and are causing trouble? For a moment, Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The reason why this issue of the newspaper didn't publish Pai Lupi's article was, of course, not because Li Wanyu or Cho Kun dared not to publish it, but because Pai Lupi didn't write at all. After the aristocratic family framed Li Wanyu a few days ago, Pai Lupi was in a bad mood and was too lazy to write any commentary. Pai Lupi didn't write, so Li Wanyu didn't dare to ask or urge him. He could only find someone else to write an article and publish it. But he didn't expect that it would cause such a problem. Your Majesty, we should dispatch the left and right Golden Guards first, lest something unexpected happens. Also, we should find Zio and ask him who this Li Tianshou is. Fang Xianling said again. Pai Lupi also knew that the matter was urgent, so he immediately ordered me, Tuo, to dispatch the left and right Golden Guards to the Dazhao baseball stadium to maintain order and prevent the citizens from causing trouble. After me Tuo left, Pai Lupi smiled awkwardly. Just as he was about to explain to Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui that he was Li Tianshou, a chamberlain came to report that Imperial Censor Wei was asking for an audience. Your Majesty, the citizens are surrounding the Dazhao baseball stadium. We can't underestimate them. Your Majesty, please immediately summon the county count to the court and reprimand them. Also, that Li Tianshou should be thoroughly investigated to find out who he is and why he's bewitching people. It's really abominable. Wei Zheng, the sheep-nosed official, spat at Pai Lupi as soon as he entered the legislative hall. Pai Lupi heard this and immediately stopped his plan to confess that he was Li Tianshou. This sheep-nosed official was stubborn. If he knew that he was Li Tianshou, he would probably nag him for a long time. After all, Pai Lupi was afraid of Wei Zheng. Abandoning Nanshan and Taizong Huaiyao, these two matters showed Li Er's complex feelings of respect and fear towards this goat-nosed duke. Eunuch Wei is right. We should teach that bastard Zio a lesson. If nothing happened today, it would be fine. But if there were any accidents, I would definitely imprison him. Pai Lupi immediately replied, righteously and unhesitatingly pushed the blame to Li Wanyu. Your Majesty, that Li Tianshou must also be investigated to find out who he is and whether there are any hidden secrets that can't be revealed. Why is he so bewitching? Wei Zheng didn't forget about the culprit who had caused today's incident. Pai Lupi also had the same habit as Li Wanyu. He smiled and rubbed his nose. It should be so. At this moment, Li Wanyu, who was galloping toward Chang and City on horseback, suddenly felt an itch in his nose and couldn't help but sneeze a few times. Achoo! Damn it! Who's talking bad about me behind my back? Li Wanyu rubbed his nose and mumbled. Naturally, he didn't know that trouble would fall from the sky while he was sitting at home. Chapter 674. After Li Wanyu rode his horse to Chang and City, he saw the thousands of agitated citizens outside the great Zhao batting field. He frowned and went straight to Taiji Palace. In any case, there were already bailiffs from Chang and City as well as the Imperial Army of the Golden Guards maintaining order outside the batting field. Whoever started the trouble should end it. The damn Pai Lupi naturally had to solve the problem he created himself. Li Wanyu anxiously rushed to Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zheng, and the others had not yet left. They were still discussing whether or not to forcibly disperse the citizens. Pai Lupi was naturally unwilling. No matter what, the citizens gathered outside the great Zhao batting field were also Pai Lupi's fans. Pai Lupi couldn't help but feel proud that so many citizens were causing trouble because they liked his article. However, he couldn't tell everyone about it. This made him feel uncomfortable. It was like a child who scored 100 points on an exam but couldn't show off. This was inhumane. After Li Wanyu entered the hall, before he could even open his mouth to speak, Wei Zheng, the goat-nosed duke, jumped in front of him and started spitting saliva everywhere. County Count Who, look at what you've done. Right now, thousands of citizens are gathered in front of your batting field and demanding an explanation. Tell me, what should we do? Also, who exactly is that Li Tianshou? Tell me clearly. Li Wanyu was stunned. He unconsciously looked at Pai Lupi. Naturally, he was asking, what's the meaning of this? Pai Lupi sat behind the imperial desk. While no one was paying attention to him, he desperately signaled Li Wanyu with his eyes. Naturally, he was telling him to keep this a secret. Uncle, this isn't very kind of you. Shut up and keep this a secret. You can't let this leak out. Pai Lupi looked at Wei Zheng again. Li Wanyu immediately understood. This guy was afraid of being scolded by Wei Zheng. Damn it, looks like I'll have to take the blame for this. Li Wanyu was speechless. He helplessly cupped his hands towards Wei Zheng and said, "Greetings, Duke Wei. I also heard about this matter, so I rushed back to Chang and from Hu County. The commoners are causing trouble. Actually, it's not really considered trouble. It's just a momentary dissatisfaction. It's not a big deal." Bullshit. Thousands of people have gathered in Chang and city right under the emperor's feet. How dare you say it's not a big deal? Wei Zheng's spittle almost sprayed onto Li Wanyu's face. Facing this, Li Wanyu could only rub his nose in embarrassment and remain silent. What could he say? That this was all caused by the unreliable Pai Lupi? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the people for being too addicted to gambling. F***CK. The Tang people really are a bunch of gamblers. Li Wanyu thought angrily, but he had completely forgotten who started the lottery to make money and attract the people to bet. Wei Zheng continued to ask, "Let me ask you, who is this Li Tianshou? What is his motive? To incite the commoners to cause trouble like this? It's really abominable." Li Wanyu was speechless. How the hell was he supposed to answer this question? This Li Tianshou, right? Yes. Who is this Li Tianshou? Duke Wei? I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but I don't know either. This Li Tianshou's article was sent to my residence anonymously by someone. I saw that this person's article was well written, so I didn't think too much about it and had it published in a newspaper. Yes, I didn't think this through. Please forgive me, Duke Wei. Li Wanyu held back for a long time before finally coming up with an excuse that wasn't really a reason. Of course, Wei Zheng could tell that he was being perfunctory. He was so angry that he wanted to blow his beard and glare at him. Pai Lupi could only cough dryly and help Li Wanyu to smooth things over. All right, Duke Wei, don't worry about this Li Tianshou. This person doesn't have any bad intentions. He just wrote 2 articles. It's not a big deal. It's a bit of an exaggeration to say that this person is bewitching people's hearts. Let's talk about how to deal with today's matter. Fang Xianling seemed to have seen something from Li Wanyu and Pai Lupi's expressions. He also laughed and said, "Your Majesty, I think it's better to let the imperial guards and yamen runners drive the commoners away to prevent more trouble." Li Wanyu naturally didn't agree. No matter what, the commoners who gathered outside the baseball field were his customers. If the imperial guards and yamen runners drove them away, they would be resentful and not come to watch the game in the future. He would be the one who suffered a loss. He quickly shook his head. No, the commoners didn't do anything bad. It's unreasonable to drive them away forcefully. How about this? Uncle, please call the 2 baseball teams to the baseball field and play a game. I'll let people open the baseball field and let the commoners watch it for free. After watching the game, the commoners' anger will naturally dissipate. What do you think? Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui pondered for a while and nodded. Zio's idea is good. Your Majesty, let's do it this way. Pai Lupi naturally nodded in agreement and immediately arranged for people to do as they were told. Not many hours later, the county magistrate of Chang and county Chuizhua came to report that the commoners who gathered at the baseball field heard that there was a game to watch and that it was free. They all stopped making a fuss and rushed to the field to watch the game. Everyone was relieved. Wei Zheng still angrily glared at Li Wanyu. County magistrate, don't make such a fuss in the future. Otherwise, I'll impeach you. If something like this happens again, I won't forgive you. Yes, Duke Wei, don't worry. Li Wanyu was speechless, but he could only take the blame. At the same time, he looked bitterly at Pai Lupi. He really became the scapegoat today. Pai Lupi coughed dryly. Well, all right. Everyone, go to your work. Zio stay. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Wei Zheng, and the others got up and left. Li Wanyu looked sadly at Pai Lupi. Uncle, what do you think about this? Okay, I know. In the future, I'll write an article on time for every game report and have me Tuo send it to you. Don't act like a little wife. Li Wanyu said, Uncle, these are your words. You can't go back on your words. If something like this happens again, I won't be able to take it. Pai Lupi didn't want to continue this topic, so he quickly changed the topic. By the way, Zio was the Hu merchant who was captured and tortured by the bad guys. Li Wanyu glanced at Lier, knowing that he had a guilty conscience. However, it wasn't good for him to pursue the matter. He could only reply, "He's fine now." Lu Xinwei said that he would recover after a few months of recuperation. It's just that his throat was filled with medicine. Whether or not he can speak in the future is unknown. Speaking of Bai Mofo, Li Wanyu remembered that he and Bai Mofo drank in the tavern that day and mentioned the establishment of a trade center in Dunhuang County. He immediately said, "Uncle, when I drank with the Chiotzi merchant Bai Mofo in the Hu Tavern, I had an idea." Li Wanyu told Pai Lupi about his idea of moving the trade center of the Tang dynasty to the western region from Chang and to Dunhuang County. He also analyzed the benefits for the Pai Lupi. The more Pai Lupi listened, the brighter his eyes became. There were almost stars in his eyes. The wine sold in Chang, and for 10 strings of coins. If it was transported to Dunhuang County, it would be 50 strings of coins. Pai Lupi naturally knew the profit. Chapter 675. Before Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui left the palace, they were invited back to the Hall of Governance by the eunuchs. Dai Zhou, the Minister of Civil Affairs, was also summoned. Pai Lupi invited everyone to take a seat and smiled. "Everyone, Zio has a new idea. I would like to hear your opinions." Li Wanyu repeated what he said to Pai Lupi, and the eyes of the elders lit up. However, after thinking for a while, they shook their heads. Fang Xianling said, "Your Majesty, Zio's idea is good. However, Dunhuang Prefecture is far away, and it will not be easy to transport all the goods there. Does Your Majesty know how many caravans come and go in Chang, and every day? Zio's idea is equivalent to moving the entire Shi city to Dunhuang Prefecture. How can this be done?" Du Ruhui also said slowly, "Zio's idea is good, but how to operate it is a problem." Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui are right. If we want to make Dunhuang Prefecture the center of trade with the western regions, we can make a lot of profits, but we will need to invest a lot of money. This is not a small amount. Dai Zhou shook his head and sighed. Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and Dai Zhou were right. There were many caravans coming and going in Chang, and every day. This was the starting point of the Silk Road. If they wanted to move all the goods between the merchants of the western regions and the merchants of the Tang dynasty to Dunhuang Prefecture, it would be like moving the entire Shi city. If so many goods were bought by the imperial court and then transported to Dunhuang Prefecture to be sold to the merchants, the amount of money needed would be too large, and it would be very difficult to operate. Li Wanyu smiled. "Uncle, everyone, you're wrong. Actually, there's no need to invest too much into it. We only need the imperial court to issue a decree to open a trade center in Dunhuang Prefecture. Then, we will arrange for soldiers to clear out the bandits along the way, and the imperial court will cooperate with the merchants. They will still do the business, but the imperial court will help them transport the goods. The extra profits will be split between the imperial court and the merchants. In this way, the merchants will be able to earn even more profits, and the imperial court will not need to invest a large amount of money to reap rich returns." Why not? When Pai Lupi heard this, he was quite surprised. How many carriages and horses are needed to transport so many goods between Dunhuang and Chang'an? "Uncle, the imperial court can make use of this chance to expand the army." This was the best of both worlds. Normally, the military would transport goods for the merchants and earn rich returns for the imperial court. But once there is a change in the western regions, "Uncle, think about it. What can those supply troops do?" With hundreds of thousands of soldiers and supplies arriving in the blink of an eye, wouldn't the western region be firmly under the control of our Tang dynasty? Li Wanyu continued, "I think that apart from the 22 imperial guards, we can set up another group of troops to be used to transport supplies. They can be called transport troops. Uncle, everyone, think about it. If our Tang dynasty had tens of thousands of transport troops, driving those four-wheeled carriages every day to transport goods all over the Tang dynasty, how majestic would that be?" Li Wanyu continued to explain. His plan was to use the four-wheeled carriages to greatly expand the Tang army's logistics and transport troops. The Tang dynasty's territory was extremely vast, but due to the lack of transportation, most of the territory was not developed and used effectively. This was especially so for the western regions, which was beyond their reach. Since ancient times, when China fought wars, it was actually a matter of logistics. As the saying goes, before the troops and horses move, the provisions move first. Transporting provisions from the rear to the front lines was easily hundreds or even thousands of li. One could imagine how difficult it was. Li Wanyu remembered that before he transmigrated, he had seen a China UnionPay advertisement. It was called the last transfer of funds in the north of the Tang dynasty. Although it was just an advertisement, it made countless people cry. Li Wanyu was also very moved at that time. The background of the advertisement was that after the Lushan rebellion, the Tang dynasty soldiers stationed in the Anxi Protectorate were cut off from Chang'an. In history, in 790 AD, the Anxi Biting Protectorate was attacked by the Tibetans. Protector General Li Yuanzhong fought to the death, but he was killed. The 7,000 Tang soldiers of the Protectorate were all killed. From then on, only the Anxi Protectorate was left in the western regions. They sent out messengers time and time again, but there was no news. 808 AD, the last base of the Anxi Protectorate, Chiotzi Shizhou City. Outside the city was a sky full of yellow sand and endless Hu cavalry. This advertisement was called the last transfer of funds in the north of the Tang dynasty. It described the story of countless people sacrificing their lives to send supplies to the Tang army stationed in Shizhou City. From this, one could see how important logistics and supplies were to the Tang army. At the end of the advertisement was the song, "The Bright Moon of the Qin dynasty at the border of the Han dynasty. The 10,000 li long march has not returned. But the messenger Long Chung Fei is still there. He will not let the Hu cavalry pass the Yin Mountains. The clouds of the Qinghai Mountains are dark and snowy. The lonely city looks at the Jade Gate Pass. The yellow sand wears the golden armor after 100 battles. The Lulan will not return until it is broken." What a desolate, sad song of the setting sun. The reason why Li Wanyu proposed to open a trading center in Dunhuang Prefecture and set up transport troops was because he hoped that the scene of a lone army with no help in history would never happen again on the land of the Tang dynasty. After hearing Li Wanyu's analysis, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui all looked at one another and nodded their heads in approval. Ziyu's idea is worth discussing. Your Majesty, the transport troops that Ziyu mentioned, if they help merchants transport goods during normal times and can quickly transport troops and supplies during wartime, it is indeed a good idea. Fang Xianling nodded his head in approval. Du Ruhui and Dai Zhou both nodded their heads in agreement. However, as for how it should be done, they needed to gather all the officials and discuss it. Li Wanyu was a lazy person and would not participate in such matters. He only cared about lighting the fire. As for how the fire was lit, that was not his problem. In short, as long as the trading center in Dunhuang Prefecture and the transport troops were set up, it would only be beneficial to the Tang dynasty. Of course, Li Wanyu was not without benefits. At least, the goods sold by his family's businesses could be sold in Dunhuang Prefecture and increase their profits by several times. This was not a small amount of money. Of course, this matter could not be rushed. At least the officials in the imperial court had to discuss it in detail and come up with a specific plan before it could be implemented. Seeing that there was nothing else for him to do, Li Wanyu said goodbye to Pai Lupi and left the palace. He then went to the Shangyao Bureau in the imperial city to visit Bai Mohu. Seeing that he was doing well, he felt much better. After comforting Bai Mohu, Li Wanyu left the imperial city and prepared to return home. He had wasted a lot of time in the palace. At this time, the sun was already in the west. Li Wanyu was too lazy to go back to Dingzhou village. He planned to stay in Kaihua Square for one night and return to Hu County tomorrow. His house in Kaihua Square was next door to Jianfu Temple. Jianfu Temple was also a big temple in Chang'an. There were more than 200 monks, and they offered incense every day. Li Wanyu naturally did not believe in gods or Buddhas. Although he had inexplicably transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, he still did not think that it was because of gods or Buddhas. In his and his beautiful superior speculation, they were more willing to believe in space-time tunnels than gods or Buddhas. Therefore, although his house was next to Jianfu Temple, Li Wanyu had never entered this famous temple in Chang'an. Today, when Li Wanyu went back home, he rode on a horse and slowly passed by the gate of Jianfu Temple. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of a figure and could not help but be stunned. Chapter 676. Li Wanyu suddenly pulled on the reins in front of the Jianfu Temple, causing Niu Wu to ask curiously, "Lang Jun, is something the matter?" Haha, I saw an interesting person. Niu Wu, let's go to the Jianfu Temple. Speaking of which, I have never been to the Jianfu Temple before, Li Wanyu said as he jumped off the horse and walked into the temple. Niu Wu didn't understand why his Lang Jun suddenly changed his mind and wanted to go to the Jianfu Temple. But he didn't ask too much and hurriedly called for the troops to follow. The reception monk in front of the Jianfu Temple saw Li Wanyu and the others and quickly came forward to welcome them. Ba, this little monk greets County Earl Hu. Does County Earl Hu want to enter the temple to pay respects to Buddha? The reception monk respectfully bowed. Li Wanyu asked curiously, "Oh, you know me?" He immediately realized that he had asked a useless question. In any case, he was the founding county earl of the dynasty, and his house was next to the Jianfu Temple. Even if he had never been to the temple, how could these reception monks, who specialize in receiving pilgrims, be so blind that they didn't know who he was? Since you know me, that's great. I'm not here to pay respects to Buddha. I'm here to find someone. Li Wanyu smiled. The reception monk curiously asked, "Who is County Earl Hu looking for? This little monk can help you." Li Wanyu nodded. "It's the monk who just entered the temple. Little master, do you know who he is? The one just now?" The reception monk revealed a puzzled expression and thought for a while before replying, "County Earl Hu, that is a wandering monk. He is listed in the temple, and his Buddhist name is Wenzai. Is County Earl Hu looking for this Master Wenzai?" Li Wanyu nodded. "That's right. I am looking for him. Little master, please lead the way." Niu was puzzled. When did his Lang Jun know a monk? Of course, he did not know that the monk Li Wanyu accidentally saw was the same monk who had used a colorful rope dipped in brine to trick the greedy elders of the Li family of Hu County into giving him 200 taels of gold back in the county seat of Hu County. When Li Wanyu passed by the Jianfu Temple, he accidentally saw the monk Wenzai enter the temple. At first, Li Wanyu only thought that the monk looked familiar. But when he saw the Buddhist beads the size of a baby's fist hanging in front of the monk's chest, he suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the monk who had swindled people in Hu County? The thing that looked like Buddhist beads was actually some kind of pill made from ginseng and other medicinal herbs. It was the size of a walnut, and eating one would guarantee that one would not need to eat for a day. Li Wanyu still remembered that day when the monk drifted away. He told the Li clan leader that his Buddhist name was Zhengdao and that he was a monk from the Xinghua Temple in Duke Town in Chang County. But obviously, it was all a lie. Li Wanyu was very interested in the monk named Wenzai. He didn't want to catch him and bring him to the authorities, but he was curious that the monk also knew how to swindle people and how skillful he was. What piqued Li Wanyu's interest even more was where the metal sodium he used to cause the Qingshui explosion had come from. Although Li Wanyu was a bad student, he roughly knew that sodium was produced by electrolysis. This was simply a fantasy in the Tang dynasty. Or perhaps he had guessed wrongly and the monk had used some other method. Ba, County Count Huxian, please follow me. Master Wenzai is currently living in the monk's quarters in the back courtyard. The monk in charge of receiving guests did not dare to tarry. He led Li Wanyu and the others into the temple. As a large temple, the Jianfu Temple occupied a large area and had an elegant environment. In the Tang dynasty, these temples and Taoist temples were not only used to worship Buddha, but also many scholars and literati liked to come here for sightseeing. With the Jianfu Temple as an example, the courtyard was elegant and ancient trees were awe-inspiring. Famous flowers and rare herbs were planted in the courtyard, especially peonies. The elegant Jianfu Temple naturally attracted countless literati and literati to come here for sightseeing, meeting friends, admiring flowers, reciting poems, drinking incense, and staying. It was very lively. It was Li Wanyu's first time in the temple, so he wasn't in a hurry to find the monk. He followed the monk to walk around and have a look, which was quite interesting. Speaking of which, The Jinfu Temple was also a famous temple. Li Wanyu remembered that among the poems he had memorized, there were several about the Jinfu Temple, including Wang Wei's poems for the temple. At this time, the evening drum in Chang and city was beating, and the literati, young masters, and noble ladies who were sightseeing in the temple had all left. It was time for the monks to do their evening classes in the Jinfu Temple, so it was very quiet. The monk led Li Wanyu and the others to a row of monks' quarters and gently knocked on the door of one of them. "Ba, Master Wenzai, a distinguished guest is here." The door of the monks' quarters opened quickly with a squeak. The monk who opened the door was the one who cheated the Li clan elder in the county seat of Hu County. The monk, whose Buddhist name was Wenzai, bowed to the monk with one hand and said, "Ba, thank you, young master. May I know who the distinguished guest is?" Wenzai naturally saw Li Wanyu and the others behind the monk, but he didn't know them, so he could only ask the monk, "Master Wenzai, this is the county earl of Hu County. He is looking for you." The monk hurriedly introduced him. Wenzai felt a little strange. He didn't know this young county earl, so why was he looking for him? "Ba, poor monk is here to see County Earl Wenzai. May I ask why the distinguished guest is looking for poor monk?" Although Wenzai didn't know Li Wanyu, since he was the county earl of the founding county, he naturally couldn't be rude. He could only bow to Li Wanyu with one hand and ask. That day when he cheated in Hu County, Wenzai naturally didn't notice Li Wanyu in the crowd. How could he have known that the county earl who founded the country was looking for him because of that matter? Li Wanyu said, "I have met the master once, but the master doesn't know me." "Oh, there's such a thing? Forgive poor monk for being slow-witted, but may I know when the distinguished guest has met poor monk?" Wenzai asked. Li Wanyu wasn't in a hurry. He just smiled and said, "Master Wenzai, don't you want to invite me in for a cup of tea? This isn't the place to talk." At this moment, everyone was still standing at the door of the monk's residence. It was indeed not a place to receive guests. Wenzai had no choice but to whisper a Buddhist chant and invite Li Wanyu and the others into the monk's residence. This row of monks' residences were for the traveling monks of Jinfu Temple. The conditions were naturally very simple, but it was still considered spacious. Fortunately, in the Tang dynasty, whether it was a monk's residence or a commoner's residence, everyone was used to sitting on the ground. There was no need to worry about not having enough chairs. Niuwu arranged for a few troops to guard outside, while he followed Li Wanyu into the monk's residence. As a traveling monk, Wenzai naturally didn't have the tools to drink tea. However, the monk in charge of receiving guests was discerning. He quickly ran to another place and brought back a full set of tea sets. Only then did he consciously leave. In the Tang dynasty, the popularity of tea began in the temples. Because it was easy to fall asleep while meditating, so tea was the only thing allowed in meditation. When Buddhism was prevalent, there must be tea in the temple, tea in the religion, and tea in the meditation. In the Tang dynasty, there was almost a trend of temples growing tea, and there were no monks who didn't drink tea. Li Wanyu actually wasn't interested in the tea ceremony of the Tang dynasty temples. After all, the dark tea ceremony that required all kinds of seasonings was really unacceptable to him. The so-called tea ceremony was just an excuse to talk to Wenzai. When the tea was ready, Wenzai personally poured the tea for Li Wanyu. Only then did he open his mouth and ask, Ba, as the distinguished guest said before, you've met poor monk before, but may I know where? Poor monk doesn't have any impression of him at all. I'm really ashamed." Li Wanyu smiled. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard a dispute outside the monk's residence. Chapter 677. Li Wanyu heard that his troops were arguing with someone. He looked at Niuwu and indicated for him to go see what was going on outside. Niuwu stood up and opened the door to the monk's room. He saw that his troops were blocking a person, not allowing him to enter and disturb his master. Who are you? Why are you blocking my way? I am Master Wenzai's lay disciple. Why are you surrounding Master Wenzai?" The person blocked outside by Li Wanyu's troops was a young man with a strong body. His face was filled with worry. Wenzai heard the commotion outside and quickly said to Li Wanyu, "Noble sir, the person outside is indeed poor monk's lay disciple. I ask that noble sir's troops not make things difficult for him." Hearing Wen Zai say this, Li Wanyu smiled and waved his hand at Niu Wu, indicating that it was fine and that the person could enter. The person's face was filled with worry. He entered the monk's room and bowed to Wen Zai, asking, "Master, are you all right?" Wen Zai bowed to him and then said to Li Wanyu, "Ba, I've shown noble sir a joke. This is poor monk's lay disciple. His surname is Lin, and his name is Daniu. Daniu, come and greet noble sir. This is the current county count of Hu." Lin Daniu was somewhat reserved and bowed to Li Wanyu. "Disciple greets county count Wen Zai." When Li Wanyu heard Wen Zai introduce this person, his eyes darted around. He scanned Lin Daniu several times before saying, "Lin Daniu, from your accent, you're from Hu County, right?" Lin Daniu didn't expect Li Wanyu to ask such a question. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Yes, before I followed Master, my home was in Hu." Li Wanyu nodded and took a sip of the dark tea. He suddenly asked, "Is Lin Chanhua your sister?" His words caused Lin Daniu's body to tremble. He looked at Li Wanyu in disbelief and was speechless for a long time. The reason Li Wanyu asked this question was naturally because he remembered that a year ago, this monk Wen Zai had swindled people in Hu County. That day, he and Yang Quan had analyzed that it should have happened after the servant girl, Hua Shang, whose original name was Lin Chanhua, was forced to commit suicide by the Li clan leader of Hu County. That monk, out of some reason or righteous indignation, decided to take revenge by setting up that scam and swindling Li clan out of 200 taels of gold. Li Wanyu vaguely remembered that Li Zheng of the village where the Lin family lived said that the servant girl who died in the well had an elder brother named Lin Daniu. Seeing Lin Daniu in monk Wen Zai's residence, Li Wanyu naturally recalled this matter. He also roughly understood why monk Wen Zai had set a trap for the Li clan. Li Wanyu smiled and glanced at Lin Daniu, who was at a loss. He then looked at monk Wen Zai and said with a smile, "Master, didn't you ask me where I met you before? Speaking of which, it was a coincidence that I met you at the crossroads of Hu County." Haha, Grandmaster's actions that day really opened my eyes. When Wen Zai and Lin Daniu heard his words, they felt as if they were struck by lightning. Even though monk Wen Zai had cultivated for many years, he couldn't help but tremble. He then silently chanted Buddha's name and lowered his head in silence. Lin Daniu's reaction was even more intense. He suddenly pounced at Li Wanyu and shouted, "Master, leave quickly. Disciple will stop them." Before he could finish his words, before he could reach Li Wanyu's side, Niu Wu reached out and grabbed him, pressing him to the ground. Although Lin Daniu had a strong body, he was only an ordinary person. How could he be Niu Wu's opponent? Although he still wanted to struggle, he was firmly pressed to the ground by Niu Wu and couldn't move at all. Li Wanyu smiled and waved his hand at Niu Wu. "Niu Wu, let him go." He then turned his head to look at Wen Zai. "Master, don't worry. I don't have any bad intentions. Lin Daniu's sister met with misfortune. I also despise the despicable and shameless behavior of the Hu County Li clan. I also don't think that it was wrong for you to cheat them of 200 gold taels. Speaking of which, I still think that you asked for too little." Li Wanyu saw that monk Wen Zai was still silent, and his eyes were full of vigilance. He smiled and said, "Master, you might not know, but I was originally from the Hu County Li clan. However, because the clan leader and elders were insatiably greedy, they expelled me from the clan. I don't have the slightest good impression of that group of vampires." He thought for a moment and joked, "Speaking of which, when Master cheated the Hu County Li clan out of 200 gold taels, 170 gold taels were extorted from me by the Li clan. Haha, in the end, they were cheated away by Master's clever tricks. How satisfying. It's a pity that Master didn't see the faces of the Hu County Li clan elders when they found out the truth. It was truly satisfying." Hearing this, monk Wen Zai and Lin Daniu couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't seem to believe Li Wanyu's words. Seeing that the two were still skeptical, Li Wanyu laughed loudly and said, "Master Mo Fei, are you afraid that I'm cheating you? If I had the intention to harm you too, I would have directly sent you to the Wanyan County Yamen. Why would I waste my breath with you two? Or does Master think that there's something worth scheming against? Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Monk Wenzai finally relaxed. He bowed to Li Wangyu with some shame. It ba. Poor monk wouldn't dare. Noble Master is right. That day in Hu County, the one who cheated the Li clan of Hu County was poor monk. I wonder why Noble Master has exposed this matter today. Haha, it's nothing. I'm just curious. How did Master get to know Lin Danyu? Why did you scheme to cheat the Li clan? How would Master know how to cheat people? Li Wangyu wasn't in a hurry. He only asked about the ins and outs of the matter first. Seeing that he couldn't hide it, Monk Wenzai could only sigh and recount the matter. It turned out that Monk Wenzai wasn't a good person in the past. When he was young, his parents died. Wenzai wandered the streets and hung out with ruffians. He learned many tricks to cheat people of their money. Later on, when he was cheated in Luoyang, he was seen through and was almost beaten to death. In the end, an old monk from the White Horse Temple, who was Wenzai's master, appeared and saved him, bringing him back to the White Horse Temple. Wenzai repented and took the old monk as his master. He shaved his head and became a monk. Afterwards, Wenzai followed the old monk to cultivate in the White Horse Temple. It wasn't until the end of the Sui dynasty that Wenzai's master passed away that he left the White Horse Temple and traveled around to cultivate. Because of his experiences in his youth, Wenzai became fond of fighting for justice and upholding justice. Only in recent years did he slowly become more peaceful as he grew older. When he passed by Hu County, he met Lin Danyu. Lin Danyu went out to do business with his apprentice. Unexpectedly, when he returned home, he found out that his parents had died of illness and that his only sister had been sold to the Li clan leader. He cried bitterly as he paid his respects to his parents and found his sister. He took out all the savings he had accumulated over the years and prepared to redeem his sister. Unexpectedly, the Li clan leader was insatiably greedy. After accepting the 20 strings of coins, he turned his back on him and even wanted to sell Lin Chunhua, forcing Lin Danyu's only sister to her death. When Lin Danyu heard the news of his sister's death, his eyes turned red. He prepared his saber and planned to find an opportunity to kill the Li clan leader to avenge his sister. However, at this time, he met Monk Wenzai, who was traveling to Hu County. Wenzai naturally couldn't bear to see Lin Danyu ruin his own life. If he went to fight the Li clan leader, he might be able to kill the Li clan leader, but he himself wouldn't be able to escape. However, Lin Chunhua was a servant girl who sold herself to the Li family. Even if he went to the county office to complain, it would be useless. Wenzai could only repeatedly advise Lin Danyu not to do anything stupid. At the same time, he promised that he would teach the Li clan leader a lesson and make them compensate Lin Danyu with money. Lin Danyu was finally convinced by Monk Wenzai and promised not to do anything stupid. Afterwards, the scene that Li Wangyu saw at the crossroads of Hu County happened. Lin Danyu didn't take the 200 taels of gold. Disheartened, he donated all the gold to the charity hall. Afterwards, he became Monk Wenzai's disciple and served by his side. The two traveled all the way and returned to Chang, and at the end of the year, they settled down at Jianfu Temple. When Li Wangyu learned of this, he could only sigh. That Li clan leader was indeed insatiably greedy and deserved to die. Chapter 678. In fact, Li Wangyu did not have any other intentions when he came looking for Monk Wenzai. It was just that when he suddenly saw this person, he recalled the incident and came to ask about it out of curiosity. After knowing the whole story, Li Wangyu shook his head and sighed. He then recalled the explosion of the clear water and asked curiously, "Master, how did you make the clear water explode that day? I've always been very curious." Monk Wenzai said, "Ba. I'm ashamed to say it, but it was just a smokescreen. I only did something to the bucket and placed a medicine made of sulfur, realgar, and saltpeter." When Li Wangyu heard this, he was stunned. It was not sodium metal but gunpowder. However, this was not strange. After all, gunpowder had been recorded in the spring and autumn warring states period. It was just that it was not announced to the public. Although there were no firecrackers in the Tang dynasty, it was not strange that these alchemists and monks knew about gunpowder. It turned out that he was wrong. He thought that there was someone in the Tang dynasty who could make sodium metal. This made him feel strange. After figuring out the cause of the bucket explosion, Li Wanyu no longer had any interest. He chatted with Wen Zai for a while more before intending to take his leave. Just as he was about to get up, he stopped. He looked at Wen Zai and Lin Daniu and suddenly grinned. Li Wanyu's inexplicable smile made Wen Zai and Lin Daniu feel strange. They did not understand what this young noble meant. The two of them did not know that Li Wanyu suddenly thought of the plan he had with his beautiful boss a few days ago. Weren't the two in front of him the perfect candidates to carry out their plan? Master, what plans do the two of you have for the future? Do you plan to return to Luoyang's White Horse Temple or continue to wander the world? Li Wanyu asked with a smile. Wen Zai pondered for a moment and said something that gave Li Wanyu a fright. Poor monk plans to follow in Master Xuanzang's footsteps and go to India. He will travel west to seek the Dharma and go straight to the source code. Xuanzang, travel west, journey to the west. Master, you know Master Xuanzang? Li Wanyu asked carefully. Wen Zai nodded. In the 7th year of Wuda, poor monk and Master Xuanzang met in Xiangzhou to discuss Buddhism. Due to the different theories of Dharma between the two schools of thought, Master Xuanzang wanted to go to India to seek Maitreya's opinion. Initially, poor monk wanted to set off with Master Xuanzang, but he was delayed by some matters. Poor monk plans to set off soon to catch up with Master Xuanzang in the western region. Li Wanyu suddenly understood. However, in history, he had never heard of this monk who was known as Wen Zai. Xuanzang did not have monk Wen Zai on his journey to the west. Naturally, he did not have son Wukong, Zhu Beiji, monk Sha, or the white dragon horse to accompany him. This unknown monk, Wen Zai, might have met with some mishap while chasing after Xuanzang. This was a very normal thing. In the first year of Jingguan, Master Xuanzang presented a request to Pai Lupi to allow him to travel west to seek Dharma, but was rejected by Pai Lupi. However, Xuanzang had already made up his mind. Hence, he went to India in the 2nd year of Jingguan. He planned to pass through the western region and take a detour to India. In history, although Xuanzang's journey to the west was not as difficult as the 81 hardships in Journey to the West, it was still very dangerous. It took 17 years and covered more than 13,800 miles. It was extremely difficult. When Xuanzang set off from the Gaochang state in the western region, he already had many followers. The large group passed through Ajni state, Suji state, and Baruja state. Even so, 30 to 40% of his followers died of cold or hunger. They passed through the Hushi Corridor, Starry Gorge, Turpan Basin, Darim Basin, Pamir Plateau, Suya City, Sasa State, Central Asia's grassland, Xingdu, Kushi Mountain, and Daban State. It was not easy to fight against the power of heaven and earth with one's flesh and blood. This monk, Wen Zai, must have met with a mishap on his journey to the west. Hence, he did not leave his mark in history. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu could not help but want to advise Wen Zai not to go to the west. The journey to the west must be a path of no return for this monk. Master, do you really have to go to the west? I'm afraid it won't be easy. Li Wanyu persuaded. Amit Ba, poor monk has already made a great wish to follow in the footsteps of Master Xuanzang. Even if it is not easy, I have no regrets. Li Wanyu was speechless. He did not know how to persuade this monk. Should he tell him not to go, that he did not read about him in the history books, and that he was dead meat? Not to mention that he could not say such words. If he really did say it, he might be treated as a lunatic. Looking at the determined monk Wen Zai, Li Wanyu was rather impressed by such a strong-willed person. Li Wanyu pondered for a moment and said to Wen Zai, since that is the case, I can do you a favor. I know a Chiotzi merchant. He will return to the west at the end of summer. Master, why don't you travel with him? After you reach Chiotzi, you can continue your journey to the west. This will save you a lot of time. As for the document for leaving the west, I can also help you prepare it. Wen Zai was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly bowed to Li Wanyu and said, Amit Ba, if this is really possible, poor monk will be very grateful. Thank you for your help. Following the caravan to the west would save a lot of time, and it would be safer. The reason why Xuanzang could not follow the caravan was because he did not have the document for leaving the west. In other words, Xuanzang had smuggled himself out of seclusion. Naturally, he could only sneak his way to the western regions. He could not openly travel with the caravan. Of course, it was even more dangerous. Li Wanyu said, "There are still a few months before the caravan departs. I wonder if you can do me a favor before you leave?" Wenzai had a favor to ask, so he could only ask, "What does Master need the help of poor monk? This poor monk is only a traveling monk. I wonder how I can help you?" Li Wanyu didn't mention what the matter was. He only asked, "Dare I ask, Grandmaster, if there were people like that Li Shi from Hu County, committing crimes and acting recklessly, would Grandmaster be willing to punish them?" "Oh, there is such a person? Which noble family in Chang and city is Master talking about? Even Master can't do anything about them?" Wenzai did not answer directly, but his expression showed that he was interested. Li Wanyu said, "Master, do you know the 5 surnames and 7 hopes?" His words stunned monk Wenzai. Then he chanted Buddha's name. "Ba, isn't your joke a little too much?" "Haha, I am not joking with Master. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes are called aristocratic families, but they are actually thieves and prostitutes, causing disaster. Has Master not heard of their misdeeds? Zheng Kongbua of the Zheng clan of Xingyang, Wang Ziqiao of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, and others. Has Master not heard of their scandals in Chang and city?" Wenzai was silent, but Lin Daniu could not help but say, "County count who? Don't joke with us. What kind of people are the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? How can Master be enemies with the 5 surnames and 7 hopes? Even a noble like you can't afford to offend them, right?" Li Wanyu laughed. "Of course I'm not asking Master to pick up a knife and risk his life against those aristocratic families. Haha, it's actually similar to what Master did in Huxian." Wenzai finally opened his mouth. Ba, that kind of little trick can deceive greedy people like the Li family who haven't seen much of the world, but it's too difficult to deceive those aristocratic families. What's more, since Master is targeting those aristocratic families, I presume you are after something big. How can poor monk have that kind of ability?" Li Wanyu was not worried about Wenzai's refusal. He had some confidence in persuading Wenzai to help. Chapter 679. Li Wanyu could tell that although Wenzai was a Buddhist, he wasn't a pedantic person. Otherwise, why would he cheat people in Hu County? Just now, when he said that someone was doing evil, Wenzai's face was filled with righteous indignation. Furthermore, if Wenzai wanted to get the document to go to the western regions, he had to ask him for help. Xuanzang and the other monks couldn't get the document, but such a thing wasn't difficult for Li Wanyu. As long as Li Wanyu was willing to step out, be it Pai Lupi or Fong Xianling, they would give him some face. Li Wanyu wasn't in a hurry. He took a sip of tea and treated it as a casual conversation. He slowly recounted everything that had happened between him and the 5 clans and 7 hopes over the past year. As they listened, Wenzai and Lin Daniu's faces became more and more solemn. When he heard that the aristocratic families actually dared to collude with the palace maids and secretly replace the Empress's son with a baby girl, even Monk Wenzai couldn't help but heavily slap the table, causing the teacups to clatter. How arrogant! How dare these aristocratic families do that? What beasts! To the Tang people, especially Wenzai, who had experienced the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, even if he was a monk, he still respected the Tang dynasty and the royal family of the Li Tang. This was also the respect that China had for the royal family for thousands of years. The Li Tang dynasty had only been established for 10-odd years, but today no one cared about the benefits of the Sui dynasty. Among the scholars, Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty abused the power of the people, indulged in extravagance, and was obviously filled with disgust. What replaced it was loyalty and submission to the Li Tang dynasty. As such, when Wenzai heard that the aristocratic families dared to mess with the palace, he was furious and couldn't hold back his anger. Monk Wenzai calmed down a little and silently chanted a Buddhist mantra before looking at Li Wanyu seriously. "I believe Noble Sir already has a plan, but I wonder what Noble Sir wants poor Monk to do?" Seeing that Wenzai was willing to help, Li Wanyu naturally revealed a smile on his face. He indicated for Niu Wu to stand guard outside and not let unrelated people near the monk's residence. Only then did he lower his voice and whisper instructions to Wen Zai and his disciple Lin Daniu. Not long after Li Wanyu and Wen Zai had a secret conversation, the two of them left Jianfu Temple and disappeared without a trace. No one felt anything strange about this matter. After all, he was just a wandering monk, and no one cared about him. In the blink of an eye, it was the middle of the second month of the third year of Jingguan. On this day, Li Wanyu was summoned to the palace by Pai Lupi. Zio, the Minister of Agriculture, reported that the leaves of the potatoes have begun to turn yellow and wither. According to what you said before, this means that the potatoes are already ripe and ready to be harvested? In fact, Pai Lupi had long forgotten about the potatoes. Today, when he heard the report from the Minister of Agriculture, he remembered this matter and ordered someone to summon Li Wanyu to the palace to inquire. Recently, Li Wanyu had been busy with other things. If Pai Lupi hadn't mentioned it, he would have almost forgotten about the potatoes. Counting the days, it should be almost time for the potatoes to be ripe. Uncle, this is a good thing. If the potatoes can be cultivated, the Tang dynasty will no longer have a shortage of food in the future. Thinking that he would soon be able to taste potato stewed beef, French fries, potato chips, and other delicacies, Li Wanyu's saliva almost dripped down. Pai Lupi smiled and said, "If the potatoes can really produce 10 dam per mu, as you said, it will be a blessing in the world." Although he said so, his expression clearly revealed that he didn't believe it. It was not Pai Lupi's fault. After all, before high-yield crops, such as potatoes, corn, and sweet potatoes were introduced to Huaxia, Huaxia had only produced about 1 dam per mu since ancient times. No one would believe that there was a crop that could produce 10 dam per mu. Although Li Wanyu even swore that the potatoes could produce 10 dam per mu, whether it was Pai Lupi or Cheng Yaojin, in fact, they were only half believing and half doubting. Uncle, it seems that you still don't believe what I said before. Hee. Fortunately, the potatoes are now ripe. We will know when we dig them out. Li Wanyu didn't explain much. This kind of thing was to see and believe, so it was useless to say more. Li Wanyu also thought that in the future, if he wanted to promote the potatoes, he would need the support of Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other prime ministers of the Tang dynasty. So he took this opportunity to call these big shots to the Minister of Agriculture to see with their own eyes. Uncle, why don't we invite Prime Minister Fang and Prime Minister Du? Let everyone see the output of the potatoes? By the way, Uncle Ching should also be invited. Pai Lupi glanced at him and said, "Zio, are you really that confident?" Li Wanyu nodded with certainty. What joke, this was potatoes. In the Tang dynasty, potatoes were almost related to the lives of the people in the world, so it was not excessive to pay attention to them. Moreover, potatoes didn't need to be harvested, threshed, or ground. Potatoes harvested from the ground could be directly thrown into the fire to be eaten, which was really too convenient. Li Wanyu also knew that potatoes not only contained high-quality starch, which could provide rich calories for the human body, but also contained protein, vitamin B, and vitamin C. It was indeed a treasure. Li Wanyu even estimated that after potatoes were popularized in Huaxia, people would not have to worry about famine for at least hundreds of years. As for the long-term future, it was not something he could control. Seeing that Li Wanyu was so confident, Pai Lupi pondered for a moment and asked Mitaw to summon Fang Xianling and the others directly to the Xinongxi Temple. The Shangling department of the Xinongxi Temple was in charge of the garden pond of the Imperial Garden, responsible for planting fruits and vegetables, and in winter, responsible for storing ice for the imperial family to enjoy in summer. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, who were summoned by Mi Tuo to the Xinongxi Temple, were confused at this time. "Your Majesty, why did you summon us to the Xinongxi Temple today?" Fang Xianling asked. Pai Lupi pointed at Li Wanyu and said, "Master Fang, you asked this boy." Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui didn't know about potatoes, so they didn't understand what the uncle and nephew were up to. They could only look at Li Wanyu again. Cheng Yaojin suddenly laughed and said, "Haha, Your Majesty, did you think that the potatoes that Zhio said were ripe?" Li Wanyu said with a smile, "Uncle Cheng is right. The potatoes are ripe and can be harvested. So today I asked Uncle to invite all of you here to see the potato crop." Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other and asked in confusion, Zio, what potato? Li Wanyu quickly told the ins and outs of this matter. When Fang Xianling learned that there was a crop that could produce 10 stones per mu, and that it could grow 2 crops a year, he was stunned. Zio, are you talking nonsense? How is this possible? How can there be such a crop in the world? If so, there will be no famine in the world. Fang Xuanling's eyes were about to pop out, his face full of disbelief. Du Ruhui also kept shaking his head. This old man has never heard of this, nor have I seen any records of such a magical crop in any ancient books. Zio, how did you know? Li Wanyu shrugged his shoulders and told the story of what he said to Pai Lupi and Cheng Yaojin. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui could only shake their heads and say nothing. Haha, uncle, all of you, regardless of whether you believe it or not, you can see it with your own eyes today, right? How could this little nephew deceive all of you? Hearing Li Wanyu's words, all of them could only nod. Under the guidance of the Si Nongxi temple official, they walked to the place where Lin Shu planted fruits and vegetables. Chapter 680. Li Wanyu got a total of 5 pots of potatoes from Chichi Zhongxi, a merchant from Swanli, and planted 1 in each pot. Back then, when she begged Zhongxi's concubine, she merely planted it as a flower. Fortunately, the flower pot she used was big enough. After Li Wanyu found these potatoes, he didn't order the Agriculture Bureau to transplant the potatoes out of the flower pot because he was worried that the roots of the precious potatoes would be damaged by moving the flower pot. He had to be careful. After all, there were only 5 pots of potatoes in the Tang dynasty. Li Wanyu still didn't understand how the damn potatoes were brought back from America by the Yixas. If Li Wanyu hadn't traveled to the Tang dynasty, the 5 pots of potatoes would have disappeared with the death of Chichi Zhongxi's concubine. Fortunately, the heavens were on his side, and Li Wanyu unintentionally discovered these potatoes. Because of Pai Lupi's order, the Sidong temple was very careful about taking care of the 3 pots of potatoes. They not only put them in a sunny place in the Shanglin department, but also arranged for someone to take care of them. Li Wanyu walked to the 3 pots of potatoes and looked at them carefully. Sure enough, the leaves of the potatoes had begun to wither slowly, and the roots had turned grayish-brown. It was time to harvest them. Zio, how do we harvest these potatoes? Do we dig them up by the roots? Cheng Yaojin shouted. Li Wanyu said with a smile, Uncle Cheng, don't bother. These 3 pots are useless anyway. Just smash them and dig the potatoes out of the soil. He was also afraid of digging the potatoes with a shovel. If some of the potatoes were accidentally damaged, he would be distressed. These potatoes were very precious now, and they had to be kept as seeds. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin rolled up his sleeves and said, Let me do it. After that, he didn't wait for Pai Lupi to say anything. He directly picked up a pot of potatoes and smashed it down. His action also startled Li Wanyu. How could this old hooligan be so rude? With a clang, the flower pot was smashed to the ground by Cheng Yaojin, directly breaking into pieces. Li Wanyu was speechless. He could only step forward and peel the potatoes. When the round potatoes were dug out by Li Wanyu one by one, Pai Lupi, Fang Xianling, and the others all stared with their eyes wide open. Li Wanyu was ecstatic. To be honest, before he saw these potatoes with his own eyes, his heart was in a mess. Although he was very sure that these plants were definitely potatoes, Li Wanyu was still a little nervous before he dug them out. What if he was mistaken? What if these potatoes didn't bear fruit? What if he didn't take good care of them? What if the roots rotted? These were all possibilities. If that was the case, he would have been happy for nothing. Li Wanyu heaved a sigh of relief when he personally dug out these unremarkable and even somewhat ugly potatoes from the soil. The potato that he had been longing for was finally in his hands. Ziyu, the round lumps on the roots of this crop are the potatoes you were talking about? This is too much. Pai Lupi couldn't help but click his tongue. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the potato that Li Wanyu dug out had 7 or 8 potatoes hanging on the roots. The big ones were about the size of a fist, and the small ones were about the size of an egg. They looked very heavy. Fang Xianling didn't care about the dirt. She leaned over and reached out to take a potato. She carefully looked at it and said, Ziyu, are these the potatoes you were talking about? Are they all edible? Minister Fong is right. These are potatoes. Li Wanyu was also very happy at this time. How do you eat them? Fong Xianling asked again. Do you need a threshing or processing them? Li Wanyu smiled and said, Minister Fong, these potatoes don't need to be threshed like grains. They can be eaten directly after being roasted or boiled. Of course, they taste better when made into dishes. What? Ziyu, don't lie to this old man. These potatoes are so big. Can they all be eaten? How? How is this possible? Not only Fong Xianling was stunned, but Pai Lupi and the others were also stunned. In comparison, the harvest of rice or wheat added together was not as much as an egg-sized potato. Moreover, it needed to be dried and threshed. After becoming edible grains, the yield would be even lower. But Li Wanyu actually said that all the lumps on the potato in front of them were all edible. This shocked Pai Lupi, Fong Xianling, and the others. Du Ruhui suddenly turned his head and shouted to the agriculture minister, Quickly, go and get the scale. This old man wants to see how much of this crop is produced. Yes, quickly get the scale. Pai Lupi also hurriedly ordered. Since Li Wanyu said that those lumps were edible, then naturally they were all harvests. It was hard to imagine how much of a harvest such a heavy bunch of potatoes could produce. The scale was quickly brought over. After removing the soil from the potatoes were carefully placed on the scale. Your Majesty, a total of 2 caddies and 6 taels. The agriculture minister personally weighed the potatoes. Li Wanyu secretly curled his lips. The yield was really not high. He remembered that when he planted potatoes with his grandfather in the future, a potato plant could produce at least 5 to 6 caddies. Sometimes it could even produce more than 10 caddies. In comparison, the yield of this potato plant was only 2 caddies. It was really not worth mentioning. However, when Pai Lupi and the other officials heard the words of the agriculture minister, Fong Xianling, who was stroking his beard, trembled and almost pulled out his beard. Ignoring the pain, he grabbed Li Wanyu's arm and asked, Ziyu, how many potatoes can be planted in one mu of field? Li Wanyu looked at Fong Xuanling's muddy palm with disgust. His clothes were ruined. He pondered for a moment and replied, 8,000 is not a problem. When he said this, Pai Lupi and the others gasped. They could still do simple math. A potato plant was 2 caddies and 6 taels. Let's just say 2 caddies. 1,000 potatoes was 2 caddies, 20 dan of grain. This was twice as much as the 10 dan of grain that Li Wanyu said 1 mu of field could produce. Li Er suddenly looked at the other 2 pots of potatoes. Quick, smash those 2 pots for me as well. Carefully dig out those potatoes and weigh them for me. Soon, the remaining 2 pots of potatoes were taken out. Similarly, there was a heavy harvest. The results of the weighing were roughly the same. There were 2 caddies and 2 caddies and 4 caddies. In total, more than 20 potatoes of different sizes were harvested from the 3 potato plants. A total of 3 caddies and 3 caddies of potatoes were harvested. Li Wanyu looked at these potatoes and was so happy that his eyes narrowed. After this potato sprouted and cut into pieces, it could at least grow 3 or 4 more potatoes. In other words, when the next harvest came, these 20 potatoes could become 400 or 500. In less than a year, they could eat as many potatoes as they wanted. Looking at the ground full of potatoes, Pai Lupi's face was still full of disbelief. Zio, are these things really edible? All of them? How is this possible? It was no wonder that Pai Lupi was so surprised. It was really hard to imagine how spectacular it would be to produce 20 dan of grain per mu of field. Not only did Pai Lupi not believe it, Cheng Yaojin, Fong Xianling, Duru Hui, and the others also look at these potatoes in disbelief. These round lumps dug out from the soil could be eaten. Li Wanyu laughed. Uncle, everyone, I still have 2 pots of potatoes in my residence. Why don't you move to Hu County? I will harvest those 2 pots of potatoes and take some to taste. Let's see if these potatoes are edible and how they taste. What do you think? Good, that's right. Pai Lupi agreed without hesitation. Chapter 681. The most important thing for Pai Lupi now was to test whether the potatoes could really be eaten. Compared to this matter, the other national affairs were not worth mentioning. Fong Xianling, and Duruhue were naturally the same. Compared to being able to produce 20 dan of grain per mu, other matters were nothing. Pai Lupi immediately ordered the palace guards to carefully send the harvested potatoes back to the palace and arrange for someone to guard them. After a little arrangement, Pai Lupi led the palace guards and Li Wanyu to Dingzhou village in Hu County. They were all riding fine horses. From Chang'an City to Dingzhou village, it took them less than an hour to travel 100 miles. Because no one knew beforehand that Li Wanyu would come with Pai Lupi and the other big shots, the old housekeeper Li Heng was startled and hurriedly went forward to greet them. Li Wanyu pulled him aside and whispered a few words, but Li Heng frowned and shook his head. Lang Jun, I'm afraid this won't work. This is a saint coming in person. How could it be eaten? Li Heng repeatedly waved his hand. Li Wanyu glared at him and said, Don't talk nonsense. Just do what I tell you. Tell Niu Wu to go to Hu County and find Yang Quan. Yang Quan will give you this little face. Seeing that his Lang Jun was so insistent, Li Heng could only nod and agree helplessly. He wanted to make the arrangements. The Li family's 2 pots of potatoes were the same as the ones in the Sanongxi temple. In total, they produced about 5 caddies of potatoes. Such a stable output made Pai Lupi and the others finally believe that the potatoes were indeed high-yielding. Now, the only doubt was, could the potatoes really be eaten? Li Wanyu was actually reluctant to eat potatoes. His family had harvested 5 caddies of potatoes, and there were less than 20 of them in total. If he kept them for planting, he would be able to harvest more than 100 caddies of potatoes in the next season. However, Li Wanyu also knew that if he didn't let Pai Lupi and the others personally taste the potatoes and confirm that they were edible and delicious, they wouldn't vigorously promote it. Therefore, even though Li Wanyu was reluctant, he still decided to take out half of the potatoes to let Pai Lupi and the others taste the delicious taste of potatoes. Of course, he would never admit that he was greedy. When the beautiful boss heard that he wanted to eat potatoes, she volunteered to cook. She also couldn't bear to let the kitchen maids in the residence take care of such precious potatoes. If they were wasted, then it would really be a sin. For Li Wanyu, even his beautiful superior felt that it was a great waste to take a few potatoes to roast and cook. However, in order to let Pai Lupi and the others see the edible value of potatoes, this must be done. Li Wanyu could only endure the heartache, carefully selected 4 smaller potatoes, and let them cook. In the reception room of Lai Hot, Pai Lupi, Fong Xianling, and the others were drinking tea, anxiously waiting for Li Wanyu to present the potatoes. Even though Li Wanyu repeatedly assured that the potatoes were edible, not only delicious, but also filling, they didn't see it with their own eyes, and they didn't personally taste it, so they didn't believe it in their hearts. After waiting for a long time, they finally saw Li Wanyu carefully walk in with a tray. Hey, uncle! Everyone, you must be waiting anxiously. The dishes made with potatoes are still in the process of cooking, and it will take some time. However, this nephew ordered people to roast a few potatoes, and they can be eaten directly. Uncle and everyone, you can first see the taste of the potatoes. On the tray, there were a total of 4 egg-sized potatoes. Pai Lupi and the others could naturally see that these were the potatoes that were dug out from the soil before, but they were roasted after being cleaned. Zio, is it really so easy to eat potatoes? Just throw them into a pot and steam them? Pai Lupi still didn't believe it. After all, whether it was rice or wheat, it wasn't so easy to eat. Hey, of course, uncle, you will know when you taste it. Of course, potatoes taste better when used to make dishes. These potatoes are really good things. Not only can they be eaten directly, but they can also be used to make dishes. They are very delicious. Cheng Yaojin, however, was dissatisfied and shouted, Zio, how can you be so stingy? How can these 4 potatoes be enough to eat? Aren't they just filling the gaps between the teeth? Li Wanyu rolled his eyes. Uncle Cheng, this nephew is distressed with just these 4. You know, if these potatoes are planted, these 4 potatoes can become 70 or 80. If it weren't for the fact that I want to make you believe that potatoes are really edible food, this nephew wouldn't even be willing to give up these 4. Pai Lupi laughed. Zio is right. These potatoes are very precious now. If they can really be used as food, We will have sin today. Fang Xianling looked at the 4 potatoes and asked curiously, Zio, how did you cook these potatoes? Li Wanyu said, Master Fang, this can't be considered cooking. It's just simple roasting and boiling. These 2 are directly thrown into the firewood and roasted, and these 2 are placed in the pot and boiled. They can be eaten directly, so it's very simple. He then pointed to a small cup of salt on the tray. Uncle, you can dip the potatoes in some salt and eat them. They will be more delicious. After Li Wanyu finished explaining, he picked up a knife and cut the 4 potatoes into several small pieces, and then invited Pai Lupi and the others to taste. Fang Xianling and the others were still carefully looking at the cut potatoes when they saw Cheng Yaojin impatiently grabbing a piece of potato and throwing it into his mouth. This old guy chewed a few times, and his eyes lit up. Delicious. This potato is soft and fragrant. It's very delicious. Hearing this, Pai Lupi and the others didn't continue to study it. They each picked up a piece of potato with their chopsticks and chewed carefully. Not bad. This potato really tastes good. It's very delicious. Soft, smooth, and there is no smell at all. Your Majesty, this thing is really edible, and it's very delicious. Fang Xianling sighed again. I never thought that even the skin of this potato could be eaten. There is no waste at all. Li Wanyu laughed in his heart. He deliberately didn't peel the potatoes, and the officials of the Tang dynasty, including Pai Lupi, ate them directly together with the skin. Of course, the skin of the potato was not inedible, but the taste was slightly worse. Du Ruhui suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, it's really amazing. If this potato can really produce 20 dan per mu, how grand will it be? The Tang dynasty will no longer have to worry about food, and the people will no longer have to starve. This subject congratulates your Majesty. Congratulations, your Majesty. Congratulations, your Majesty. Fang Xianling and Cheng Yaojin also immediately stood up and bowed to Pai Lupi to congratulate him. Pai Lupi also laughed happily. Ha, dear officials, please rise. Speaking of which, this is all thanks to Zio. I never thought that there would really be 20 dan per mu of grain in this world. Zio, tell me, how should I reward you? Cheng Yaojin also laughed. Your Majesty, Zio has made many contributions. If you ask me, it's not too much to give him the title of Duke. Fang Gonggong, Duke Gonggong, don't you think so? Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui naturally laughed and nodded to show that they agreed with Cheng Yaojin's words. In fact, it was not too much to give this young man in front of them the title of Duke. Pai Lupi nodded slightly. Your words are reasonable. I have said before that I want to reward Zio. Now that Zio has contributed crops like potatoes, it is reasonable to give him the title of Duke. Li Wanyu, on the other hand, was sweating profusely. What Duke? If he was really given the title of Duke by Pai Lupi, how could he marry his beautiful superior? When Empress Zhang's son wanted to talk about marriage for him, Li Wanyu realized that it was not a good thing for him to have a high title before marrying his beautiful superior. If it was just taking a concubine, no one would gossip. But if he wanted to marry his beautiful superior, it would be really troublesome. He was already very satisfied with the title of Duke. If Pai Lupi gave him the title of Duke now, he was afraid that Li Wanyu could only cry. Uncle, I am still young. Please don't give me any more titles. Li Wanyu hurriedly declined. If Uncle must give me a title, why don't you give me some fields? Chapter 682. Li Wanyu was originally not interested in how much land he owned. After all, compared with the industries he started, the output of the land was pitifully small. Moreover, it was troublesome to hire a large number of tenants to farm. The officials and nobles of the Tang dynasty, and even the bureaucrats and gentry of later generations, all aimed to own more land. But in fact, these people just did not have other ways to make money. Ever since the Li clan had become one of the nobility of the Great Tang and had accumulated so much gold and copper coins in their treasury that it was almost impossible to store them, the old steward Li Heng had been incessantly urging Li Wanyu to buy farmland. In the old man's opinion, it would be best if Li Wanyu could buy all the land in Hu County and Guanzhong Road. Neither Li Wanyu nor Su Changqing had any interest in this. The output of 1,000 mu of land a year was probably less than the output of a winery in a day. They would not buy land if they had nothing better to do. However, things are different now. The reason why Li Wanyu asked Pai Lupi for land was because he had other plans in mind. Li Wanyu's words surprised Pai Lupi. Zio, have you thought it through? Do you really only want some land as a reward? Yes, uncle. You can just reward me with some of the land in this county, Li Wanyu said with a smile. Pai Lupi looked at Fong Xianling and Du Ruhui inquisitively. He wanted to see what they would say. Du Ruhui thought for a while and said, Your Majesty, since Zio said so, there is nothing wrong with it. After all, Zio is still young. It is not a good thing to give him the title of Duke at the age of 17. Why don't we do as Zio said and give him 10,000 mu of land in Hu County as compensation? Your Majesty, Kuming's words are reasonable. I am close friends with Duke Li of Zio's family. Given Duke Li's cautious personality, he might not want his son to be conferred the title of Duke at such a young age. Why don't your Majesty do as Ziyu requested and grant him 10,000 mu of land? Hearing Fong Xianling and Du Ruhui's persuasion, Pai Lupi could only shake his head regretfully. All right, since Grandpa Fong and Grandpa Du have said so, then so be it. Ziyu, I will bestow upon you 10,000 mu of fertile land as a reward. Li Wangyu laughed again and said, Uncle, we don't need fertile land. We don't need fertile land. Why don't Uncle bestow this nephew with the land on both sides of the Gan River beside Dingzhou village? When Pai Lupi heard this, he was even more surprised. Zio, what are you planning? Uncle, it's actually nothing much. It's just that I see the beautiful environment around Dingzhou village, so I plan to build some houses here and sell them to the officials in Chang and to make some money. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Pai Lupi and Fong Xianling looked at each other speechlessly. What was this kid up to now? Or was he out of his mind? Dingzhou village was located at the foot of Qinling Mountain and had the Gan River flowing through it. The environment was indeed good. However, it was 100 miles away from Chang'an. It wasn't close, but it wasn't far either. But as he said, how could it be possible to build houses and sell them to the officials and nobles? What's more, even if someone bought it as a vacation house, what profit could it bring? After all, there was no real estate industry in the Tang dynasty. Whether it was Pai Lupi, Fong Xianling, or Du Ruhui, they didn't think that there would be any profit from selling houses. Li Wanyu didn't explain. It was better to make a fortune in silence. Who would be stupid enough to shout about it? Seeing Li Wanyu so determined, Pai Lupi could only nod and agree. After returning to the palace, he would issue an imperial edict to bestow the 10,000 mu of land on both sides of the Gan River to Li Wanyu. After these idle chatter, the beautiful boss smiled and invited Pai Lupi and the other officials to eat. Pai Lupi smiled and said, Gentlemen, let's go. Today we're eating a big meal. Let's have a good taste and see how delicious the potatoes will be. Li Wanyu said, It will definitely satisfy Uncle and you. Pai Lupi just smiled and didn't say anything. The potatoes did taste good, but in his opinion, it was just not bad. As food, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't necessarily delicious. Potatoes naturally had to be vigorously promoted. Even without mentioning the taste, the yield of 20 dan per mu was enough to move Pai Lupi. However, Pai Lupi felt that Li Wangyu's words that potatoes could be used to make dishes and even described as delicious were exaggerated. Not only Pai Lupi thought so, but Fong Xianling and Du Ruhui also thought so, but they didn't mention it. But Cheng Yaojin, this old fellow, didn't care about face and directly shouted, Boy, the taste of potatoes is not bad. It can be used to make food. But if you say that potatoes can be used to make dishes, it is a joke. You have already tasted the potatoes. Let your cook cook some dishes like Wanyo's elbow. The hot pot we ate last time was also good. Keep the potatoes and don't waste them. Hey, Uncle Chung, you are too late. Those potatoes have already been used to make dishes. Uncle Chung can taste it first. If it is not to your taste, this nephew will ask the cook to change it for Uncle Chung. Li Wanyu was also used to this old hooligan's face and didn't care at all. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Cheng Yaoji nodded with satisfaction. That's it, Your Majesty. Then let's go and see what this boy will do. Pai Lupi nodded and went to the Lai Hot Castle's dining hall with the help of the old housekeeper Li Hong. As for the maidservants of the Li residence, they began to deliver wine and delicacies like flowers. Li Wanyu explained to everyone, "Uncle, this is hot and sour shredded potato, which is made by cutting potatoes into shreds and frying them. This is mashed potato, which is made by boiling potatoes and pounding them into mud. This is fried small potatoes, and this is potato roast chicken, which is very delicious." When these dishes were served, Chung Yaojin was dissatisfied again. "Son of a bitch, you are really stingy. Why don't I see meat when you treat us to a meal?" Li Wanyu wanted to point at this old man's nose and scold him. "Are you blind? Isn't this potato roast chicken meat?" However, he couldn't scold him. It wasn't that he didn't dare, but that chicken meat really wasn't considered meat in the Tang dynasty. In the eyes of the Tang people, only the meat of animals was considered meat, and birds were not meat. Therefore, chicken meat was generally very cheap in the Tang dynasty. Ordinary people also used chicken meat to entertain guests. In history, Pai Lupi ordered that the imperial censors were forbidden to eat meat, which meant that the imperial censors were not allowed to eat meat when they were on a business trip. However, Ma Zhou liked to eat chicken, so he was impeached when he ate chicken during a business trip. In the end, Pai Lupi replied, "I forbade the imperial censors from eating meat. I was afraid that the prefectures and counties would pay a lot of money. What I meant was that I forbade the imperial censors from eating meat when they were on a business trip, because I was afraid that they would be extravagant and wasteful. How could eating chicken be considered as eating meat?" Therefore, it was common knowledge in the Tang dynasty that chicken meat wasn't meat, which was why Qing Yaojin said this. Li Wanyu cursed the old hooligan's shamelessness in his heart. He ate and drank for free, yet he was still so picky. On the other hand, he had to smile apologetically and say, there is meat. Uncle Chung, please wait a moment. There are more dishes later, and they will be served soon." As he said this, the maids in the residence brought in a large plate of delicacies. Li Wanyu looked at it and said with a smile, "Uncle, everyone, the meat is here. This is potato roast beef. It is delicious. Uncle, quickly try it and see if it is delicious." When he said this, everyone's expression turned ugly. Chapter 683. When Pai Lupi heard that it was stewed beef with potatoes, he couldn't help but stare at Li Wanyu with dissatisfaction. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui also had a strange look on their faces. Chung Yaojin, the old guy, fanned the flames. "Wow, boy, you are really bold. You actually dared to eat beef with us in front of His Majesty. TSK, you are really bold." The reason why everyone had such an expression was because eating beef in the Tang dynasty was illegal. In fact, not only in the Tang dynasty, eating beef was also illegal in other dynasties. Don't look at the wuxia novels or the TV series of later generations. When those heroes entered a restaurant, they would say, "Waiter, 5 pounds of beef and 10 jars of good wine." It was very bold and unrestrained. However, no matter which dynasty it was, if someone dared to shout so loudly, the first thing the shopkeeper would do was send someone to report to the yamen. Then, they would capture this brazen person who wanted to eat beef and beat him with a paddle and serve him as a laborer. In an agricultural society, cattle represented productivity. Every dynasty also listed cattle as a specially protected animal and absolutely could not be killed. In the Tang dynasty law, there was a clear regulation: whoever kills a horse or cow will be a prisoner for a year. It meant that if the owner killed his own horse or cow, he would be forced to do hard labor for a year. Even if the cow was raised by Li Wanyu, he would still be caught and forced to do hard labor. Of course, he was a noble, so he would not be forced to do hard labor, but at least he would be punished. In the Tang dynasty, even the old, weak, sick, and disabled cows could not be killed. Only the cows that died of natural causes could be slaughtered and eaten. Therefore, wasn't Li Wanyu knowingly breaking the law by serving a dish of stewed beef and potato to everyone in such a grand manner? How could it make Pai Lupi happy? When Li Wanyu saw everyone's expression, he hurriedly explained with an embarrassed smile, "Uncle, everyone, I didn't kill this bull. It was one of the bulls in my residence that accidentally fell off the cliff and died. Yang Mingfu can testify for me." I have a certificate issued by the county government. As he spoke, he took out an official document from his bosom. On it was a certificate issued by the Huxing County Yamen, proving that the Lai Hot's cow had fallen to its death and was butchered by itself. Seeing the document issued by the county government, Pai Lupi and Fong Xianling nodded. They didn't care whether there was something fishy about the document or not. They each picked up a piece of beef with their chopsticks and threw it into their mouths. After all, even Pai Lupi and Fong Xianling rarely got to eat beef. How could they not like it? And this beef, of course, didn't die from falling off a cliff. It was a fake certificate that Li Wanyu asked Yang Quan to get in through the back door. What he had instructed the old butler, Li Heng, to do was to kill the cow. He had even asked Niu Wu to make a trip to the county to find Yang Quan to prove it. Since there were potatoes, how could there not be potato stewed beef? Wouldn't that be a great waste? What's more, in fact, Li Wanyu had been craving beef for a long time, but he couldn't find an excuse. Today, after killing the cow, he could eat to his heart's content. Beef hot pot, beef offal stew, boiled beef, fried steak, sirloin beef, beef jerky. Thinking of it, Li Wanyu felt that he couldn't stop drooling. Zio, this shredded potato is very good. It's sour and spicy, very appetizing. Zio, this mashed potato is very soft and smooth. It's very delicious. Your Majesty, I thought this potato stewed beef was the most delicious. Zio was right. I didn't expect that potatoes could be made into such a delicacy. Pai Lupi and others were full of praise for the potato feast. Now, they finally understood the value of potatoes. After almost all the food on the table, Li Wanyu ordered the maidservants to remove the banquet and replace it with tea. Then, they began to talk about how to grow potatoes. Fong Xianling couldn't help but sigh. Your Majesty, we are really guilty today. These potatoes have been wasted. We should have kept them as seeds. Such a precious crop was only used to satisfy our appetite. It really makes me sad. Du Ruhui also had the same attitude. Alas, if I had known that potatoes had so many benefits, I really shouldn't have eaten them today. Pai Lupi nodded and glared at Li Wanyu. Zio, you bastard. Why didn't you say it earlier? Wasting so many potatoes. Won't you delay the important matter? Li Wanyu almost vomited blood because of Pai Lupi's words. You, who couldn't stop eating just now? Most of Noda's potato stewed beef went into the stomachs of Pai Lupi and Shang Yaojin. At this time, he had the nerve to scold him. Did he have any shame? Li Wanyu could only secretly criticize him. At this moment, he could only reply submissively, Yes, I was rash. Originally, I just wanted to let Uncle and the officials taste the potatoes, but I didn't expect to eat such a precious seed. I won't do it again. Pai Lupi was so thick-skinned that he nodded. It's good that you know. Don't be so rash in the future. Li Wanyu couldn't help but raise his middle finger under his robe and continued. The potatoes can be sowed in spring in April and autumn in November. After 2 seasons, Uncle can eat as many potatoes as you want. The Tang dynasty will no longer have to worry about food shortage in the future. Really? Zio, how do we breed potatoes? Fong Xianling asked curiously. No one had any experience in growing potatoes. It's very simple. Put the potatoes until they germinate, and then cut them. Make sure that there are 2 or 3 sprouts on each potato. Then plant them in the soil. That is to say, one potato can grow at least 3 or 4 potato plants. It's very convenient, Li Wanyu explained. He was also glad that he grew up in the countryside. Otherwise, in the Tang dynasty where there was no Baidu, if he was a white-collar elite like his beautiful boss who couldn't distinguish grains, even if he saw potatoes, he would be at a loss. Li Wanyu estimated that now more than 20 potatoes had been planted in the Sidong temple, and there were still 7 or 8 left in his mansion. By April, more than 100 potato seedlings could be sowed. By the time the harvest came, there would be 200 or 300 pounds of potatoes. By next year, the 200 or 300 pounds of potatoes would become 4,000 or 5,000 pounds. At that time, the planting of potatoes could begin to be promoted in a county, and in another year it could be promoted to a whole province. In a few years, potatoes could be planted in the whole Tang dynasty. With such a high yield, there would be no famine in the Tang dynasty soon. Even if there was a disaster, the government would have enough food to relieve the disaster and save the people. These things would naturally be taken care of by Pai Lupi, Fong Xianling, and the other big shots in the imperial court. After discussing how to promote the planting of potatoes, Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He directly treated Li Wangyou's mansion as his temporary residence, and directly invited the officials to take a bath with him. Anyway, it was already late, and the emperor and the officials had to stay in Li Wangyou's mansion for the night. How could Li Wangyou refuse? He could only reluctantly accompany the group of rough men to the hot spring. In the Lai Hot, Pai Lupi and the other big shots liked the bath made by Li Wangyou the most. Soaking in the hot spring, Pai Lupi felt very comfortable, and casually called the Lai Hot maid to give him a bath. Li Wangyou still had something to discuss with Pai Lupi, Fong Xianling, and Cheng Yaojin, so he simply drove the maid away and picked up a towel to help Pai Lupi wipe his back. "Uncle, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." Pai Lupi was comfortably soaking in the hot spring, and he was too lazy to open his eyes. He asked lazily, "Zio, what do you want to say? Just say it." "Yes, uncle. Do you still remember that a few days ago, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Wang Shizhong, wronged me?" When Pai Lupi heard him mention this, he couldn't help but open his eyes, and his dissatisfaction was obvious. Chapter 684. When Pai Lupi mentioned the aristocratic families, he became angry. "Humph! Do those aristocratic families really think that I don't know what they did? But me too, that trash the Hunter Horseman Department has been investigating for a long time, but they still haven't found anything. Zio, you don't need to worry about this matter. Sooner or later, I will settle accounts with them and give you an explanation." As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, his status was very noble, but he couldn't do anything to those aristocratic families. How could the ambitious Pai Lupi not be annoyed? Li Wanyu smiled and said, "Uncle, I have an idea to deal with those aristocratic families, but I don't know if Uncle is interested." His words naturally attracted the attention of everyone, including Cheng Yaojin. Fong Xianling couldn't help but frown and said, "Zio, what do you want to do? These aristocratic families are not so easy to deal with. If something goes wrong, the foundation of the country will be shaken. You know, their foundation is in the local area. If your majesty pushes them too hard, I'm afraid it will lead to a backlash from the aristocratic families. If something happens at that time, it won't be easy to deal with it." Fong Xuanling's words were naturally out of good intentions. He was also worried that Li Wanyu would come up with a random idea. Li Wanyu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Master Fong, I don't intend to fight with those aristocratic families to the death. I just want to vent my anger." Pai Lupi asked curiously, "Boy, what kind of evil idea do you have? Tell me first." Hey, it's like this, I plan to." Even though there was no one else in the bathroom of the Lai Hot, Li Wanyu still lowered his voice and told his plan. Pai Lupi and the other big shots had strange expressions on their faces. Cheng Yaojin bared his teeth and said, "Zio, I found that you are really bad. In the future, I will let my 3 stupid sons stay away from you, so that they won't be cheated by you and lose money for you." Li Wanyu was speechless. What the hell is this old hooligan talking about? Unexpectedly, Du Ruhui also agreed. "You know that your words are reasonable. This old man also has to make my 2 sons stay away from my own worry." "Ha!" Pai Lupi laughed even louder. "Everyone, do you now know how cunning this brat is?" Li Wanyu couldn't be bothered with the few big shots teasing. He could only ask, "Uncle, everyone, what do you think?" Pai Lupi glanced at him. "Since you've already started, why are you still asking me?" "Hee, uncle. If it weren't for you and the other officials, I'm afraid those aristocratic families wouldn't have been fooled." Li Wanyu laughed. Pai Lupi nodded and waved his hand in front of Li Wanyu. "I can participate, but I want this much." Li Wanyu was speechless. This mother of Asterisker was too greedy. He actually asked for 50% of the profits. He didn't hold back and directly bargained, "Uncle, 20% at most. You can't let me and the other officials work for free, right? There are 5 of them, so 20% from each family should be fine, right?" Pai Lupi looked at Fong Xianling and the others. "What do you think?" Fong Xianling said, "Haha, I can participate in this fun. Anyway, even if Zio's plan doesn't work, there's no loss, right? You're right, Mr. Fong. I'll join the fun. Du Ruhui also twirled his beard and smiled. Cheng Yaojin also laughed. What AB asterisk TCH? I'm looking forward to the success of Zio's plan. It'll be very interesting. Seeing that no one objected, Pai Lupi naturally smiled and nodded. He raised his wine glass and gestured to everyone. In that case, we'll follow Zio's plan. Haha, I'm actually looking forward to it too. Come, everyone cheers. Cheers. The big bathroom of Lai Hot was filled with the laughter of several old men. Under the rule of Chang and County, something happened in Duku County, which was 60 miles south of Chang'an City. Xinghua Temple, which was located 30 miles away from Duku County, had a new abbot recently. The abbot's Buddhist name was Jingdao, and he had a lay disciple with him. Originally, there was nothing strange about this matter, because Xinghua Temple was originally a small temple with only an old presiding monk. After the old abbot passed away, there was no monk in Xinghua Temple. If the villagers of Xiaohou village didn't take care of Xinghua Temple from time to time, the temple would have been abandoned. Xinghua Temple was also a small temple with only 3 halls. Even the most important Mahavira hall in the temple looked dilapidated. Even the clay statue of the Buddha had not only fallen off, but the clay statue itself had also been damaged a long time ago. However, Xinghua Temple didn't have a lot of incense, and the surrounding villagers didn't have much money, so it became more and more decayed, and no monk was willing to take over this temple. However, the Jingdao monk went to the county government of Duku County a few days ago with the certificate and documents issued by the Zongjing Temple to handle the handover procedures of the temple. Not everyone could be the abbot of a temple in the Tang dynasty. The abbot had to be approved by the Zongjing Temple and be issued with a certificate and documents before he could take over the temple. The Zongjing Temple not only managed the royal family, but also the monks and Taoists in the world. Every temple had its own property. The government didn't collect taxes or exploit the property of the temple. All in all, this was not a small amount of wealth. However, Xinghua Temple was different because it was too poor and didn't have a lot of incense. There were no fields, no tenants, and no money. The only thing that belonged to the temple was a broken stone mountain behind the temple that even birds didn't want to shit there. Because Xinghua Temple was too poor, no monk was willing to be the abbot of this temple. When the county magistrate of Duku County learned that a monk had taken over Xinghua Temple, he didn't bother to ask more. He just asked the scribe in the county government to handle the formalities for the monk, and then the dilapidated Xinghua Temple belonged to the monk whose Buddhist name was Jingdao. Half a month after the Jingdao took over Xinghua Temple, they suddenly began to recruit craftsmen in Chang and city to renovate the temple and said that they would remake the golden body of Buddha. As a result, the originally inconspicuous Xinghua Temple became lively. Craftsmen went in and out every day, and carriages carried various building materials. This matter naturally began to be discussed in Xiaohou village, and then it soon spread to the county. Everyone in Duku County was talking about why the dilapidated Xinghua Temple suddenly had money and could spend a lot of copper coins to renovate the temple. Some pilgrims who went to offer incense asked the abbot of Zhengdao curiously, but the abbot just smiled and said nothing, which made people talk about it even more. As a result, all kinds of rumors spread. Some people said that there were originally treasures in Xinghua Temple, which were hidden by Li Mi's army when the world was in chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, but now they were discovered by the new abbot. There were even rumors that there was a hiding cave of Li Mi's army in the Stone Mountain, and the treasures were hidden there. Some people also said that the Zhengdao had received financial support from the nobles in Chang and City, so they had the copper coins to renovate the temple. There were even people who said that treasures were found in the Stone Mountain near the temple, and that the abbot was selling those treasures to earn money. Of course, no one believed the last one. After all, although the Stone Mountain was not small, it was a barren place where even birds didn't shit. Of course, no one believed that there would be any treasures in such a place. But soon the people in Duku County found that they were wrong. It turned out that there were really treasures in the Stone Mountain. Chapter 685. in the eastern and western markets of Tang, and the owners of the largest gold and silverware shops were the aristocratic families of the imperial court. Even the officials and nobles couldn't get involved in them. This was normal. After all, the aristocratic families had existed for thousands of years and had accumulated a lot of wealth, including gold and silver. In addition to selling gold and silver ornaments and utensils, these gold and silverware shops also had an important function, which was to exchange for copper coins. After all, although gold was the legal currency of the Tang dynasty, it was usually used for large transactions. Therefore, when there was a need, one had to go to these gold and silverware shops to exchange gold for copper coins. In addition, they also collected broken gold and silver and smelted it again, casting it into gold and silver ingots or forging gold and silver utensils. Of course, whether it was exchange or purchase, these gold and silverware shops had to charge a certain amount of money to make a profit. On this day, a young man wearing silk clothes came to the genuine gold and silverware shop in the East City. After looking around, he stopped a shop assistant and asked, "Excuse me, may I ask if your shop accepts gold?" "Of course we do. Does the customer want to sell loose gold?" Seeing a customer, the shop assistant was naturally full of smiles and politely replied. The man cupped his hands and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you to find your shopkeeper. I have a business deal to discuss with him." "Oh, what kind of business does the customer want to discuss? Please tell me about it first." The shop assistant naturally had to find out. If it was just some loose gold and silver, there was no way he would trouble the shopkeeper. Hearing this, the man hesitated and looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he took out a small piece of gold from his waist and waved it at the shop assistant. "I want to sell this piece of gold. I wonder if your shop is interested?" When the shop assistant saw the piece of gold, his eyes couldn't help but widen in disbelief. "Could the customer let me take a closer look at this piece of gold?" The man ignored him and put the piece of gold back at his waist. "Hee, I'm afraid you can't make the decision for this business. Ask your shopkeeper to come." "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you to wait in the VIP room for a moment. I'll immediately ask the shopkeeper." The shop assistant's attitude became even more polite. After inviting the man to a seat in the VIP room, he immediately ran to ask for the shopkeeper. Not long after, the VIP room door was pushed open and the shopkeeper of the gold and silverware shop walked in with a smile. He bowed to the man and said, "Esteemed customer, I heard from the shop assistant that you have a piece of gold you want to sell." "Yes, that's right. Esteemed customer, please let me take a look at the gold." The man nodded. He took the gold and silver and silver ingots of the gold and silver. Gold of the gold and silverware of the gold and silverware, the gold and silver and gold and silver and gold and silverware and gold were both. The shopkeeper reached out to pick up the gold and carefully examined it for a long time before putting it down. He said in a casual tone, "Hee, esteemed customer, the quality of your gold is not pure. However, since our esteemed guest trusts our golden origin gold and silver tool shop, we naturally cannot disappoint our esteemed guest. Gold will be sold at the rate of 1 tael per 6 strings of copper coins. Our shop will take it." His words made the man laugh coldly. He reached out and grabbed the gold nugget, stuffing it back into his belt. He didn't forget to mock. "Since when is this nugget worth 1 tael of 6 strings? Shopkeeper, how much do you have? I'll take all of it." The shopkeeper couldn't help but blush when he heard this. He thought to himself that this man actually knew his stuff. The shopkeeper could only cough dryly to hide his embarrassment when his little scheme was exposed. I originally thought that your gold and silverware shop was trustworthy. Now it seems that you just SOSO. Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any further. Farewell." The man stood up and was about to leave when the shopkeeper hurriedly stopped him. The man couldn't help but angrily glare at the shopkeeper. "What? Does your gold and silverware shop need a rob?" "Hee, esteemed customer, what are you saying? I was only joking with you just now. Is there a need to doubt the reputation of our gold and silverware shop?" "Esteemed customer, do you know who the owner of this shop is? It's the Zheng family of Xingyang, one of the 5 surnames and 7 watches." The shopkeeper laughed, but his tone was full of pride. Hearing the shopkeeper's words, the man hesitated for a moment. He seemed to be afraid of the name Zheng family of Xingyang. After a long time, he murmured, "Zheng family of Xingyang can't be taken by force. I'm a dog's head gold. Gold tail. Shopkeeper, how can you say the price of 1 tael per 6 strings of copper coins?" Haha. As I said, I was only joking with you. The shopkeeper seemed unconcerned. "Esteemed customer, our shop will take this gold tael. The price is negotiable." Haha, negotiable. When a man took out that piece of gold, the shopkeeper and the worker from before naturally saw that it was a rare dog-head gold. Gold tael was a naturally formed gold nugget. Because it was rare, its price was very high. Gold tael could only be found by chance. Once it was found, it would be kept as a treasure. Its price naturally couldn't be compared to ordinary gold. In the future, ordinary gold was more than 200 per gram, but the price of natural gold tael was more than 10,000 per gram. The difference was huge. In the Tang dynasty, ordinary gold was worth 1 tael per 6 strings of copper coins. If it was changed to gold tael, the price would be at least 200 strings of copper coins. Even so, it was still priceless. Anyone who had gold tael would keep it at home and treat it as a family heirloom. The gold tael that the man took out to sell was the size of an egg and weighed about 5 taels. According to the market price, it was worth at least 1,000 strings of copper coins. If it met a suitable buyer, it would be normal to sell it for 1,500 strings of copper coins. Previously, the shopkeeper wanted to bully the man because he didn't know the business and tried to buy it at the price of ordinary gold. The price difference was huge. Now that the man knew the price of the gold tael, the shopkeeper naturally didn't want to take advantage of him. He directly said, "Esteemed customer, how about we sell this gold tael for 200 strings of copper coins?" The man thought for a while and counter-offered 230 strings of copper coins. The shopkeeper shook his head. "Haha, esteemed customer, no one in Chang'an will accept this price. You should know that our gold and silver shop also needs to make money. How about 210 strings of copper coins? Our Zheng family of Xingyang won't let you suffer a loss." The shopkeeper's words always mentioned the Zheng family of Xingyang. Naturally, he wanted to let the man know the background of his gold and silver shop and put pressure on him. The man hesitated for a long time and finally nodded. The shopkeeper immediately called the shop assistant in to weigh it. The gold tael weighed 5 taels and was sold for 1,113 strings of copper coins. Both sides wrote down the sales documents and found someone to be a witness. They pressed their fingerprints and the transaction was completed. As for the 1,000 strings of copper coins, the man naturally couldn't take it with him. He asked the shopkeeper to help him exchange 1,000 strings of copper coins into gold ingots. He also asked the shop assistant to call a carriage for him from Shunfeng Carriage Shop in the East Market and carry the remaining 100 strings of copper coins. After the carriage left with the copper coins, the shopkeeper suddenly pulled the shop assistant and said, "Go, ride a horse and follow the carriage. See where the man is staying." The shop assistant didn't dare to hesitate. He nodded and took out a horse from the shop and followed the carriage from a distance. Chapter 686. In a mansion of the Zheng family in Xingyang, Zheng Yuanshou was sitting in the central room and drinking tea. Behind him, several maids were carefully massaging his shoulders and legs. On the table in front of him was the gold nugget sold by the man before. On the other side, the shopkeeper of the genuine gold and silver ware shop knelt down in fear and trepidation and answered carefully. "Lang Jun, after the man sold the gold nugget, I ordered people to follow him to see where he came from. The shop assistant followed him all the way and finally found that the man went to a small temple called Xinghua Temple 30 miles away from Duke County." The shopkeeper looked up at Zheng Yuanshou and continued. The shop assistant was clever and inquired about it in the surrounding villages. The abbot of Xinghua Temple is called Zheng Dao. He took over the temple not long ago with the certificate of Zongjing Temple. The man is a disciple of the Zheng Dao monk named Lin Yang. I also sent people to Duke County to inquire about the Zhengming house. I learned that Xinghua Temple was originally a small temple. Except for the stone mountain behind the temple, there was no other temple property and no incense offerings. But after the Zheng Dao monk took over the temple, he recruited craftsmen in Chang and city recently, bought a lot of building materials, and began to renovate the temple. I also heard that there were many rumors about this in Dukkha County. The shopkeeper's words finally made Zheng Yuanshou a little interested. He slightly raised his eyelids and asked, "What rumors?" "It is said that the stone mountain behind Xinghua Temple used to be Li Mi's hiding cave at the end of the Sui dynasty. There were various treasures hidden in it. Now it was discovered by the Zheng Dao monk." "But," Zheng Yuanshou glanced at him, "but what?" "But I think that the rumors are not true. I estimate that there is a gold mine vein hidden in the stone mountain." The shopkeeper replied, "Oh, why do you say so?" Zheng Yuanshou became more interested. The shopkeeper pointed to the gold nugget on the table and said, "Lang Jun, there are many rumors among the people that this gold nugget is formed by meteorites falling from the sky. In fact, it is not. I know that this gold nugget is produced from gold mines. I have been in the business of gold and silverware for many years, so I know a lot about gold mines. Wherever nugget gold was found, there was bound to be a gold mine. Therefore, nugget gold was also known as mother of gold. I'm guessing that there is an 80% chance that this doghead gold was dug out by the righteous path monk from the stone mountain." Zheng Yuanshou reached out and picked up the gold nugget. After rubbing it for a while, he asked, "Isn't it possible that the monk dug it up somewhere else and sold it to repair the temple?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "Lang Jun, this gold dog's head was only sent to be sold today, but that righteous monk had already started recruiting craftsmen to repair the temple half a month ago. Your humble servant went to Dukkha County's government office to inquire about it. That day when the monk went to receive the temple, he did not have any valuables with him, and his layman disciple's clothes were very shabby. But today when I saw Lin Yang, he was wearing brand new silk clothes, which are very expensive. Obviously, he bought them recently. In other words, that righteous monk and his disciple suddenly became rich half a month ago." Zheng Yuanshou nodded. "Yes, what you said makes sense. Hee, this is interesting. It was rare to find a gold mine in the property of a small temple. In your opinion, what is the output of the gold mine in the stone mountain? Is it a big mine or a small mine?" "Lang Jun, since there's a gold nugget, the output must be not small. The gold mines in Poyang, Lishui, Bonin, and other places are all famous in the world. But when these gold mines were first excavated, they all found gold nugget." The shopkeeper's words were naturally not nonsense. Any gold mine that could find gold nugget was a famous big mine in the world. Once the gold nugget was confirmed, it was a big deal for gold mining. Zheng Yuanshou nodded his head. "In that case, we have to make a good plan. Hee, I'm afraid that a small Xinghua temple won't have the fortune to hold a gold mine. Lang Jun is right, but that stone mountain is the property of Xinghua Temple. I'm afraid it's not easy." The shopkeeper carefully replied. The property of the temple was not taxed, nor was it managed by the government. Even if the Zheng family of Xingyang was one of the 5 families and 7 watchful families, it was not easy for them to seize the property of the temple. If the news was leaked, they would be attacked by all the monks in the world. Even the Zheng family of Xingyang would not be able to bear it. Zheng Yuanshou did not comment on this and just smiled lightly. "It's just a monk. You don't have to worry about it. I have my own decision. You did a good job. Go back to the public account and get 100 strings of copper coins as a reward. You can leave now." The shopkeeper naturally did not dare to say more. After thanking him 1,000 times, he left. Zheng Yuanshou pondered for a moment and then asked someone to invite his cousin, Zheng Shanhua. The 2 leaders of the Zheng family whispered to each other for a long time in the central room. Then, they summoned a few more troops and gave them some instructions. After that, the troops left to carry out their orders. In the next few days, more information was reported to Zheng Yuanshou and Zheng Shanhua. The troops of the Zheng family had secretly searched the stone mountain behind Xinghua Temple and found a hidden tunnel. It was obvious that the tunnel had been excavated for a long time. There was a tunnel of more than 100 meters in the stone mountain, and there were many scattered ores and mining tools in the tunnel. When they entered the tunnel with torches, they could see the golden reflections on the walls of the tunnel. The troops of the Zheng family did not disturb the monk and his disciple in Xinghua Temple, but secretly took away 2 ores from the tunnel. After being identified by the craftsmen of the Zheng family, they confirmed that the 2 shiny ores brought back from the tunnel were gold ores. Gold Ores were usually divided into mountain gold and placer gold. Mountain gold referred to the gold vein in the mountain. Placer gold was divided into water gold that was panned in the water and placer gold that was dug on the ground. Mountain gold was the rarest gold mine in the mountain range. Usually, the gold produced from mountain gold was lumps. Whether it was mining or smelting, it was much easier than placer gold. The craftsman who identified the ores said that the gold content in these two ores was very high. He estimated that this was a rich gold mine, and the gold reserves in it would be very large. Since ancient times, when gold was extracted from ores in Huaxia, the gold ores were crushed into the size of soybeans and then ground into powder with a stone mill. Then, the ground stone powder was put on a hanging board and washed with water. Because the proportion of gold was large, it would be left on the hanging board. Finally, the collected gold sand was smelted and cast into gold ingots. The craftsmen of the Zheng family extracted nearly 3 to 4 grams of gold from the 2 fist-sized gold ores that weighed about 3 to 4 kilograms. The content was very shocking. It should be known that an ordinary gold mine might not be able to extract 1 tael of gold from 1 ton of ores. In the craftsman's words, only a few rich gold mines controlled by the imperial court could produce gold ores of such quality. It was very rare. After hearing the news, Zheng Yuanshou and Zheng Shanhua's eyes were full of greed. Sure enough, there was a rich gold vein in the back mountain of Xinghua Temple. This news was really amazing. Zheng Yuanshou could not help laughing and said, "Cousin, God really helps me. If the monk's disciple didn't happen to come to our shop to sell this nugget gold, I'm afraid we wouldn't know about it." "Ah, yes. That monk is also an idiot. How dare he show such a treasure to others? It seems that God really helps our Zheng family. Last time, we were cheated by that little bastard surnamed Li and lost hundreds of thousands of copper coins. We almost couldn't continue in our hometown in Xinjiang. Fortunately, we used our private money to pay for the gambling. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a good new year. Yuanshou, this gold mine must be in our hands." The two looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. In their opinion, it was easy to catch a monk. The gold mine belonged to their Zheng family.